I've had an odd week, and I am kind of stressed out by what's going on. And on Saturday last week, I was literally ready to chew fingernails, although I don't do that. And I was just edgy. I couldn't figure out why. And I was going ape over it. And then, of course, all the storms happened on Saturday and Friday, and then, of course, Sunday as well. And I watched so much tornado footage this week. I could scream, but I'm trying to get it all in the brain so I have
Right,
information. And I
right.
took my notes today as well. And unfortunately, I've been bombarding myself with some of the burdens of our weather around the planet. There's a really lot of freaky ass weather going on around the planet that I think that should be making worldwide news, but it somehow isn't. So you can
Well,
derive what you may from
I
that.
I don't want to go conspiracy crazy shit, but I mean everybody's busy with the whole TikTok ban right now. I don't think nobody's paying attention anyway. You know, it's always some kind of distraction over
Yeah.
something stupid. So yeah,
Well, there's major flooding in Russia, major flooding in China, and I've got that all down on my notes, and we'll do my notes later.
Sure, sure. And yeah, I have clips of the some of the tornado situations from the other day, which there's just it's unbelievable. What was actually happening. I mean, Sam, I was wondering, is there times where we can look back and see that there was 2 days in a row and this many this day and that? I mean, I'm sure there has been spells before where I just wondered if this was any worse than any time before. I guess.
Well, yeah, it is. This is weather I have never ever seen the likes of on any radar. And I remember radar going all the way back in the 80s because I used to, VHS record the Weather Channel.
Right.
And I used to have hundreds and hundreds of videotapes of the Weather Channel going all the way through the 80s and 90s. My friends used to laugh at me, but I recorded the weather. And that way, when I got home, I could watch it. And this is weather I've never seen anything even closely, remotely close to. I mean, there's well, half the time our weather is coming from the south, and currently our weather is coming from the northwest, which is out of Hudson Bay and Alaska and the North Pole, and these low cutoff storms at these rotational lows that are coming in one right after another and hitting the U.S. And this is, of course, why it snowed this morning and why it's going to be cold for Jesus. And Las Vegas is going to cool down in day after tomorrow as well. And we are literally Pacific Northwest is going to be cold for the next 2 weeks. So, and I've been watching the forecast models and doing my homework.
Perfect. Well, let's go ahead and let's see. Bear with me 1 second. I figured let's go ahead and look at the latest on the weather here.
There's another tornado warning.
A new tornado warning has been issued.
That's been the biggest issue here
Max
lately.
velocity. What's the date on this?
These are all from the 2 days,
That's a tornado right there.
26th.
Okay, for the Friday and the Saturday. Yeah.
Tornado.
Uh-huh.
Oh my god, that is a big tornado. Isn't it?
It is. It's going that way.
So it's not. Are you videoing?
Whoa. Wow.
That storm chaser is too close.
Too close. Look at that.
I don't know if that's brave or dumb or both. But it did make for some killer footage.
Right?
Look at that! Holy crap! Oh my god!
Oh my gosh.
Get inside!
They are lucky they're still there.
Yeah.
And that was gone in 10 seconds.
Yep. Wow. Oh, wow.
Yeah, Sulphur, Oklahoma got really nailed. Literally, most of the town is wiped out. The downtown area is flattened. The death count was 4. They did say 5, but then they dropped it back down to 4. There was in Sulphur, Oklahoma, an evening bartender in a sports club was killed by a building falling on top of her, a lady. And we feel very sorry for her family and for their loss. And all of those families that lost everything they owned too, as well. Look at that.
We had some tornado damage last night, and this is the most insane thing ever. But it literally speared the tree, and it's not coming out. Like it literally looks like the tree around it, but it's in there solid.
Oh my gosh.
Jeez.
Well, that's a split crotch tree next to the house, and that should have been removed anyway. Anytime you have a tree that has a wide crotch in it anywhere near your house, it should be removed.
Okay.
Yeah. Injected into the wall. Sticks. Those are flying rockets.
Into cement.
Yep.
Wow.
And I do believe these are close passes. I do believe these are close pass related storms.
Since when did China have tornadoes?
Right.
Do you guys see this? This was just yesterday in China. China just had a tornado. Here it is in Guangzhou, China. Look how dark that is, y'all. Look at, oh wow.
Looks like
When did China
green.
have? Here is a lady taking it outside her window. Look at this, y'all. Look. When did China have tornadoes?
They always do.
Damn, y'all saw that? When? Whoa, that's crazy, y'all. Look at that. Damn. Oh man. Oh,
I love his
my
enthusiasm.
God, y'all.
Yeah, they have major flooding
Wow.
in China, major
What a
flooding in
wasteland,
south
y'all. I never knew China.
in southwestern
Bro, this is crazy. The world is
Russia.
changing, y'all.
There's flooding
Imagine
in
you're driving on the backside of a tornado and a
Oh.
tractor trailer
India.
literally
Whoa.
falls out of the sky.
Lord.
That is exactly what happened to Jesse Rossi here at the Marietta, Oklahoma tornado that you can see there. This tractor trailer was thrown up and thrown several miles away, landing
Wow.
on a
Yeah,
highway.
they
nearly
rated the
unlike
Marietta
Jesse
as an
Rossi
EF4.
Wow.
That was straight off of the movie.
Now, Sulphur, Oklahoma had 2. They believe it was an EF3, but they had 2 of them, one right after another. They followed in the same path.
Jesus Christ.
No.
This is the downtown area of Sulphur, and this is, of course, where that poor lady died, and the building fell on her. That thing. Very large building roof that collapsed. Now, the EF rating, when you have a cement foundation, that's all that's left. They consider that an EF4 to an EF5.
Okay.
Now they're of course, I think they're limiting their announcement of what it was, or how, because there were so many of them. They have to go to each city and judge, and it has to do the EF scale rates on how far down the trees are worn. If they're just removed branches, or if the tree is standing behind, then it's like an EF3. But if the tree is half gone, then that's an EF4. And if the tree is twisted up all the way to a stump, that's considered an EF5.
Incredible.
And right there at the area where the lady died, you can see the bar in the middle background there. And rest her soul. And this is, of course, the post office behind that.
Gosh. Oh.
That town was flattened. This, of course, is a smaller, like an EF1, EF2. And don't worry about that, camper.
Yes,
Want to
Audrey.
see the power of a tornado? Look at this right here. This is a tree,
Wow, Sam, look at that.
and this is an 18-year-old.
Yeah, that's the one I was just thinking about. I saw this on TikTok the other day. Look how that thing is just wrapped around the tree. That's freaking insane.
Well, it was picked up, probably thrown, a few thousand feet in the air, and then comes, tumbling back down.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the Dollar Tree in Marietta.
Oh.
And they believe in the Marietta storm that the running track length of this was something like 27 miles.
Wow.
I believe it was an EF3 or 4, and it ran 27 miles. And fortunately, it didn't hit a majority part of the center of town. But this is the Dollar General or the Dollar Tree, and right next to it was their only grocery store in town. So those folks are, and of course, now we're back to sulfur. Those folks were deprived of their only existing grocery store in their town now.
No.
And their cars were being thrown around like dice. Yeah, I've seen all of this footage at least 5 times.
Making the rounds.
Yeah, well, I spent the last 2 days watching all of this over and over again on every from Fox to you and Ryan Hall and Max Velocity and a couple of littler guys that are out there. And it only takes a few seconds to lose everything you own, guys. So, and we were, before the show, Rebecca and I were talking about how the loss of life is amazing, that there wasn't more. And if you notice that this entire neighborhood, this development area, is gone all the way down to the pavement. And so that was at least an EF4. And I'm amazed that those folks didn't die. Where did they go? I don't see any basements.
Is there, okay, I'm just wondering, like, is there a reason why they would maybe not be honest about the number of deaths?
I don't think they would do that. I think they would announce all the deaths, but
yeah, I just wondered if there's a reason that they wouldn't.
Well, they do have those emergency broadcast systems now, and they try to get them to every home where you plug them in, and they're really loud. So and they're terrorizing too, and they do that for a reason.
I'm just like you. I mean, if it's a concrete slab, where do people go? Like, where did they go?
Yeah, let's just hope that they actually learn to evacuate into the proper areas. Well, I was telling you guys the other day. I watched till about 4 o'clock, 5 o'clock in the morning, your area over Tulsa, and I was concerned for you guys, and I kept remembering, okay, Rebecca does have a basement to go to. She mentioned it to me that they do have a basement to go to, and pre-plan ahead of time, so I was comfortable. And you were fortunate because all the storms, the first one that went by you in the north, and the rest of them went by you in the south. So it was like, okay.
Yeah.
Although Oklahoma City did get some really nasty destruction as well. They actually haven't been showing a lot of that footage, and I don't know why.
I do know that Tulsa seems to get bypassed a lot. Like, it will be like coming right towards this, and it will do that. It follows the turnpike, and it goes north or south of Tulsa. It happens often.
Wow.
I don't know why. We don't know. We all
it was crazy when I was in New Mexico. I was right off of the border of Texas and New Mexico, and then the same thing would happen to us. They would form. We would see the swirling above us, but they would always move towards Texas. It was really rare that we would see them form, and then they would just move towards Texas. But we were right in that area when we would see them form, and then they would never. Well, I mean, they hit us once or twice, but. They usually would just fly over us and just kind of go towards Texas, but because you have the moist right as you have both wind currents intersecting there in Tornado Alley, we would never. I was right there at the beginning of Tornado Alley, so I would always move towards Texas. But I got to see some pretty scary stuff while I was out there.
Right.
Yeah, people, we have to rethink how we build our homes.
You know, for anybody who says that, what is a point? There's nothing you can do about it. There's a lot, you know, knowing what the signs are, you know, of what could possibly happen. Knowing the signs of necessity in the sky can mean the difference between getting out and not getting out, guys. You know, it absolutely is
Look
is
at the
useful to know
size of
this
that.
information.
That is so bigger than normal, you wouldn't believe. And look at the speed of that rotation. That is beyond anything we've ever seen in the past. And don't let them tell you this is a superstorm. Don't look just at the tornado. Look above it. I really do think this is these are close passes. And the behavior, even what's going on right now, even in Iowa, again, Nebraska and Kansas, as we speak, there's new formations of thunder showers, and that reached all the way up from Minnesota to Texas. And they're having, by the way, everybody out there, if you live anywhere from Minnesota to literally to Oklahoma City, tonight, this evening, there are what they're referring to as gorilla hail warnings. So park your cars in places under a tree or whatever, or have that really thick quilt roped down over your windshield and back window if you want to have a window.
Did you see that one? I think it was China as well, where the hail was, God, maybe like 40-pound boulders. Did you
that was what we did. That showed that on last week's show. Yeah, they were the
that's
size
where I
of
saw it.
antelope.
Okay, wow, that was insane.
Yeah, the train guy, they broke their window here and all that, and they lost the car.
William, how's it going? How you doing, man? Nice to see you here, buddy.
I'm on large here, so I'm not reading. Go back down to small again. Okay. Hi, William. Glad you're here.
Yeah, we were
Great
just
work
talking
this
about.
week.
We were just talking about. You were saying whenever you're ready to, if you want to come hang out.
Yeah.
I know, you're kind of getting situated, but let me know when you're ready, and we'll have you on, man.
That'll be fun. Have somebody new.
Oh,
Yeah. Hi, Patrick. Good to see you.
Hello, Patrick.
Yeah, I'm sure I knocked the car over. Let me see. Yeah, we got trees and everything else behind us. Yeah. Yeah, I knocked the car over.
Yeah, I was watching a lot of YouTube, and all those new cars that have those glass roofs.
oh,
I don't think they thought about that too well.
mm. And they're just not. For me, they're not very comfortable to sit in. Like,
I
I
can't
took
imagine
that.
being in Las Vegas or LA in one of those during the day.
oh, it's not fun. Yeah, like I use Uber a lot, and like Teslas are pretty much what a lot of them use. And sitting in the back, you got this. It's just the whole ceiling and the back window. It's just one big. I don't know if it's glass or some kind of alternative or something, but it's just really awkward seeing the whole roof. I don't like it.
Yeah, I don't. Is that the highway that goes from Vegas to LA? Is that the 15?
Yeah.
Yeah, I've been stuck on the 15 before outside of LA for hours,
Yeah.
and coming from Las Vegas heading down to LA. And I many times got stuck in traffic jam after traffic jam. If I had a car like that with that kind of window, you'd fry.
Yeah.
You'd fry in that kind of car. I don't know if some of them have closing roofs. I don't know that roll up whatever. But I mean, the newest car I've ever driven is a 2004. So
Yeah. Right. Me too.
I don't know what the new cars are like. Well, I'm dating myself here. Yeah, we are in for the worldwide weather that we've never ever seen before, and this is part of what we why we do what we do here, to try to let people know that we are not in Kansas anymore, Toto, and everything. The ball game has changed. It is now become a superstorm scenario, and this is just an example of it. And we're going to see, and we have tomorrow is the beginning of tornado season. So And I checked into El Nino and La Nina transfer that were going on already. And that is they're calling for the worst hurricane season we've ever seen.
Jeez.
Especially with the years of the transition of where the El Nino turns into La Nina. Then we end up with another set of poker cards. It's sort of like playing pinochle with a couple of decks. It's going to be a hell of a year. Oh, poor animals.
Yeah.
God, can you imagine a poor animal trying to hide, freezing its butt off, and having the hell scared out of it?
Made it.
Your new best buddy for life.
Right.
I'd be standing there asking God why right now. But we know why.
Yeah. Oh, that gave me goosebumps too. Oh my
Yep.
God. Sad. Like, and hi, Shelly. Shelly
And
started.
this is why I recommend people actually do get together a bug out kit with emergency supplies, batteries, etc. Get yourself one of those wind up battery operated weather radios, whatever, one that takes batteries and you can hand crank, because if the power goes off, you lose your phone. And if the power goes off, you lose your television and your emergency EMS system and all of that in your home. And those little wind-up radios would be really great to take down to your shelter with. That way, when you walk away, that you can get more information. Because what happened to a lot of folks, especially I believe with the sulfur thing, is people would be popping up after the first storm went by, and there would be an immediate another one following. And the other night, that southerly area in Oklahoma was doing train car storming. Where one followed another, and there was huge amounts of flooding, literally all the way through Texas and Louisiana and Arkansas and Oklahoma. So they're not even talking about the amounts of water that fell in those storms. They had train car pooling and flash flooding all over in all four of those states, and probably Missouri as well. I didn't see too much information on that, but seek higher ground, seek basements, because if you're stuck underground and you get a tree fall on top of you and then a flood comes in, wow, you're in trouble. So, plan on making sure if you're going to go to a basement, make sure it's on a higher hill, not in a low depressive area. And, get a family plan, you talk to your cousins, your uncles, your aunts, your nephews, whatever, and find out who's got the best shelter. And when these things come up, get together, have a cook party ahead of time where everybody gets together and has a family meal together, and then you can all group up and stay in your little shelters as well. And if you don't have a shelter, find one where you can go, because we're going to see more of this.
Also, I figure there's a hospital up the street. They have a basement too, but it's better if I could just run out next door,
Right. You don't have time. Usually you've got 3 minutes or less to,
Wow.
In a lot of cases, people go, we got into the bathroom and then the roof was gone. 1, 2, 3, gone.
Right.
Because usually by the time you hear it, it's so bad and so fast and it happens so quickly. And depending on the speed of the storm, 50 miles an hour down to 25 miles an hour or whatever, they move quickly. And before you know it, your children or your dogs are ripped out of your arms, and you yourself could be flying through the air. And that happens. It happens a lot. Yeah. Cars aren't safe. Unless you get in your car and take your family and drive away from the storm ahead of time, I wouldn't recommend it. Hunker down.
I don't need to be out and fighting a tornado, but it's really close, but still, no.
Well, I mean, in your area, Rebecca, Oklahoma is well known for tornadoes, so even if you don't have one, I'm sure there's always something in your immediate area to some kind of shelter or something, I would imagine, right?
You would think they'd be everywhere, I guess. You would think, but not really. I don't know of any underground shelters around me.
Wow.
They're even making
The
shelters overground
neighborhood.
now too. Big cement
Yeah.
boxes that you can climb into.
Right. So you would
That's
think
really surprising. I can't believe there isn't a
Yeah, you would think
a
that all
place, like an
places,
underground
Kansas,
community thing or
Oklahoma, would
something.
have
That's
those
so
things
weird.
kind of a standard
yeah.
standard thing, you know, but I guess not.
No,
Wow.
you just hold on. No.
I,
Hi,
I,
Laura.
I think
Hi,
the
Laura.
government should implement some sort of a money situation where the folks could actually get a small, like interest-free
Yeah.
loan or something where they could build on their property one of these facilities, and that way, you know, to curb the loss of life. And that's important. I mean, stuff can be replaced. Houses can be replaced. People can't. Animals can't. You know, they're family members too. And I couldn't even see the loss of even a dog right now would be just heartbreaking. I watched a video today where this family that had gone through, they didn't suffer the tornado per se, but they did have overnight flooding, and unfortunately, they lost one of their brand new baby donkeys, and that was real sad. And I feel sorry for them as well. I won't mention their name, but if they're, I hope they're listening to us. I doubt it, but speaking of which, I saw a new unfortunate disinformation scenario again that is becoming more prevalent. If you're out there and you are getting information from anyone and they're calling something the Nibiru complex and they're showing you an infrared picture of asteroids and you name it up there, they're wrong. I sent a bunch of information to those folks again today, including a link to Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and I provided them some real pictures of planet Nibiru. So, folks, we know what we are talking about. We are not guessing. We have 14 years of absolute proof that is matched time after time after time. We are not guessing. This is quite real. NASA even announced 6 years ago or so that we had two suns briefly. And then that just sort of went away.
What year was that?
So, it was about 6 years ago. They
Oh, wow.
there was a hint at that they thought there might be, and then of course, then you got the conspiracy theorists jumping in and going, oh, you know, and then I looked at the information, and then they were showing two similar sized bodies, and we know that our soul is smaller than the second star. It is here. It is real. We know that we are a binary solar system, two sets of planets, two stars, and we have hundreds and hundreds of thousands of pictures of these planets. We're not guessing, we're not fabricating, we're not making it up. It matches time after time after time, going all the way back to 2010, prior to arrival and everything that we saw in space. Go ahead.
Yeah.
If you know what you're looking at, and you kind of, if you learn what we have learned here, you will see this repeated pattern over and over and over again, where you just can't deny it. You can't. You can't negotiate. You can't chuck it off to anomalies. It's real, guys.
Well, it's just clouds. It's just weather. But even the base clouds themselves put off a repetitive pattern to each passing planet has its own absolute individual base cloud, and those as well have never been in any weather we've ever seen in our life. We see cloud patterns that never ever existed. And I'm thinking about that print that JD shared with us with Jeff Goldblum going, that feeling you get when Nepesi is arriving. And I still use that one. Thank you, JD.
That's a good one. That's a good one. Hey, I don't want to interrupt you all, but I wanted to go ahead and we have Nicole is here with us. Okay, so I had to throw her in here without saying anything. So let's go ahead and bring her up. I think you're muted, Nicole. Looks like it is.
There.
Hey, girl. How are you?
How you doing?
Hello.
I'm just hanging out backstage, you know.
Yeah.
Good times. It's a great day.
Yeah. How are things in Colorado?
I was all set, and then I had a little request and from a kid, and it just
Yeah,
really
throws you off track.
And so I'm just gonna have to tell them that they can't do that. They can't.
I know. I had to explain to my family about show business,
Gonna
and I had to
be
give them a
here.
lesson in show business. So you know,
No, so
yeah, I know. You're fine.
So I'm not going to be here very long. So I've been hanging out for a while backstage, and you know, it was, I get it. We were waiting till, you know, all the video was done and everything.
Yeah.
But anyways, I did want to be here for some slides I put together. We had discussed
perfect
pulling some pictures off of the different groups, and
Yeah, I saw your notices.
I-
That was really nice. You
Yeah.
did good with that, and letting those
Thank
people,
you.
hey, we're planning to use your picture, and I thought, oh, that's nice. You have time to do that. Great.
Yeah.
You did a good job.
I know. I thought that was clever. Really. Explain again what you did. You went through our groups, and you picked out certain pictures, just random pictures. And what is it that you left in the comments? You said something about the fact we used your picture for the show tonight.
Let me see. I don't want to, you know.
Yeah.
Right now, I can't verbatim even myself.
I know.
So just let me.
But I thought it was clever because, you know, it brings some interest and curiosity
Let's see.
to the show.
It's not on that one.
At least you have been seasick all day, like I have been.
Oh, poor Sam. He's
All
spinning.
right.
Okay, yeah, I feel like I'm up on Lake
so-
Superior fishing. I mean, it's just weird. Like, here we go
Yeah,
again.
it's
you know.
crazy. My dogs have not been doing well, and I want to pin it on their seniors, you know. And so, sure, they should be napping, but usually they're my shadow, and I don't even see my shadow right now. So, I don't know. I think they're feeling it. Usually we feel it together. If I lay down, they lay down with me. But I don't know. But anyway, so I was going through. I just decided Rebecca and I discussed. Well, I had an idea. Like, why don't I go and like kind of prospect photos from the various groups? And not too sure how many slides to limit it to yet. We have not, I don't have an answer on that yet, but so I started out with 11 today, and there are some that are vertical, and you know, I don't think that it's a shot that we should discount just because well, you can't pull that high noon shot without it, right? And you still can get quite a bit, especially if you're using, you know, a large angle. But anyways, so so Andy Pull is one of them, and I was just looking for, you know, eye-catching stuff. So.
I'm
So-
getting pulled
And
up right
Andy
now.
Pohl, for the record, Andy Pohl is one of my moderators on Montana Skywatcher 2 and
Yeah.
1. He's been a member of Montana Skywatcher 1 for many, many years. Thank you, Andy, for your work. Hope you're listening.
Super talented.
He
Yes.
shared some really cool
Mhm.
stuff. I don't think it was his
Very nice,
post.
man.
He shared one from I don't know where that was just absolutely insane, man. It was so cool.
Well, and this one
Yeah.
is from Monique Survive.
Vegas.
Could be. Around 9 a.m. in Belgium.
Yesterday.
So when I posted, I just said that, hi, I have chosen one of your photos to be shown on the podcast tonight. Please feel free to join us. And then I put, I just copied the link to your Facebook post that
Yeah.
talks all about that. And yeah, so
Perfect.
Not
That's
only-
a good idea.
yeah, I mean, I only pulled in 11, so there's not a lot, and some
Right.
of them are, but I would like to pull in some folks that even the newer
And
ones.
in this picture
you know?
is Atu and Atu's moon. If you look dead center above the middle of the little trees and go straight up, there is a softball to grapefruit sized circle in the middle.
See, that's
And that is
exactly the
Atu's
shot.
moon.
That's
And
exactly
behind
the shot that I took earlier. This is
Yeah, and
exactly
Atu
the
is
same
behind
thing.
it.
Yeah. At 2 minutes moon, right above us.
Am I hearing the Pepsi AC
Pretty.
bottle there, Rebecca?
That wasn't me.
Oh,
Is it, who,
Oh,
is
okay.
it? Nicole.
Who's Nicole?
Sorry.
We can start a band. We can start a band
yeah.
with all our bottles.
'Cause I have mine right here. I have my Tums bottle. Yeah, there we go.
Oh my gosh. Okay. Cool picture. Good.
Got our little collection
Okay,
of
Chris is
accoutrements
back.
that we need for the show. You know.
Yeah.
Okay, this one. This looks like the bottom of Necessity.
Yes.
Look at the
I
color
agree.
variation.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the fingering.
No cool.
Right, exactly. And this is another of Monique's.
And Monique has some great captures. I look forward to her posting all the time because she has a really great views,
Right.
and she knows what she's looking at as well. So
From Belgium, which used to be Spanish
Right.
Holland. Many years ago.
yeah.
I every once in a while I like to look up what the countries used to be named. Oh, it's amazing how many countries aren't really even what they originally started out as, and the moving lines and all these horrible wars that we've had throughout history. Okay, people, let's stop having wars. Time to grow up and do different things.
Please.
Yeah, this looks like the bottom of Yuri.
Beautiful.
And this is from Kristen Evans. This was 11:30 p.m. on the 29th from Massachusetts.
Yeah, that would fit right in with Yuri. After sunset. Look at the bottom illumination.
Yeah.
After
that.
sunset.
Just sunset illumination.
So
Hi,
cool.
Andy.
I'm going to get a
Curve.
cocoa.
Lines. And yeah, there's Andy. Hi, Andy.
Hello.
I'm
Yeah,
surprised
I was
he's
telling
here.
William. William is he's
Yeah.
he's an outdoorsman, and he's good with the woods, and he's good with survival stuff. I was like, I think whenever
Okay.
you're ready to come on, it'd be a great topic of discussion to hear from somebody who's good with that kind of stuff. Because
Yeah.
this guy lives in the woods. That's his thing, man. He loves spending a lot of time out in the woods. So he knows survivaling. He knows all that kind of stuff.
Damn.
So I can't wait to have him on to discuss that, because personally, I kind of lack in that department, and
Yeah.
I think it is a good topic of discussion, especially seeing how destructive this cycle is being already. We're not even
Right.
technically in tornado tornado weather, but doesn't technically start till next week, and we've already seen 50 plus tornadoes in one day.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know that name, William. I know, I recognize his name. Like, I've seen that for years and years, basically, in our groups.
Yeah,
so
he's on
it would be
Skywalker 2 all the
nice
time.
to connect,
Yeah, William.
with him. So I'd like that. And Andy is up at 2 a.m. So that's
Waiting for his picture.
devotion. I know. It's devotion. Yeah, you reeled him in, Nicole. So,
Let's not let
and
him
here's
wait
Robin.
longer.
Hey, Robin. Good
Hi,
to
Robin.
see you. Good. Glad you're here.
I
remember
can't.
this one.
Every time I see Tony's
I gotta get some.
footage, I'm just so jealous. God, what
Right.
a beautiful area.
This was sunset in Switzerland.
That is insane.
And in the upper middle is the red asteroid, which is that big yellow, followed by the middle is the spiral asteroid,
Wow.
and behind it is Attu and Attu's moon.
I have this on
And you can see
video.
the edge of Attu between the two yellow clouds, right there between the two. You can see the cutoff dividing line of Attu. And Nepesity is behind it to the right.
Oh, cool.
And then over there is the Saturn's yellow moon. Look how huge it is. Wait a minute. Oh, I always get lost on these 360s.
Easy to do because they all connect.
Yeah, because we hadn't got to okay, that's where the sun is, and that should be is Saturn's yellow moon right there in the dark blue.
It's like one planet runs into another. Into
Yeah,
another.
that's I get spun around so fast I don't even know where I am. Great
It
work.
looks like a eye.
So, but what
Great
is
work.
that? What is? Hang on. that streak?
That looks like a smaller asteroid because notice it's not a sea trail because it's not uniform in flight. And if an aircraft did that, the pilot would be really, really not feeling well to change direction like that.
Right.
So I would say that's probably a smaller in-spinning asteroid coming in. And we should see a whole bunch more. Oh, by the way, did you remember we were talking about how Tan asteroid is going to start illuminating?
Cool.
Literally the next day, we get, I've got like 5 or 6 pictures coming in already of the Tan asteroid in the object cluster group, which is the Salamander asteroid group, being illuminated. Immediately the next day, I said on the show, and there it is. The next day, there it is. Ta-da! I love it.
Perfect.
It's like you mention it, and there it is. Ta-da!
Okay, and so what is that?
Well, one of those is probably a sea trail. They're probably trying to hide stuff.
Well,
up to the
I'm
point.
talking about the big one.
Well, the big ones.
The one with the yellow glow, Sam. What
Yeah.
is
Well,
that?
the top one is the red asteroid, and the bottom one is the spiral asteroid.
Okay.
Because I see this especially a lot in Tony's videos. He seems to get a good view of that, and I'm always I always think asteroid because if there's a glow there, it's something refracting light, So I always
Right.
That would be my first
And that is
guess.
the side edge of Uri. That yellow. Yeah, we never had skies like this when I grew up.
No. Gosh.
Oh.
Right.
I don't think
Imagine what you
anybody
would
could say
called
that.
That would have made for fun sky watching then.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I've already seen like one that looks like Godzilla. I posted it.
Great.
It's like a baby Godzilla.
Wrong one. There we go. Yep. Okay. Love it. All right. Moving on. Okay.
Hey, we've got Jennifer Dema. I hope that's right. If I'm not saying that right, let me know.
Hi,
She's
Jennifer.
from Colorado.
Yeah, Jennifer's a really nice lady, a dear old friend from Montana Skywatcher too.
And then we've got, I believe it's Lottie Lynn from South Africa.
Now that's really interesting. That to me reminds me of like Uri Onset. And I looked at this picture the other day, and I just sat there and went, "What am I looking at?"
Mm-hmm.
Because if that is a planet, how come the illumination is the way it is? But I have no set.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I mean,
Probably weird clouds.
yeah, you're talking about the right hand.
The one on the right, yeah, the right hand one.
Body,
The
yeah.
one on the left is of course asteroids.
See, I've
from
noticed
Jennifer.
when Uri is around those clouds, and it looks like the sun is just pressed up flat against the clouds. It's like it has a very unique appearance. Our sun when
Right,
Uri
the
is
one
nearby.
that Jennifer took, the upper rounded area is the Tan asteroid, and the bottom rounded blip underneath it is Poppy, which is named the asteroid named by Leandra. And Lorraine is up off, just slightly up off the dead center, half in, half out of the top of the frame. Those are our two new named asteroid.
I was going to say I'll have to have you show me Poppy. I have not.
Yeah.
I don't know what Poppy looks
Yeah,
like.
I will add a corrected. I've got a little capture that I can add on to, or make a new. I'll make a new one. And I'll get you a copy of that.
Perfect.
So
Okay.
right over the U. In
I
Saru,
spent more
right?
time researching this week than I did actually spending on time online.
Sam.
Poppy is right above the U on Saru on this drawing.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Like I said,
And it's got the two little asterisks next to it because I couldn't remember the name she told me. And I wrote it down, but it was on my notes, and then it got thrown into the note bin in my pile of old notes, and I couldn't find it back. So that's why I had to ask again. And then, of course, Nicole corrected me, which was a good thing.
It helps. It helps when you have another brain to keep you in line.
This is of course Atu's moon. This is Atu's moon, very close. Jennifer.
And another Jennifer. Yep, Colorado.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Wow, look at that.
Yeah, close pass of
I wonder if
Atu's
they
moon.
got
And we're
stormy.
seeing Atu's moon
Do you
closer
think-
than we have.
Do you think Nephicity is behind it, or
It would be to the right.
Okay.
yeah, or it's dark?
Yeah,
Dark.
and behind.
Yeah,
Behind and to the right.
that happens often. Okay,
I cannot wait to see what happens this summer. Oh my God.
I
It's elation and dread at the same time.
I know.
Now, I fear what's coming, but it's going to be cool.
Okay. Does anyone know how to pronounce the Italian names?
Is it going to be? I'm going to say Tiziana.
Tanya?
Tiziana. I don't know.
Tiziana.
Every time I see that
Tiziana.
name, I say it to myself.
Bastianelli
Bastianelli.
from Italy.
Yep.
April.
And we apologize if we butchered your name.
Yes, please
Yeah.
forgive us, please.
Yeah.
Those Americans, they don't know what they
Right.
say.
We do
Yeah.
try. We don't know.
No.
We
Anche
don't know.
Italiano.
We're trying,
Right.
but it's pretty. It's a pretty name. I see her name all the
Gorgeous name.
time. Yeah.
it's
She's
beautiful.
super duper active in our groups.
And look at the photo. Look at all
Yeah,
that
we
stuff.
unfortunately we lost one of our sister sites that we had running in Italy.
No.
And the admin ran into a little bit of issues from people around in their family and everything, and they unfortunately had to give up. And because we were getting some really wonderful captures from Italy for years, and we do miss them. And if you are a member of those older groups, we hope that you'd start up a new one if and then join up. JD sent me or posted some pictures from Idaho weather watchers, and so I joined them yesterday, and I hope some of you are listening today, and we'd like to welcome you in. And of course, I haven't tested the temperature of the water at that site yet to see if people think we're crazy or if they like our material or dislike it. But over time, I will visit there and see what happens. And they're just stone's throw away from me here again. Look at now, this blows
This
me
is
away.
another Italy. Stefania Marinda, and this is Italy as well.
I'm looking at the base cloud, but how is it that I'm seeing the moon?
Right, that's what was happening to me the other night. I don't know.
And then somebody asked down the front of Rebecca's page, is the moon behind or are the planets behind the moon or in front of the moon? And well, here's an example of the moon, but right below it and behind it is planet Nepicity, because that's Nepicity's base cloud. So the moon is in front of this big, huge, massive planet, which is actually
So deceiving.
doesn't make sense to my eye.
You just have to reach in and pull the moon.
Get out of the way, man.
Bring it to you. Reel it in, and leave the rest there. And then you understand, right?
Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of really, really weird sightings coming in from around the world. Unfortunately, a lot of them are the small little blips and lights and dots and flying things that we can identify. But then we've had a whole bunch that we can identify. And we stick to the big stuff usually. We do not usually talk about the small little tiny UFOs and this and that and the other thing. We usually discuss stuff that we can prove. For the rest, we go, oh, that's really cool. Thank you.
Can we
We
take
don't
that
dive
as
off the conjecture pool.
Okay, so we've got Jesus on the left
That, of course, is Atu's moon and Atu.
from
In front
Utah.
of Yuri.
And we were talking about this one, right, Christopher?
Yeah.
That was your first one. That's Atu and his moon with the asteroids coming in vertically.
Yep.
As
And the
opposed
light pinch off is Saru behind Yuri. That line that's cutting into the sun is Saru. Because she has moved.
on my new phone, it really shows a lot more depth. And I
Right.
love that
You gotta
because
love
you could really see the layers. My iPhone was horrible with that. It was like 2D the whole time I was recording. But with this Android camera, it actually shows a lot more easier how they're actually stacked one behind the other. I found that so cool and interesting.
Yeah, of course, you got asteroids in the right-hand picture, which is probably the Salamander asteroid group, with Attu above, and then or Attu's moon, excuse me, above with Uri, and then as you look farther back down to the horizon and toward the right, you see Saru is again as well, and you can see the little light cutoff lines. You can see it, and then the orange, which Saru is famous for putting off orange on that side of the sky, left-hand side of the sun.
Right. No, you would not think that that dark blue area is anything other than our sky. You know, you just would not consider that. Most people, it wouldn't cross your mind that it's a sky from another planet. You know, that's
well. You know where I think people get really confused is, and I did too in the beginning, and it took me forever to kill. Is that when you see planets in the day, they're gonna look blue, and I think that really throws people off. And I've really been trying to emphasize on that because you know you have to understand that our skies are blue. We have our atmosphere. It's literally like, and Sam, I know when you said this, it's literally suspended water and gases.
Right.
In our
and then with a blue hue.
So it's like looking through a pool, you know. So and then they have atmospheres too, which also look blue in the daytime. So you're gonna get this blue, you know, in the day, and that throws people off. People see white, they see clouds, and then they see blue, and they assume it's our sky, and that frustrates me because I really hope that people understand that our skies are blue for a reason. It's because of our atmosphere.
We're also seeing the dark side of the back
and we're
of
seeing
the
the
planet
dark side as well.
Now, I wonder what they're going to do once they go beyond us in the next year or two.
We're going to,
and
we're already seeing those illuminations, Sam. We're already starting to see
and then when they get farther away, we'll see the colors.
I was seeing the last episode during the time that I wasn't on the show because I came on a little late. A Saturday show, there was a few of them that looked like one of them was like the Aurora Borealis, but
wow.
I did think that some of them were probably just nighttime illuminations. Including that. No, it could have been a nighttime illumination, but we are going to see that, and it's going to be interesting.
This is Attu's moon, and if you look in the left-hand middle, you'll see the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid coming around in front of Attu's moon.
So this is Andy's picture.
Wow.
He's from the UK. And if we could go back 1 second, when you can get a moment, I just wanted to let you know that the picture on the right side is from the Maldives. From Afan Ahmed.
Perfect.
Thank you, Afan. Wonderful work as usual.
Yes.
Yeah. Always great work with Afan.
Great to have you on board with that location. What a location to have.
Yeah, he does.
Imagine getting to be born in a resort town. I don't know. It seems kind of fun. You might get bored. I don't know, but.
Unless you're trying to pay a mortgage there, then it's not fun.
No, I know, right?
Back there because you were born there, or someone else was, and you go back there with them, and then they don't want to do anything touristy because it's home for them. It's home for them. So they're like,
When I lived in Las Vegas, I bet you I was like, I bet you, Chris, when's the last time you go down the Strip?
Oh gosh, it's I think we went around like Christmas Eve just to walk around.
Yeah.
And then maybe 2 years before
every
that.
local that I would talk to, every local that I would talk to in Vegas was like, "Come on, we haven't gone to the Strip in months." Some people would be like in years. And now that with the Golden Knights being so popular, that's probably the only thing that the locals would go do.
Yeah.
Go see the Golden Knights.
And then they want to charge you. They want to charge the locals to park their cars down there. Like what? I don't know. It's like $50
Jeez.
you know, for the day or something like that. I don't know how much it costs.
There are some diehard fans, man. I'll say that. There are some diehard fans. Every time there was a game from the Golden Knights, it was a total disaster downtown. Man. But yeah. Once you live in a place, you just hate doing those kind of things, man. I saw myself going less and less to the Strip. I just couldn't stand it after a while.
Hell, not only that, they don't bring you beer fast enough at Pirates Go. You know us Montanans, you know.
Yeah.
It's okay. Don't mind them. They're drinking from the pitcher. They're from Montana. They don't use a glass.
Yeah.
Oh no.
So this is JD Martinez from Wichita, Kansas, in the U.S.
See, that is going on today. This is what I woke up to. Basically, this where you have what looks like the sun smeared all over the front of whatever is going on here, you know. But exactly the same view I have this morning when I got up. And always go to work, JD. Always good to see your personal captures.
Right.
Ones.
I think this is the first one I've seen from JD. His personal.
Yeah, it's been a minute.
Yeah, he posts a lot of other folks' pictures,
which is cool too. You know.
Yeah.
Yes, the exception. One of very
yeah,
few.
he's one of the few people I let get away with that because he knows what he's doing.
So please mind the rules. Otherwise, please.
Yeah, and he's been a member for many, many years. He knows what he's doing, and that's why I allow it.
Right.
And also, he's down in Kansas, so he's way down at sea level.
Oh.
I can't imagine he gets that as much sighting as some of us up here in the higher regions do. So I bet you that's a factor as well, you know.
Okay.
I think that was the last one. Hi, Aaliyah. Oh, I said that, but I meant to say hi, Aaliyah, and hi to Esther. I saw Esther here. There she is. Hi, Esther.
Esther, Aaliyah, Holly. Nice to see y'all here.
Hey, Esther.
Perfect.
Hi, Holly.
And that was the last one from that folder. So thank you, Nicole, for putting those together.
Of course,
I like that
plan
idea.
Cool. I plan on pulling those in from more of the groups. Some of them, since there's so many, I have no idea which one, who's who, and I know Katie's, and I know Leandra's site, and so I do plan on. Well, it'll be, maybe if it's popular, it'll bring more people in to watch, and if they're proud of their picture and what we have to share, then maybe they'll share it with their friend or family member.
Maybe they could maybe understand what it is that they're capturing as well if we discuss here on the show, because I know a lot of people are taking some really crazy pictures but don't quite really understand what it is they're seeing. So it's always good to kind of straighten that out and put it on the show and then kind of explain to them kind of what's happening, you know. So I think it'd be a great teaching tool as well as nice picture cameos from everybody. So that'd be nice. Great idea.
Perfect.
All right. Perfect. Yes. Okay. Let's see. So I have some images, I didn't know if you were going to send me something, Jesus, but I do have some of your videos.
I was trying to bring it up on my computer, but I just can't. I downloaded it, uploaded it, so I'm going to send it to you right now because I was just.
It's okay.
Yeah, I had to reset my computer the other day, my laptop, because when I switched phones, it didn't recognize the phone, so I did a security thing, and then I couldn't remember my password because I had to reset passwords for like half the day, so it just blocked it out, and it just reset everything, and I had to restart all over again, and I've yet to get that situated, but it's really annoying. So why I was saying I don't like switching phones because it's a whole mess sometimes, you know. But yeah, I'll send that to you right now.
That's fine. I do know though when you're trying to like log into multiple accounts, or same account, multiple devices, it can throw things for a loop.
That's exactly what happened.
Yes. No, it's okay. And thank you for reminding me, Tara. Yes, I have that. Thank you. I'm going to get them now. I have it on my notes. I really do. But yes, pictures from Tara and Chris. All right, perfect. In the meantime, while I work on that. Let's look at some of Jesus's videos. I'm a fan, so I know you guys are too. Let's get him pulled up here. Yeah, I went through his Facebook page. He's a
That
jamming.
is the Saturn's yellow moon.
I was gonna say Saturn's yellow moon coming in. Yep. This is the one I used to advertise today's show. Hopefully that kind of got the ball rolling, because I know now with Facebook not letting us post on there, it's getting kind of
It's
weird.
disappointing. I mean,
Definitely.
we're seeing a slight decreased number in views because they're just not, it's not being seen by as many people.
And here's I wanna look at the blues, guys. So yes, you do see blues here, but look at the difference in the depth in the ball, the blue ball, and the blue sky to the left. There's obviously a depth difference. You're seeing
Long
something
box
much
cube
closer.
in the middle.
And the cube in the middle, and the faceplate that really trips me out. The faceplate of Isatum's moon just really trips me out. And thank you, Carol.
And Atu's moon, dead center, light blue, sort of right top. And underneath at the big flag there is where the red asteroid and spiral asteroid are.
This thing was taking up just about the entire sky, man. It was insane.
I don't know if it wasn't higher up above the horizon that we can see underneath of it now. Whereas before, Yuri and Atu even were literally down to the horizon, and they are rising up. They're going up from above us, and they'll be heading toward our right shoulder as we stare at the sun.
Yep.
Yeah, boy. Yeah. See the dark blue here. You're seeing the ion tail of the Saturn's yellow moon going up, and the lead asteroid is in front of it.
Also, look, guys, again, you'll see the depth difference between the blues on the right and the blues on the left. You just can't deny that the blues on the right are much closer than the sky being the blue on the left.
Moon vertically asteroid. The red is in the middle, followed by the spiral on the left, just left of the sign there is the spiral asteroid, and behind the sign is the red asteroid in front of Atu's moon and Atu.
To the fisherman, depth. What I mean by depth is that what you'll see is the blue circle, and then you'll see more blue behind it. But you have to see, you have to think in 3D. You can't. I know what we see looks a little more 2D, but you have to think that there's space between these objects.
A lot of space.
A lot of space, exactly. So you'll see the blue coming from a planet or a moon, and then you'll see the blue behind it in our sky. Here's another perfect example. The dark blue is much closer than the blue. Well, you can't even see the sky too much on this one, but look how close that blue is.
And look at the horizon. Look at the white skies at the horizon underneath the bottom of all this.
Exactly.
And if you think that's normal, it is not.
And you can see how the light is being blocked coming in from the right. You can see how there's something blocking that light
Having
from
a rounded edge
to the right. Here's the one a little bit more subtle. You can see how at the horizon you have light blue, and then look it up here. It's just dark blue. This is a little bit more distant, guys, but it's there. It's just a little higher and a little further, but it's there for sure.
Right.
These blues should not be different colors. If there was nothing there, our blues would be all consistently one color, not extremely dark in one side. A circle.
In the 80s and 90s, it was all light blue all the way up, all the way down, everywhere
blue.
left, everywhere light. It was pretty boring. Just go back and watch old movies.
That's why Crayola named the color sky blue. Sky blue.
Right.
And midnight blue, my favorite color.
Yours really, that was my favorite. Midnight blue is my
I've
favorite.
always loved midnight blue.
But yeah, now you've got all kinds of different ones.
There's an ion tail, guys, which we see repeatedly to the right of the sun.
That's really cool.
Look at how it's coming in, blocking in the sun's view. But it's not just moving left, but it's also moving away. If you notice, so there's a lot of movement, guys. You're gonna have rotation, and then you're gonna have movement as you move away. Typically, as you move away and over us.
Yeah, the reason that I sit so still is because we have a still picture of me because I can't run my camera and my microphone at the same time. I apologize, but my upload speed is horrible, and so this is the only way we can do it. I apologize. And my favorite joke is, well, that way I don't have to wear pants. Yeah, look at the difference in look at the dark here.
Which may or may not be true.
I am wearing pants. I
The
promise.
mystery.
Oh gosh.
I guess we'll never know.
Oh.
Look at here. Somebody commented on this video and said this was normal. I'm like,
oh, okay.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ,
yeah.
I don't know where to begin with you, buddy.
Yeah.
Like, look at the
Yeah,
sky on the bottom.
definitely.
No,
Yeah, that's normal sky. The rest is planet.
it has been a while, right? So we're a while into this. These came in 2011, so it's hard to remember, And I want to say that remember how you have a kid and they're growing, and pretty soon it's like their shirts are like this, and they're like, I need some new clothes. You're like, oh gosh, you must have hit a growth spurt, but you don't notice it because you see it every single day.
Right.
So you see these skies every single day, and it used to be there might be some air pollution or whatever, some muckiness down towards the horizon, right? But then it would be sky blue. But now it's not like that at all. There's all those great.
And the
all
hardest
great-
thing is getting that younger generation to know that because they don't know any different. They don't
Right,
know.
right.
These
right.
skies to them are as normal as they've ever been. And anybody who never watches the sky, first of all, my brother tells me he doesn't know how I do it because the skies are so incredibly boring to him.
They used to be. They used to be.
They
but
used
not
to be,
anymore.
yeah. I'm like, I
anymore.
don't even argue with him. I'm just like, dude, you have no idea what you miss.
I saw a video on YouTube the other day where somebody was having to describe to lay people, your run-of-the-mill newbies, no offense intended, what the difference between the moon and the sun was.
Oh no.
Yeah,
Oh,
and I went,
no.
wow, you're kidding me. So,
Okay, you would think that was basic information.
One would hope.
Right.
I don't know. I've actually come across quite a few Facebook videos and Instagram videos where they're pointing at the sky and they're looking at one of the planets, one of the known planets like Venus or Mars or Saturn or Jupiter, whichever one is lit up in the sky at the time. They're like, what's that? And they're acting as if it is like a UFO. It's not even moving.
Yeah.
What is being taught in school?
That reminds me of that really good joke where somebody was, I could pull a blonde joke. I'm blonde. I'm allowed. Where the blonde is describing to her friend, oh, I hear they're going to do a new thing with the sun, and they're going to go and land on the sun and study it. And the guy that she's telling, well, how are they going to do that? She says, well, they're going to go there at night, silly.
Yeah,
when they turn off the sun.
Right, when they turn off the sun. Right.
Mm-hmm.
Holly Grace, we'll be here for a minimum of 4 hours is what we usually do, is a minimum of 4 hours. So no
And I
worries.
can't set up for under
will be
5,
here.
so
We will be here when you get back. So no worries. Go do your thing and we'll be here.
So is that the new goal? 5?
Yeah.
That was
Sam
4 to
said
6.
At least 5. He said at least 5. We can't even consider less than 5. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're just getting warmed up at 4. So yeah.
yeah.
Okay. Well, those were some of my favorites from Jesus. Honestly,
I really wonder how this is going to go, and I hope at some point in time that it actually does just go where people finally accept this. And yet, I see stuff on YouTube all the time where, like we talked about the Nibiru complex, or the people who go on about Nibiru being red, or we talk about the sun sims and all this other stuff. But Oh my God, I don't even know where it's going to go, but at some point in time, we've got to rely on everybody else out there to help share, because we are really drastically shadow banned. Evidence of that even going on right now on Rebecca's page. In her mind's eye, her program is up, but when I go there, it's not running. So we even what we post, we think is being viewed by other people.
Yeah.
And I used to get years ago, I would get 2 or 3 or 4 or 5,000 likes on a post, and now I'm getting 12 and 13.
Yeah, I was.
It shows I'm on live. See that red ring around my picture? It says live. Yeah. But, and then I scroll down.
I went there and it wasn't there.
We're there, So, yeah, no one has clicked like, so nobody can see it. That's why they don't like it. I do not know.
Yeah, I don't know what this is going to take. I mean, my God, we've been doing this for 14 years. We've been screaming to people as loud as we could, and including taking all kinds of guff from the peanut galleries around and the people who were not so kind or polite. And we're doing this for you guys.
How it went from my video I posted on TikTok the other day. Jesus Christ. Oh.
What happened? Oh, you got attacked?
A lot of people are so rude, but it's just some of the dumbest comments. I sometimes I refuse to think that people are this blind or dumb. I really do think it's just trolls, because I don't want to toot my own horn here, but sometimes some of these videos are so obvious that you just can't. The only way you could reason with it is that people just don't want to see it, or it's just, I don't know, paid trolls or something. I don't know, because if you notice the comments, they're all very very shrewd, very I didn't even look at your video, I'm just commenting because it was rude. It was just so rude. But as you do this, the longer you do this, you kind of get used to that, because it comes with the territory. You learn to not really you learn to kind of to ignore it. And as you say, Sam, which I really love when you say this, I need to respect you. I need to, before I get offended by your before you can insult me, first of all, I have to respect your opinion in the first place. So the way I look at it is it's like a child telling me he knows better. So I'm like, whatever.
Okay, Skippy.
So Tara says there's a link on my page that takes her to YouTube. I'm wondering, can you not just see it as it's live? Like, you can't see it as it normally appears.
I didn't even see it at all.
I guess
I can go back and look, but if I refresh,
I'll take it. Right.
Yeah.
Anyway, Facebook. All right. They're picking on me and Irene. I know that much. So, but I want to show you this picture that Andy sent me. He said,
"Wow,
this is older, but he loves it."
That is so cool.
I can
I have never seen this one. Jesus, that is so cool. Wow.
Yeah, I can see why it's his favorite, or one of it. How can you have a favorite when you have thousands of pictures? But
this is the top. This is the top one, though. I gotta say this. But coming from Andy, he has had so many cool ones that it's kind of hard to. But this is definitely up there for sure.
Right.
And Andy is going to be getting different pictures because he's moving. I hope you found a new place and everything's moved in, and for you and your new wife. Yeah. And we hope you're comfortable and safe.
Yes.
That's always a chore.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. I don't want to imagine.
It's like, no. Yeah.
I went through my last year's eviction thing. We were packing up, and I went out and bought a whole bunch of boxes, and I probably have $150 worth of boxes now. I don't have a use for them, but they're stored. Because we beat the eviction, thank God, thanks to the help of all the people who sent in their hard-earned dollars, so I could afford a lawyer and all of that. And then at the end, they just sort of said, "Oh, we've decided to change our minds," and they didn't even apologize for what they put us through. It was horrible.
Yeah, like
But
it
anyway.
was just like it was nothing. You just want to
Yeah,
uproot
like
a family.
like it's just business as usual, no problem.
Yeah.
And it
Yeah,
put my
I
children
think
through a lot of stress. They
I
were
think
really upset.
I think that's at the heart of the problem now is people are removing the humanity in everything. I was seeing this little article on my phone recently how now what they're doing, and this accounts for a big part of why rent is going so high for everybody, is that now what they're doing is they're using an algorithm, right, that goes by location, demand, and all these things, and that algorithm is it promises to increase your revenue by 7 to 10% yearly, but it is going to come at the cost of evicting people, and
I think greed
not
has
even,
taken over.
and at times not even having tenants, and once you remove the humanity from choices like that, we end up with what we're seeing now with rent being outrageous, with food prices being outrageous, and it is inflation, but it's also greedflation as well. So we need to get back to being human and being kind. And recently, we just got a roommate, right? I had mentioned this in one of our last episodes. We got a roommate, and my brother had just had his house appraised, and they told him that he could rent the room for $1,300, and he said, "I'm not going to do that. That's insane. I would never feel comfortable increasing the rent almost. He rents it for $800, which I think is reasonable, and even on the low end." He said, "I might increase it $100, maybe in $200, but increase it a full $500." He said, "It's just, it's disgusting." He said, "It's just disgusting to do that to people. Just because you can do something, doesn't always mean that you should." It's just,
and let's not learn it the hard way.
Yeah. So he did increase it $150, which is still very reasonable for the room, but $1,300. I mean, his appraiser was like, "Well, you're losing out on money." So yeah, but at least I can sleep at night,
Right.
1,300 for
just a little one bedroom, for
a one bedroom apartment.
Little one bedroom, just a room and board, really. It's
Well, not only that, it's going to also increase its eviction rate for the people who can't afford it, who are trying, and then they find out they can't make enough money at their job, and then you're going to have to boot that guy out. Then you got to go to court, you got to pay your lawyer, and you got to pay for this. So you're not really saving any or making money.
He says not only are you going to get the hassle of having to do it, I don't want to do it. I just want a tenant who keeps up with his rent and is a good tenant. He said, and that's it. Like, I'm not intending to become a millionaire off of a couple of rooms that I rent.
Are they one bedroom apartments or?
So this is a townhouse. This is a 4-bedroom townhouse. So it's me and my brother, and then we rent 2 of the rooms.
Wow.
So he rents 2 of the rooms, just to help him with the mortgage and that kind of stuff,
Wow.
And it's helpful, and we have great roommates all the time. This new one, it's a young kid, barely see him, great roommate. But we like to foster a comfortable place where people ain't gonna feel like it's all business. Like, we want somebody who lives in our house who's gonna feel like family. Because if somebody's gonna live in your house, you have to be you're gonna be family. You have to have some decency, and where it's a back and forth. And we've had roommates that have followed us from other. When my brother moved here, he had his roommates come from the other place that he rented and move in with him here, because it's just this home is a home, and anybody who rents a room here is gonna feel comfortable and feel like family, and that is more important to us than making a few extra dollars. We just trying to get by like everybody without feeling like we're robbing somebody. And I really wish that people understood that, that we need to stay human and we need to stay grounded, but now everybody, like, it doesn't matter. People are, I can't tell you how many people I talk to on a daily basis who tell me the rent just increased almost double. And they don't know what they're going to do. There's a lot of displaced people because their rents are increasing like crazy, and it's just unreasonable because yes, everything's going high, but wages aren't keeping up with those
No.
skyrocketing prices. So people are still as broke, paying twice as much, and we all see it here. Gas prices, everything, food bill, everything is so much more expensive. I really
And
wish that we
sadly-
could come together and be human again and treat
Right.
each other like human beings again.
And
because-
sadly, it's just going to get worse. And I don't like saying that all the time, but it is. And we've been watching this predominant pattern, and I am a pattern watcher. We've been seeing the pattern of our weather and our worldwide things going. Food shortage this year is going to be unbelievable for folks in Russia and China and Asia. We're going to be in a world of hurt, and we're going to have to learn either humanity or how to fight. And I think the former would be better than the latter. So we're in dire trouble right now, and this is part of why we're doing what we're doing, to warn people. That way they know what is really happening rather than whatever lie we're handed. And don't buy into the crap they hand you. Always, even if they hand you the information, ask why or what. And then you'll get a better idea. You have to ask questions. You cannot just accept that.
And come together. Remember to have the community kind of sense of pride, guys. We all need each other, and right now we're seeing everybody for themselves, and I think that's a horrible place to be. We really need to kind of get it together and be
it
more
takes a village.
united and more neighborly and more human and decent to each other.
It takes a village to raise a child, and it takes a village to grow a crop of wheat. And I was watching a thing on the numbers of food groups that we should buy right now because of the coming times that are happening. And I occasionally dip my toe into the conspiracy pool a little bit, just so I can see what other people are saying. Flour is a very big important. You can flour will put in a tub and a packaging and sift the bugs out prior if you're smart. But buy those foods right now, those little extras. And think about what you could or could not cook easily with, and then have yeast on hand and things like that. I have a ton of yeast right now. I have more yeast than I'll ever use in my life, and I don't have enough flour. I did last time at Y2K. I ended up with 400 pounds of flour, and I ended up having to give it away to everybody. And unfortunately, I stored it in used pickle buckets, and so all that flour ended up tasting like pickles. And so, it made great pickle bread. It really made wonderful pickle bread if you like that sort of thing. But I got to the point where I ended up literally throwing the last 200 pounds away because it all did smell like pickles.
200 pounds.
So if you're gonna use buckets, be sure to use new ones, not used ones. Lesson learned.
Yeah, because those pickle things, they definitely they linger.
That dill does stick to it no matter what. Yeah.
I remember when one of my first jobs at McDonald's, we used to get the bucket full of pickles, and those buckets were no good. They were no good. Sometimes we'd have people come and ask for them, like, "Hey, man, if you want your water to taste like pickle, go right ahead, man."
Yeah, it does not come out for a very long time.
I just wanted to throw this out here that these pictures are from Jillian in Scotland. She sent these to me, so I just wanted everybody to know. Yes.
I'm sure she's
And that is
great.
a satin, I think. Let me see. I'm trying to see where the light's coming from. This could be.
Yeah.
I believe it's the Saturn's yellow moon with lead asteroid in the front.
Let's see if she responded. I asked her what.
It's hard to tell. The light's hard
Yeah.
to judge. I need my shadows to judge right. This could actually just be Atu's moon and Atu quite easily. Depending.
Esther, yes, I agree with you. That's exactly the kind of communities that I think are going to be the ones that survive in the future. Communities that grow their own food and plant their own fruit, their own vegetables, and barter with each other. That kind of stuff in trade, and I think those are the kind of people that are going to survive in the end. This high tech, all this stuff. It always falls. We've seen it throughout history, and I think the only people that do survive are those people with those kind of skills.
Absolutely.
Those life skills that we are losing as a
Well,
society.
that's what folks in the northern hemisphere, in Norway and Sweden and all of those villages, you'd see these little villages where you'd have 3 or 4 or 5 families, and their houses within walking distance, and their land would be spread out away from them. But yet they all, in the winter time, if you're in trouble, or your cows are freezing or whatever, and you need help, well, then you have a short walk to your neighbor. And then and granted, there are those occasions where you live next to people you can't get along with, but
Sure.
that too is social skills. You have to learn how to other people as well, not just you. So think about that. Think about how you're gonna get by. And so grows all the carrots, and this year I grew the onions or the potatoes or whatever, and I'm gonna grow extra so I can share with my neighbors. Because if they're starving and you didn't grow enough for yourself even, and those poor folks are starving and they're 50 steps away, and that family is suffering, well, you're going to have to take your supply and give them some, because nobody's going to let other people's kids starve. No one would do that.
No.
And so you have to think about that.
When I was young, I didn't spend as much time in Mexico as most of my other family. But when I did, when I was like maybe 6th grade, I spent maybe a couple of years out there. I even went to school there. But I remember getting together with my friends, and guns and stuff was really common for kids to handle those days. So we would go hunting, right? As little kids, and we'd go hunting for rabbits and whatever, and then we'd come home, and then in the neighborhood we would all get together, and one would bring potatoes, one would bring the vegetables, another one would bring this, and we'd all get together and we'd cook up the rabbit and we would all eat out of what we all brought. And I think about that all the time, and I get nostalgic about it, because even as little kids, that you need each other, and we helped each other, and there was kids in the neighborhood that wouldn't, if it wasn't because of that rabbit and what everybody else brought, they probably wouldn't have had dinner that night. So it was just, it's great little experiences like that I think kind of stay with you, in your life. And I hope that we come to a place where we behave like that again, where we just help each other and look out for each other, because times are gonna get, and I'm not a doom and gloom guy, but I mean, look at the weather, look at what's happening, guys. In an instant, I mean, look at Oklahoma, how they got hit. That town is gonna have to come together, and they're gonna have to, and hopefully that sense of community brings that town together, and where they help each other and they rise up above that, because that's the only way that we're gonna survive all that's coming, guys, is to come together.
Right. I hope they don't waste all that debris either. I hope actually people go through it and save the wood that is savable, and save the commodities that are savable, and give away. Some corporations and some companies won't even give away the food in the destroyed stores, and I hope they just override that and start handing it out to people, rather and write it off on the insurance, rather than hauling it to the dump, which is the Russians are doing that right now. They're destroying a lot of food, which is really freaky. There's a lot of really unbelievable practices going on around the world from lack of concern for other people, and we need to. It's time to change, guys. We cannot keep doing what we've been doing, and we're at a new stage. It's time to grow.
Yeah, I can't stand seeing food thrown away like what they do. Just at least give it to a pantry or something.
Yeah,
Don't just throw it away.
When I was in New Mexico, we had a lot of truck stops right off the interstate, right off of Route 66, and every so often, and this would happen maybe once or twice a month, where one of the trucks would derail, or some truck driver had an accident, and all the load would just be all over the highway. And they would call the town, and everybody would go out there. Sometimes it was meat, sometimes it was lettuce, but they never let it go to waste. It's happened twice here in Salt Lake, and they protect that truck, and most of that stuff is I saw once where they were loading stuff in garbage in garbage trucks, and I was like, most of that stuff is still good. It just hit the ground, at least give it to people. There's a lot of here in Salt Lake, we have a huge homeless community. Like, go give it to the homeless. Do something with it. Don't just. I'll never get it, especially coming from a Mormon community. I was expecting
Right.
better than that, But
Right. Well, unfortunately, sometimes religious folks practice their religion on Sunday, and then they practice greed on Monday. So,
that's right. Absolutely, and Mormon Church, they have over $40 billion, and yet the homeless community here is virtually has no. They used to have a few shelters that they shut down because of political differences.
well, people have to look around. There's homeless communities everywhere now. Portland, Seattle, San Francisco, Los Angeles,
And a lot
Salt
of
Lake,
people,
Denver.
yes, it is a drug. For a lot of people, it is a drug use problem, but for a lot of people, it isn't. I was seeing even in California, they were showing videos of people who have 2 jobs, but because things have gone so expensive and rent for most of them, again, rent almost doubled for them. They couldn't afford even with 2 jobs to keep their homes, so they're living out of their cars and working their 2 jobs, hoping that something happens for them. And that's just the saddest thing to see, man, is that even when you try, we live in a society where you're told work hard and you have a chance, but we're seeing that's not true anymore. You work hard and if you're lucky,
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Yeah.
This was Kansas the other day. Look at that.
Yeah. That that to me says close pass.
Yes.
And doesn't that feel like it's not even our clouds? Those when I look at it, it's like that's not in our atmosphere. That's just above our atmosphere. That's not in our. Those aren't our clouds.
Probably not.
That is so crazy. That's so crazy close. Wow.
And yet nobody can fathom this. They go, well, why didn't they crash into each other? Well, I was watching that 6-year-old video where they're talking about this lady. We were talking about this before. She called it Niribaru. She couldn't even pronounce it. And the continuing the description of it, where she says, well, some people believe Niribaru is here and it's going to crash into Earth. No, it's not. We live in an electrical solar system. The planets do not collide into each other. They actually electrically repel. So take that into account. That's not going to happen. It also happens cycle after cycle after cycle. It's not a one-time event. So this has happened 83.3 times in the last 300,000 years. And there were other societies and other versions of us that predate our modern history, including with all the stonework. And like a great example is the Temple of Jupiter. That existed before the Romans. The Romans did not build the Temple of Jupiter. So look that stuff up. There's a lot more going on. And unfortunately, our modern science and our modern history people who are in control do not want you to know about that, so they can maintain their control, including, pardon the expression, but the Crown in the UK. They have amassed one of the largest fortunes on the planet, next to the Vatican or next to some German folks. Or there's a lot of people around that have all the money in the world that they ever needed, and they also have the control. So break the control, break the cycle, learn about the planets. This is real. It's happening. We've documented it for 14 years. We're not guessing.
Electromagnetic, guys, not gravity. And I remember a while back, there was a video that NASA put out. So in the video, there's this little girl from elementary sent them a letter from the teacher, put it together. She wrote that she was really worried about Nibiru, that she had heard that there was an incoming planet that could crash into Earth, right? And instead of saying, well, that wouldn't happen because it doesn't work that way, he goes on saying, well, if we find Planet X, we will let you know, and goes on this whole rant, which we all know is bullshit, about how, if Planet X is out there, we will find it, when it's been here for freaking years. But instead of actually putting her to ease and saying the universe doesn't work that way, because I'm sure they knew by then at that time that it was electromagnetic, not gravity based.
Well, teachers generically, the information goes up; it doesn't come down. And the middle people, even at NASA, don't even know about this. I actually, when I was being released from the government service in handcuffs, I had actually asked to go to NASA and to work there, and they basically told me no, because I already had too much information and I wouldn't be able to go there. So they it's a tight secret. Only the top people know about this, and it is really, really, really time for everybody around the planet to know this, because oh my God, we've a decade into it, and people still don't know what's right in front of us every day. I can't believe it. I cannot believe it. That I can't believe. Nibiru I can believe, because I know I've seen it by eye. Watched it in 2012 for weeks, months from my yard. Coolest show I ever saw. Meanwhile, back then I had Montana Skywatcher 1 and 50 members going up to 8,000 or 80,000, depending on which year you talk about. But so I talked about it. People didn't believe it. People didn't believe it. And yet, meanwhile, I'm standing in my yard staring at the coolest show that ever was. So it's truly a pity that people get caught up in what average belief system is. And you need once you see it for yourself, you'll believe, truly. Which is what all of these folks are sitting here today on the line on the left-hand screen, because they all have seen these planets. We're not crazy. We're not nut jobs. We're not conspiracy theorists. We're not people, trying to get your religious dollar or anything like that, or sell you a pair of golden tennis shoes. Pardon the expression, but it's real, you guys. These are real. That's what this is what all about the Sumerians and the Egyptians even knew about it. You do a little bit of homework, you go into some of the older information, and it all fits. If it wasn't real, it wouldn't fit.
Right.
And wouldn't match time after time after time.
But the thought of NASA not knowing, I just can't even fathom that.
Right.
It just.
Well, maybe some people at NASA do, but your average worker there, your average school teacher doesn't even know about it. You could have a physics teacher or chemistry teacher, or just somebody went to college or has all these major degrees or whatever, and they still don't know about it. Look at David Talbot. They're the Thunderbolts project. They're on the brink of the electric universe, and they know all of this stuff, and yet, why is it they don't know about the binary solar system?
Yeah.
Wow,
that's crazy to me. That's absolutely bizarre.
Why doesn't Graham Hancock know about it? He knows so much. The man, he's going, there are previous civilizations, high-tech civilizations, evidence around the world for years. He's been talking about it, and yet for some reason he's not aware of the middle of the answer to everything he's searching for is right in front of his face.
I'm glad that you saw that, Sam, because that's exactly what I think about Graham Hancock. I'm like, you're so close to putting it together. You're so close because Graham Hancock, I think what I like about him is that he has learned to see the world the way we do. He's learned to see things in a bigger, broader spectrum. Okay, so he's learned to see things from a bird's eye view and think bigger. And he's made a lot of discoveries because of his ability to think big. And I think that's the biggest, that's a huge thing with people, is that we think so small and so just our little, what we can see with our peripheral vision. We can't think too big. you have to train yourself to do that. But I think Graham Hancock has learned to do that here on Earth. I think he needs to start doing that out in our sky, but I think down on Earth he's learned to do that, and I feel like he's like I would love to get together with him and put it together. Like it would.
Oh yeah, that would be a great conversation.
It would absolutely be amazing.
That would be a great conversation.
Just get together, share the knowledge that he has, and then share what we have, and see how that meshes together.
I'd have to bring a notebook and pen too, because I'm sure you'd be telling me stuff I don't know, and I've watched a lot of his material, and I sit there and I smile and I go, but you're right on the cusp of it, and if you just reach just a little farther, you're going to have your answer.
Yes, every time that I see him, I think that exact thing. I'm like, man, you're so close.
A little bit further, and you have the answer. This is why the repetitive cycling of other civilizations in between, and there's a lot of room between now and 65 million years ago when the dinosaurs got whomped, and a mass extinction, and I to this day believe that we're many civilizations in between now and that 65 million years ago. And now with the James Webb Telescope, they're discovering that their 13.6 billion year old estimation of the Big Bang doesn't make sense anymore. Thank God. It makes it sound like everything was created in this small spot, and that's not what happened. There's universes being born every day, and when we look back through these telescopes, we're looking back on light that started 5, 8, 10, 15, a billion years ago, all the way across the known galaxies. And we're looking at light that was a long time ago cast, but we're not actually seeing space for what is now. We don't know what is now.
Wow.
And unfortunately, that's limitations of man, but
thing to wrap your head around.
Oh yeah. And there's millions of galaxies, if not billions of galaxies. And in those galaxies, there's probably a billion life forms on a billion or a million and a half different solar systems. And we have no concept. And I personally have actually met face to face with extraterrestrials. They are real. Yes, they are real. Take my word for it. I wasn't channeling. You reach out and you touch them and you push on them. I've actually watched one of my friends kick a gray, and the boot print stayed there for about 0.2 seconds and then popped back out, and that was the weirdest shit you ever saw in your life. And Grace
have you touched one, Sam? Did you make any physical contact?
Yeah, I have touched a gray. I actually had a good long conversation with one and wearing when I was in a underground in the deep. When I was getting my psyche valve was done by a gray in a white lab coat, and I thought that's why I remember it, was because they bring me into a room, and then here's the guy that's supposed to interview me for my psyche valve, and it happens to be not human. But anyway, and there's a faction that does work for the government. It's a rogue group of grays, because they didn't want to hang out on the moon base anymore, and so they went rogue and joined us, because they want to be able to come out to Earth and have things like we do too. And that's part of what's coming in the future, is we are going to supposedly we're going to have to share Earth with other races.
Wow.
And I hope and pray that comes out soon. Although there are a lot of people that won't be ready for this.
Are you kidding me? Most people ain't gonna be ready for it. We can't even tolerate each other, Sam.
Right.
We still think in he's brown, he's white, he's black, so he's different to me.
Them Dar Okies or those people from California, or those New Mexicans, or the guys from California. I mean, we have a prejudice up here in Montana towards people from California. We say, well, don't Californicate Montana, and and it is happening. The money, they sell their house down there, and for half price move up here, buy a house, and then it raises all of our taxes and everything.
We're seeing that here, Sam. We're seeing that here too. But I mean, they're escaping expensive stuff too, and we're seeing
Skull Asteroid
buy with California money, come and buy 2 homes, Airbnb one, and live in the other.
Right. You see the Skull Asteroid Dead Center?
Hey guys, I've been sitting for a while. I need to walk around for a little bit. My knee's been bothering me, so I'm gonna take a little stretch. But I'll be back in 15 minutes or so.
And I will be with you as well.
Okay,
I'm going to go ahead and I'll say goodnight now. Hey,
Okay,
Good night, Nicole.
Thank you for your work.
Have a good night.
Absolutely.
We'll see you
I'll
guys
be
in a
looking
bit.
for more pictures, so.
Yeah.
Bye.
Okay. See you later. Thank you. Bye. All right. Here we are.
Yeah, that last picture, dead center in the middle of it, right there is the Skull asteroid, dead center. It's got a little bit of cloud in front of it, but you can see the forehead and you can see the eye sockets and.
Oh, hello.
Yeah.
I just.
He looks friendly. Yes.
Yeah. Sometimes
you see it by eye, and then you want to pee your pants.
Yeah. Unless it's like literally just smacking me in my face. Just kind of giving up on the Skull asteroid because I think I'm seeing it, and then I'll turn my head a little bit, and then wait, did I see it over here, or am I looking at it now? And now
it's tricky.
It is tricky. It
is
seems
tricky.
sometimes it's all over
It
the
did
place.
move on us within the last month. It came forward, and I was expecting to see it up higher and more behind Uri and in between Uri and Atu, because that's where it is. But now that we have switched sides on our out view of Uri and Atu, we are seeing more of the Skull asteroid closer to us. And it's smaller than it was in 2015. Now this summer it might just be gigantic again.
Okay.
So we got to look forward to getting the hell scared out of us by staring at that. And it's an asteroid, and I do wonder if it's intentionally carved that way, or something else, or maybe it's a skull off a big giant space alien. We don't know. I'm being silly. But the Skull asteroid was actually announced by NASA 4 years after we discovered it.
Oh,
yeah. I still, Montana Skywatcher is number one. I mean, excuse me, Citizen Science Project and Rebecca's Nibiru Followers Anonymous. We're number one. I don't want to, push you out of the box there, Rebecca. But I mean, all of us, our collective is number one on this information.
Right. What I loved about this picture was the curved. The blue was just so perfectly. It just jumped out at me. How it was
that's that too.
Curved. I think this might be.
It's that too.
Atu. Okay.
If that's the skull, the Skull asteroid is between Atu and Uri, and so this has to be Atu behind it there.
Perfect. All right. It'll dawn on me in a second. I think
no worries. Well, I'll just go back to the site drawing.
Yeah. Perfect. But the Skull asteroid is like I have, I see faces. Okay, so but so it makes it hard to pinpoint the skull because it's like, is that the skull?
Exactly.
Or is that the skull, or is that the skull? I mean, there's faces everywhere.
Well,
so.
look at the light illumination on the forehead, and how that is completely different illumination than any of the clouds that are with it.
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Different. That helps. Okay.
It does.
He has a forehead.
Around it, it's a different intensity.
Right.
It's a solid where the rest of them aren't. Sorry, I have minor hiccups going from my Coca-Cola.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
I agree with Audrey though. It's fresh. Like this information is so fresh because you can't, you're not finding this everywhere, so it's not like we're repeating ourselves because, it's always something new and different. Always.
Oh, yeah. Wow.
Yeah. Or nipicity. It's like so obvious once you understand those lines.
Yeah, once you learn the base clouds of each of these planets, you will automatically recognize them. And it's a little hard at first, and there are a lot of people that will go, well, I'm older, and so I don't get this. Well, no, it just takes a little bit of practice, and has nothing to do with age. I think actually the older folks are getting it better than the younger folks in most cases. And like this, the picture we're looking at right there. See that big white edge line of the planet? Learn that. The
Right.
facial illuminations occurring on that big rounded side that's being lit up shows you that it's there.
Right.
It all you have to learn the light. You have to learn to look at the dark areas first and then work your way to the light, not the other way around. Otherwise, it's going to blend in and you won't see anything. But if you start at the dark areas first and then work your way to the light, you will see. You know, Katie Joe, are you seeing the planets now? I mean, we know that she started new, and I believe she saw some of it. But have you? Boy, look at that. That's spiral asteroid. If I ever saw it.
So cool.
I figured. Let's see.
There's a new name, Mustang Mac.
Yeah, I noticed that a few minutes ago too. I have not seen Mac here before, but good to see you.
Welcome, welcome. We hope we earn your subscription. Like, subscribe, share, hit the notification button. Well, that's a strange
It
shot.
was just, I thought so too. Look, the lines and the line, all the lines, just different.
That
why
is
is it
a
like
different shot. I'm actually getting warm. Yay.
What is in, like, what's in the middle of our, is that just
Probably
like
just a cloud.
cloud? Just cloud?
Yeah, probably just a cloud. Probably normal. It's a cool shot. I don't really see much in it.
Well, I think the shape of the sun is strange, but
Well,
maybe
you know, there
it's,
are, you know, it could be just have normal weather, a weather front in front of the sun.
yeah. Okay.
This, however, is a completely different story. This is literally probably the bottom of Nepesity. And the core base cloud's over to the left. I'd have to look at there is next to no shadow here. Yeah, that is completely, and you see that big flat line. If that was just clouds, that wouldn't be that big flat line at the horizon there. That's a planet.
Yeah.
And yes, they are that big. Yes, they are that close. And even the small planet with Nepesity is the smallest of them, with the exception of Matim. Matim is bright blue and very, very tiny. But Nepesity is small, but when she's close to Earth, she looks huge.
Exactly, Katie Joe. I know. I don't remember seeing clouds that created like a wall in the sky. That's not normal.
Not like that. No.
No. And that.
And that's green.
I know.
That's Nepesity green.
And it's like also when the clouds aren't out and you're seeing clear skies too. If some days you can actually see a difference between our sky and the skies of the planets. Like it's almost like it's not only a different texture. It's almost like a different
definition.
Sometimes it almost looks like
it's more
solid
defined.
sky
It's
too.
defined differently from what you're looking at.
Yeah.
There's a sharpness to it where our clouds don't have that, and then you're seeing these things above us, and then you go, "Oh my God, look at that absolute sharp edge of that round!" And then you see the illumination change as you watch it, and then you get to see it transcend in that illumination, and you get to watch the light go around the face of the planet. And once you see that, you'll never forget it.
Right.
I'm happy, Katie Joe, that you are watching those. And look at this. Oh boy, I am. Wow. Okay, the light is coming from behind us, I believe. Wow. This is Nepesity also.
Wow.
Can't be Uri because it would be on the other side. So this is Nepesity. See the green line inside the illumination above the core. And 1, 2, 3. This is the snorkel coming down, and this might have a great deal to do with the amount of rain that we got in, literally from Texas to Oklahoma to Missouri as well, and all that flooding. in Louisiana and Arkansas and everything. That just, they got way more rain than normal. And we notice we've not been given any rain totals from the National Weather Service. Boy, look at that!
Wow!
Wowie! Wow!
Definitely.
Now, boy, this is sort of fisheye. That has got to be in Dubai.
Yeah, it's Dubai.
I know the tower.
Yeah, definitely.
I'm tempted to say this is the bottom of. Let's see, where's the shadow? Okay, the shadow is coming. Okay, the light is behind us. I imagine. Well, no, the light is over to the right.
Yeah.
This could be the bottom of Uri. I doubt it, but it could be. Or it could even be the bottom. Now, if it's in Dubai, it's in the middle of the planet, in the tropical troposphere area. In the center. This could actually be the base cloud of Saru.
Wow!
It could be, because I can't define it as any other base cloud that we know other than Saru.
Okay, so are you saying like?
And if they've got a better view of Saru than we do here in the northern hemisphere, because we're still watching Uri in the way of Saru, but down farther south in the lower half of the planet, Uri is up higher to them, and so they would have this. I would bet money that this is the bottom base cloud of Saru, and I would, Rebecca, if I was you, I would keep a copy of this.
Okay, I'll send you a copy. We'll have it too. You can have it too.
Now you can mark it even if you wanted to as well, or do put it into a comparative. Because that really that to me that screams, because the base cloud isn't like anything else. It's not a Uri base cloud because there's no asteroid around it. It's not an Nepenthe base cloud because it would be an open core. But we know Saru has an immensely thick bottom base cloud, and this falls into that possibility.
Are you talking about the darker rounded area?
Yeah.
Or all of it behind?
All of it is the planet, but that circle is the base cloud at the bottom of Saru.
Wow.
She has an immensely. It's almost tornado. Supercell like, but this literally falls into what the bottom of Saru's base cloud. That's what I'm saying. Save a copy of this. We may see more of it.
Right.
That way we can do more comparison.
Yes.
Yeah, I am sort of venturing a guess here, everybody. Normally I don't do that, but this drastically reminds me of Sarah. I was sitting there trying to think, what the hell am I looking at? What am I looking at? It can't be Uri, it can't be Nepenthe, it can't be Nibiru, because Nibiru is not there. And on that side where the light is, we know the light's over to the right. So what else can it be? It has to be Saru.
I have some bad news. I have to back out because I have the error. I have an error.
Okay. All right.
Back out. So I'll come back.
I'll get my kids in here and have them sing God, what's the name of that song? Sea chanty. The Wellerman. Soon now the Wellerman comes to bring us tea and sugar and rum. Yeah. They knew that song before I did. I chuckled. I was like, how do you guys know something I don't know? Oh, Dad, the internet. It was like, okay.
Oh, no. Right? It's incredible this, the internet and what it's doing for this generation.
It can be a learning tool or it could be a stupid tool, too. You can get dumber doing it or you can get smarter. And I apologize. I don't mean to sound rude like that, but some things on the internet will make you dumber.
Oh,
everybody
absolutely.
in the neighborhood's IQ points just went down for what you just said. Yeah.
Yeah, these kids also know how to use this computer in ways that I'll never understand.
Yeah,
too,
they're teaching me. They're teaching me.
Right. It's like
I'm still brain stuck back in Windows 8,
Oh, it's great.
Windows 7, Windows 8, and I'm running Windows 11 now, and it's annoying.
I know, right? It's like, why?
Well, it's set up for the phones, and it's not really computer friendly. where Windows 7 and Windows 8 were computer friendly, and then Windows 9 and 10 started heading toward the phone, and then Windows 11 is pretty much phone based app, unfortunately. And all skills, which everybody out there that you see, and I don't even have a cell phone, so I don't even know how to use one. My last phone was a flip phone.
Hey, those were great phones. Those Motorola's.
Yeah,
those Razor phones or whatever they were.
See the internal core and the dip on in the middle, and that little illuminated dot there in 2011. Believe it or not, that is planet Nepesity.
Wow.
And if you look in the middle top of the ring, you'll see a little bit of an orange blip in the upper right-hand corner, and that's Isatum.
That's incredible.
In front, shows you the size difference between Saru, Nepesity, and Isatum. Hugely different. Yeah, see that base?
Yeah.
See that circle at the base cloud? That matches pretty much with that little warble sort of like gnome hat upside down thingy.
Okay.
And that could even be one of the planets in front of it at the base cloud there, but I can't identify which. It could easily be Isatum. Because we do have pictures of Isatum visible under Saru, which was weird because Isatum is actually close to Nibiru, which at the time didn't make any sense to me, except when we watched them go away. And there's these vast amounts of distances between these planets, although it doesn't appear so. And that's why I say all the time, we can see way, way out there, but not far enough. I mean, it's like we see too much and we see too little all at the same time. Here again is the example of the green dot again. That's planet Nepesity in front of them, and that's the base cloud of Saru that's illuminating. And all of that blue in the upper blue area on the left hand and on the right is the size of Saru.
Incredible.
What about that green dot? Is that
the green dot is Nepesity?
Yeah. It's so little.
And the red right next to it is bigger, larger Isatum. You can see a little bit of red, little orange, but Nepesity is in front of larger Isatum in this shot.
I'm trying to get back to Dubai here. 1 second.
Cool.
Let's see.
Yeah, down at the equator, and probably from the South Pole, they have a different view of Saru than we do up here.
I was looking to see if I saw, anything.
Yeah, that really. All right. Okay, I'm going to go out on a limb here. This is the bottom of Saru. Because look at the perfect round.
Yes. Sure.
And guys, these earlier pictures were taken in 2011, and this is 2024. And if it matches 14 years, 13, 15 years later, then it's real. I should never have drawn those little dots in there because they're deceptive. That's how I started out to draw it that way, but then didn't. I changed my mind. And I drew these. I didn't copy them off of anything. I just drew them out of my head.
I'll have to make a comparison and look at it side by side. But yeah, I do see some similarities, definitely. Well, cool. I did not suspect Sarah. Never.
Be going over our heads this summer, maybe fall.
Right.
Don't know. It's conjecture on my behalf, but we've been waiting for Saru to come back for years now. And that looks like the base fingers of Nepesity, very, very close over the top of us. And light blue, illuminated after sunset. Spooky. Oh, I just wish, that's a punch cloud of some sort. It could easily be the bottom of Nepesity. It has the shape. Doesn't have the fingers though. That's weird. Or it could be just an asteroid that's just bouncing off the top of our atmosphere as a normal punch cloud. It's hard to call on what we're looking at here, but we know that the planets are here. We know the planets are here.
Right. That we know.
I mean,
And
just the other
this-
day, I'm sorry. Go ahead,
This
Sam.
could easily, notice where the light is. This could easily be the bottom. I was going to say Nepenthe at the beginning, but I'm gonna say this is Nibiru.
Me
Wow.
too. I was thinking that too, Sam, because I have been seeing that quite a bit. Almost every time I go out live at sunset, I notice the fingers of Nibiru. You know, and it's not very often we see them.
And
I
there's
think
so much
Nibiru
different.
at sunset. Nibiru is literally in the north by northeast sky as it's rounded away from us and the sun goes down. Nibiru has moved farther. It used to be in the northwest last year,
Okay.
and all the way up through the middle of December-ish or so. And then literally this spring, Saturn started getting in the way, but then it was moving literally to the north sky. So
Yeah.
if this is about sunset and we are sort of looking northeast, this could easily be the fingers, the odd fingers in the bottom of very large Nibiru.
somewhere I had a good video of Nibiru fingers. I'll see if I can find it. Because it's not something you see too often, but it does initially look like, Nepenthe, just right off the bat.
Yeah, but the fingers are not
location-
uniform enough to be Nepenthe. They're scattered like Nibiru's are.
Yeah.
Nibiru looks more like a hand than a paper plate, and the bottom divisions on the bottom of Nepenthe almost look like the segments in a paper plate.
Right, and then they're doing this like split ends thing going on at the tips.
Yeah,
of
reaching
the
up and
fingers,
around. Yeah, I would say this is Nibiru.
Wow.
Planet Nibiru. Yeah. And this is, of course, green Nepenthe again at sunset. Boy, those windmills look small, even though they're real big and way far away. Out there killing eagles. That's a joke. There's a certain
Again,
group
a
of people
roll.
that are downing windmills because occasionally a bird gets killed by them. That in Wales. I'm bad joke. I'm reaching into politics.
Oh, oh.
I didn't catch it.
Well, there's a group of people out there in the political world that are trying to
In the political world.
Yeah,
Okay.
trying to make really stupid statements that are just completely based on lies, so they can distract people and collect more money. This is the discharge of one of the overhead passing planets or an asteroid coming in, because if you look at it, it does look like an asteroid group coming in at an angle. And this could be an asteroid discharge, which is part of the 180-day cycle, which we keep warning about. And enhanced weather and screwy, nasty, scary shit happening out of the blue that the forecasters didn't call for, and yet there it was out of nowhere. An example of that is what happened to South Carolina about a month ago. They had normal weather, then boom, all of a sudden they got that gorilla hail out of nowhere.
Gorilla hail.
And that could have easily been, a weather effect from a close pass. Now, the close passes probably are a little higher away than they used to be, so let's hope and pray that's the case. But then I don't have the exact model of exactly how they're orbiting past us versus this year, last year, the year before, etc. I just have an imagination of it, or a good idea. 2 a.m., huh? Okay, thank you, Sandy Cheeks. Nibiru rolls through my area at 2 a.m. Wow. It would be in the north sky about then, heading towards the east. Yeah, about north by northeast by around 2 a.m.
These are some pics from Katie Joe.
Cool.
And that is an asteroid crossing in front of you.
Wow.
It could even be the cube. I don't know. Kind of looks a little bit of cube liney there. This one's above the sun. Atu's moon normally. I can't really tell you on this shot, but I do try. How about them Brooklyn Dodgers? Anyway, yeah, hello.
Yeah, that one's, I love it.
Star Wars,
Yeah.
anybody?
I see him
You
there.
see those little triangles there, everybody?
Perpendicular lines, little tiny
Uh-huh.
perpendicular.
Hundreds of starships are parked outside of Earth right now, and I'm amazed that the world doesn't know about it. Absolutely in awe. And that too adds to my stress level, because I know all of this crap is going on because we've had thousands of sightings. And yet it's very frustrating because we want you guys to get this information out there. I don't know any other way to do what we're doing, but we're doing it.
So Thunda is asking about breakaway clouds that drop low to the ground. Do you know about those, Sam?
That'd be normal clouds. If they're in our atmosphere generically, they're our clouds. The clouds above, on the base clouds of the planets, do not come anywhere near us, although they do affect our upper weather.
Wow.
And we're talking 40, 50, 60, 80, 100,000 feet, way up there.
That is so cool.
So they're not near us, but they look so close. It's like
They
you
look
can
They look
grab
so
it.
close.
Yes.
Yeah, I'm sure, the closest path, 100,000 miles away, or we don't have any idea.
That's
Right.
crazy because sometimes they look like you just touched them.
Welcome back.
Yeah, and I believe our outer atmosphere goes somewhat like 3,000 miles outside of Earth, and that's just our electrical magnetosphere. Our stratosphere and troposphere and all of that are all within 60, 70, 80,000 feet, depending on which one of the bands you're referring to. Wow, this is an odd shot.
Yeah.
There's a lot going on in this. I think a good portion of it is sea
You like
trails.
that. Yeah, lots of streaks.
Wow. It's a lot of.
Now we know that the Texas cube is up to the upper left there. We know it. So, and these, of course, there could be star destroyers that are leaving these little pathways, space chemis. Because they do leave eddies when they travel.
I don't know. Looks a little like long box seat to the right there, don't you think, Sam?
It would be on there. Yeah, I was thinking that first as well. But yeah, we could have both cubes in here, in this one shot alone. On the left would be the Texas cube. On the right would be the long box. And they do get captured occasionally, right in the out view, right next to each other, but they're not. But in the out view, they do appear to be close to each other, and they're not. And this could easily be, what we haven't seen recently is the space tube.
Yeah, I haven't seen that.
We have not seen the space tube recently. I wonder if they filled it up and then sent it away. Because I always see that as like a cargo tube where they're, or any number of these lines could be created in space.
Well, yeah.
And look how small the sun is. Look how small the sun is.
Yeah, something's definitely clipping it off there. See, this is the kind of view that I was getting a lot last year, the year before that, and it's confusing. There's just so much going on that it's
something's definitely
hard to make sense of anything.
Well, that's why a lot of people freak out about the sea trails. And, and then they focus on that, and then they don't see what's behind them, which is why they do. Well, it's partially why they do it. Most of what sea trails are is to put a particulate in the atmosphere so we do not fry.
Wow.
That's some of the extra light. And any amount of extra light being refracted away from Earth is good.
Yeah.
So it's a good thing, bad thing. And this is why they're using toxic materials, because it's the lesser of two evil scenarios. I'd rather have a little toxic crap in the atmosphere than I have a 130-degree day.
Right? Can you imagine?
Well, that's the greatest temperature in Death Valley recorded in the United States was in Death Valley at 130 degrees, and we will see that again this year.
Wow.
It will happen.
30? Oh, in Death Valley. Okay.
Wow. I thought maybe 120 something, but
how high are your highs, Christopher? When I was there, it was like 118, I think, was the highest.
Oh, yeah. Oh yeah, I've been in 120 degree weather before.
I can't even I can't even imagine walking out the door into that.
No, it's like we've got some funny memes. You know, I'll send them to you, Sam.
Oh, okay.
You know,
Yeah.
something like what it feels like to exactly what you said. You know, what it feels like to walk outside in Vegas weather. It's
Well, I
basically
remember,
like,
I've stayed in hotels in Vegas quite a few times, and every time we would think to go somewhere, and I stayed at the Excalibur a couple of times. I stayed at the Hacienda, which is not even there anymore.
No.
I've stayed at Treasure Island and all of that, and went to the shows there regularly. But we'd walk out of the casinos and those doors right at the parking lot, or where the limo pickup. Walk out the door, and I would take 3 steps and turn right back around, and I'd go find me the buffet. I'm not going. I'm going to stay in the hotel. The heck with it. I don't care about the swimming pool. I'm not going.
No, and I'll tell you from experience, Sam, the pools. They're not even cold. It's not even cold.
No, they're not.
I remember jumping into ours at 3 a.m. and it was warm. It was freaking. It wasn't even refreshing. It was so disappointing.
Well, up here in Montana, we have hot spring pools that we love dearly, and you jump in, and it's it's 110 or 112 degrees, and it's like unsittable, and 90 degrees is acceptable, and then you have your shoulders sticking out, and you're freezing, so you always want to be at least chin level down. But yeah,
Right.
Swimming pool in the desert, and when it's hot and you're still not getting any relief, that's not good.
Yeah. And I think if you want to build a new pool here too, you can't just build any size you want. I think they have a mandate now where you can only build such a, I don't know. It's pretty small
water
what you
shortage,
can build now, and then that's it.
I was gonna say that it's probably a water thing.
Yeah, Colorado River and all. And they don't even use the sprinklers on those big fountains anymore as much as they used to. And that was over a decade ago, that when I was last in Las Vegas. God, even longer than that. It's been many years since I've been in Las Vegas.
You'd be shocked the way it looks now. It's just
It's changed.
unrecognizable.
And what is the deal with that? What is the deal with that roller coaster up on top of a building? Are those
Which
people out of
one?
their minds?
The New
no
York,
way.
the New York.
What
New
yeah,
York,
there's
isn't it?
New York, which is
That's the
just
one
a regular roller coaster, and then they've
And then
got
the Stratosphere has the one
I think
that
they took
hangs-
that
There
off.
is no way I would even go up there, let alone get on that.
I know.
People
No, I've
pay
been,
good
I've
money.
been in the IDS Tower in Minneapolis on the
People
98th
pay good
floor and
money
all
to
of
get
that.
on.
Yeah. When
Yeah, I'm
they
not
were
going
building
back.
it caught on fire like 3 times, and it was awful. That Stratosphere Tower is it's tall. It's the size wise, it's impressive.
You
but
have
it's
to be
just
a
ugly.
major thrill seeker to go up there
Yeah.
and then get on that ride. Oh my God, I can't even imagine. I don't want to go on the roller coaster at Silverwood in Idaho. Thank you. You
I was
know,
gonna say, do you do roller coasters, Sam? Are you a roller coaster?
not anymore. No, I no.
Yeah.
I don't do those because it's not good for your brain. Because it yanks you around. You get
Right.
whiplash from roller coasters and head injuries. So I kind of treasure my brain a little bit too much for that. Thank you, and I don't want to
I
have to
know.
pay for it on top of it.
Right.
Uh,
Pay for
Oh,
my
if
my kids
fun.
wanted to do a lot of
It
that.
If it was fun, I'd do it, but it just doesn't sound fun to me. It just sounds scary. And
Oh no, they have bungee cord.
I don't particularly like the feeling of being scared. Some people seem to like that.
Yeah.
They go
I
nuts
work-
about
off the
it. I don't
stratosphere
get
now.
it. I do not get that one.
When I was a
there's
young adult, I
great
worked at
movies,
2 different carnivals, and I put the octopus together one time, or many times actually. One year, I put the octopus together, and then we would take it apart, and we'd load it on the truck, and then go to the next town. And
Right.
putting those same bolts back in,
Oh.
time after time after time, and you're looking at them, and you're cranking it down with your ratchet, and you're going, "This is what's holding this on,
Yeah.
this one bolt." And then you go to the guy, "Oh, this bolt doesn't look good. Oh, put it on its spine." It's like, "Are you sure?" There's people going to get in this, and after that, I never got on the octopus ever again. After I put
Right.
one of those machines together, never again. No, thank you.
Wow.
Sorry,
Yeah.
we're talking carnival rides, not planets here. I do
Right.
apologize.
Well, I mean, that's planets are kind of a carnival ride. I mean, that's where I
Right.
get my rush from that. You know?
Audrey, we
Yeah.
assume, we think Nepenthe is Earth-sized somewhere, either bigger or smaller, but within that range. I think a Saturn is bigger than Earth.
Wow.
There's no way for us to really measure that. I don't have a laser measurer that I could go out, and I think the only way we'd ever be able to, judge that is to go out in space and fly past the damn thing. But
That would be
or hey, maybe we could get a ET's book
Oh,
for the binary solar system for dummies from brought to you by the Pleiadians.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sure
great.
in the children's books for Pleiadians.
I hope I get to see that before I die.
I hope that we have a transition where maybe we actually do get the opportunity to have, pardon the expression, I don't want to say this, but a mothership that actually does come down in the nick of time and helps some of us out. I'm hoping for that. I don't want to see catastrophic scenario and me and my kids have to live in Mad Max world. I don't want to do that. It's a possibility. I hate to think that it's a possibility, but it is a possibility. And I wait, and that's part of my stress thing too. I
Yeah.
don't want to believe that this is coming, but yet we know cycle after cycle, every 3,654 years to 4,000 years, we go through drastic climate change. We go through climate change migration. There's lost civilizations that have ended at that same time period, give or take 100, 150 years within that same cycle. You look back in the dynasties of Egypt, the transition of the Egyptian dynasty literally broke apart right at the last cycle, where the Hittites took over, and they at that time they were up there where Gaza and all of that is. That's where the Hittites live, in Palestine area. The countries have changed and different names, and they took over, and then of course there was the other dynasties where the southern Egypt kingdoms took over. That's barely accounted for because they're black people, so they're not given the credit either. Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. So history, unfortunately, is written by a bunch of white guys, and they didn't do it right. And
We always say
I'm a white guy,
history
and
is written by the
victors.
victors. Right. I mean,
But
and then
them
you
movies control.
right.
Yeah, even the stories of Rome. We're still affected by Rome in so many ways, including what's on my nose. I have a patrician Roman nose, which is where my bloodline comes from. The Roma, which is why I can read tarot cards and I've got gypsy blood in me. Ha ha ha. Anyway.
So,
Great.
Hey, Sam, so what do you think happens every?
Wow.
I mean, I know this is a big question, but so what? Like, do the survivors? Could you imagine what it's like to be like in power when everything goes to shit, and then everybody, you have those few in power? Is it going to be like? Can you imagine how people behave when that happens?
Yeah, we're going to see feudalism again.
We're going to see what we see in Mexico. In Mexico, when they kill one of the leaders of those drug cartels, it's war between everybody else, just fighting for power. Can you imagine when there's far less of us, and then there's those few left to fight for power? That's going to be. I think about that all the time. That's not going to be nice. I
How
can't
old is
imagine
this
it being
picture?
nice. That's going
How
to
old
be
is
pretty
this
good.
picture, Rebecca?
Given human history and how violent and the way we are.
let me see if I got a date on it. It was yesterday in Vietnam.
Oh my God! Guess what we're staring at? The sun is in the middle, but the left-hand sun could easily be our dwarf soul. And that cut in on the right hand side, that big round, is the side of Isatum's yellow moon.
Okay.
And Isatum is also beside it, below it, and that's why you're seeing the fingers going around the edge of Isatum and this cutoff in the larger star. And I keep a copy of this too, because the two suns, because it's too big and too bright to be the blue asteroid, and that's the only object in that area. And if you look at the top, there is a little yellow nib at the top of all of this, and that would be where the blue asteroid would be, and that would be the size of the blue asteroid. That's why I'm believing, because we're again, it's at the equator, and they have a different view than we do. And if the standard red star is going to the right, then our dwarf yellow soul would be left behind on the left.
Look how much bigger it is.
Thanks.
And that one, that is the normal size of our sun normally.
Wow.
You know, and if you compare the size to the bigger one, then I would actually, it is kind of what we've been seeing, is a way bigger sun.
Yeah.
And they're the same intensity brightness. That's why I'm saying it's a sun. An asteroid would be less intense bright. So I think we are staring at the separation. I think we really are seeing separation. And this is like capture number 8 or 9 now within the last 2 months, where this is falling really hardcore into reality. And this is how we do it. I mean, there is a little bit of finessing and hemming and hawing back and forth, and we talk to each other about it. And then, sometimes we're a little bit, exaggerating. But then over time, we see enough examples that it does curb the science into fact.
And that's the great part of what we do, is because you get a big overview of what's really happening when you get to see that from pictures from around the world. You get to see the broader picture of what's happening on the planet, and I love that part of all this.
Yes, Billy, there is a Santa Claus. Oh, I mean,
you got to see this video. This is from JD. He just shared it about 30 minutes ago there in Kansas.
Excellent. Thank you, JD.
Here. Oh, not that one. This one.
No, I mean, I thank you in advance.
Oh, in advance. Perfect. Look at that, guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh my God.
Wow.
That is Yuri.
That's
See
gorgeous.
the stripes?
What a show.
Wow.
I wish I was there.
Jesus. See, that was such a view in 2018.
That was cool.
That is such a 2018.
There's Matthew's moon.
Yeah.
And then Yuri is
I haven't
behind it.
seen like that in so long. But I have a video that matches
Wow.
exactly this. Wow. That is...
And Nepesity is somewhere in that mix. That's a hard call. They're blending in together, and it makes me crazy.
Right.
I don't like having to speculate. But see the angled asteroids down at the horizon going away? Yep.
Yeah.
That could easily be right there. Could easily be Nepesity in the background of the side mixing in. And then, God, it's hard to call. It really is. That's why I like single shots rather than the 360.
I didn't mean to do that.
Used
But
in
this
that.
came up. But what do you think, Sam?
I like it. I like it.
Right.
That big dimple thing is actually very... it's not going to be hard to recognize Saru with that big old dimple thing. That is very particularly...
And that base cloud is usually very orangey yellow illuminated. But on this occasion, it is not.
Jesus, that is
Yeah,
enormous.
and look at the strong circle at the top. That is so strong, an absolute definitive line that is not clouds. That is a base cloud of it's got to be Saru, and especially if it's in Dubai, it's in the equator region, and they see a different out view angle than we do up here in the northern hemisphere.
Wow.
We'll have to talk to Robert in New Zealand. I saw some of his work here. He typed me a message here. Thank you for talking to me again, Robert. in case you are listening. Keep your eye out for that, because you being down on the southern part of the planet, perhaps you have a completely different view, and maybe you can get a capture or two for us, please. I'm sure he will. He always does.
Yeah.
And this is what makes it so wonderful that we have all of these people from around the world that work with us regularly. And this is why this is fact, not supposition, is because we do talk to people around the world every day. Not once a month, not once every year, but every day. And Rebecca's friends and Jesus's friends and Christopher's friends and my friends. And we fill a very large pool of people. And I hope to God you guys get this info out, because we have to make it go viral somehow. We are only, a small group. And the only way we can get this out is if you folks out there follow and pass this on.
I was having that conversation. I was talking to Jillian last night on the phone. We were talking about that. It's kind of driving us nuts that this information sometimes is just so slowly trickling out. I mean, I think the wheels are moving. They're moving slowly, but they are moving. I do think so. But I can't wait for the masses to kind of start seeing this. It drives me nuts. It's been 6 years and a long time, coming, and it just, I don't know, it's just something that I really want to share with the world. I really hope
absolutely
Sandy
that
Cheeks
people open their eyes to
writes, does the yellow moon produce any heat? No, it's a moon. It does say it is so close to Isatum that it leaves an ion trail. Why, we don't know. It's probably an electrical occurrence between the bodies. Okay. And then there's a trail that goes around either side of Isatum, which comes off of the yellow moon. But I don't believe it might actually be close proximity. It might be more volcanic. It might actually put off some amount of heat or something to produce the ion tail. I don't know, but generically, no. The only thing that puts off heat in that really cold space out there, because space is 440 degrees below zero out there, and so no, I don't believe it. But that, the smaller moons. I mean, there are moons around Jupiter and stuff that are volcanic, and yet there's moons out there that are covered in ice that they believe that are life forms in the inner oceans underneath that ice. And we know that there's creatures under the ice, because they're now discovering that in Antarctica alone. So good question, but no, I don't believe it does. It may put off a small amount of volcanic, being the proximity to the planet. Maybe there is an ion electrical interaction that keeps it more volcanic. We don't really have any major close-ups of.
That's what the one, where is it? Titan or whatever, one of those moons.
Yeah.
They say that it has volcanic activity because of the gravity. Kind of.
Even our moon has a minor amount of volcanic activity, and actually there are earthquakes on the moon.
Wow.
Interesting.
And Mars does too. Boy, look at that perfect circle. Look at that perfect circle.
Yeah.
That's not a chemtrail. Oops, I said that.
Yes,
that white line
look
is
at how
edge.
precise they are. Look at how precise. You said it. They're trying to distort the eye. What do you say? They're trying to distort that curve, but you could see it clearly there.
And guess what? We know the right behind us. We know this is Attu. This is what I was talking about that I saw on Tennessee, whatever the guy's video on YouTube. That's what I saw last week, and it's because the sun's behind us. This is the facial illumination of Attu and Attu's moon. Now, when they're farther away, when they get away from us, we will be able to see Attu's moon as white, and you can see the craters, and you'll see Attu purple. But when they're this close to us, everything's blue. We don't know why, but we learned that.
That is cool.
That's
just before we started the show, guys. Like 15, 20 minutes before I got on. That is cool. That is so cool. And I've been seeing this for a few days now. The same view. I took a video, the one you were commenting on, Chris. With the asteroids. This is the same view, the same thing.
The guy's name is Tennessee.
It was on my other phone, a different camera. So but it was just
So
the
if
same.
anybody really wants to do some research, go watch Tennessee Brando from about a week and a half ago,
Okay.
and you'll see that in the background.
Really?
He does political.
Okay.
Warning: some of the information you're about to see may be political in nature. For those of you who are easily shocked, turn away.
Oh gosh, change the channel. Yeah.
This is not the video for
Reed
you.
wants to know if we're seeing the Texas Cube here. I'm willing to say
It would be it would be higher up and on the right hand side. I'm not seeing it.
But I think what we're seeing here is the asteroids kind of going vertically down, you know.
Yeah.
Right down the middle, which is the exact same view that I had the other
That's
day.
so cool.
Not even a week ago. So
Yeah, and remember there's numerous asteroids.
Irene. It's the asteroids coming down vertically.
The ones we draw and the ones we talk about are only the big ones. There are tens of thousands and millions of smaller asteroids that we haven't even cataloged.
Yeah.
And probably this summer we're probably going to catalog 4 or 5 or 6 new ones, but we don't do a lot of cataloging of the objects because we have to watch them for a very long time to get to the point where we know them, and then we can actually. And now that we are adding a couple of names and stuff, so we will of course get more information as all of this unfolds. Stay tuned.
Perfect. All right. I'm getting Chris's
I'm
pictures.
barely sipping on this pop, not that I had the hiccups from it. I'm such a lightweight.
Hold your breath for 20
I can't
seconds.
handle the Coca-Cola.
It's always works for me. I don't know why.
If I drink 2 or 3 of those things, I'm talking 300 miles an hour with the caffeine, you know.
Right.
Oh,
no.
I already do that bad enough as it is.
Little Coke and 300-mile-an-hour speech, and you got yourself a problem.
Yeah, they'll be taking me to the rubber room in the white truck.
This is 3 o'clock. This is my videos from this past week. 3 in the morning. Their birds are chirping. They're
Oh, look, is that Venus?
having a good time. So,
Well, we know Venus is in the sky currently. I was wondering about down below there. Yeah, that's our moon, of course. And look at that interesting flaring.
Yeah.
Is there an object to the right of it which is causing that flaring, or is there an object to the
I was
upper
asked
left of
the
it?
same question last night. I swear I saw, I tried taking a picture of the moon, but my phone just doesn't, it's not going to do it. So, especially obviously the moon's out at night. Okay. At the lower right, there's this little thing crossing right over the moon. It freaked me out. I'm like, what is that? Trying to get a picture of it, but I just couldn't do it.
I was going to say, moon pics for me don't work out either. So,
It's really hard to catch anything with the moon. I've tried. It is just hard. There's just very nothing you can really.
Yeah.
And that's the morning call from those robins.
It's always going to be in question, and that's kind of something I like to avoid.
Guys, those birds are seeing something. That's why they're chirping at 3 o'clock in the morning. Otherwise, they would be asleep.
Mm-hmm.
That's the dawn is rising morning call of robins.
Right.
They sing different songs in the morning than they do at night.
That is a lot of illumination there. It is. What time was this, you said?
3. Each of these are like at
Really?
3:15
Wow.
time frame in the morning. 3 different nights. This is 3 different nights. So they're consecutive or consistent. I mean.
So you don't have a lot of light pollution going on.
Right.
Not as much as I would expect.
So that other one that was really light pollution illuminated shows you that that was something shining on the bottom of a planet then to be that bright. Yeah, the birds know what they're doing, man.
Yeah.
We don't.
I'd love to know what they're seeing, man. That'd be really interesting.
Look,
Especially
you
the ones
stupid
that are,
humans, can't you see that? Yeah.
yeah, the ones that are freaking out trying to get into those people's homes.
I believe that white line is illumination on a telephone wire.
All right, let's look at Christopher's pictures he sent me, and I love light pinches so much. I really do. So this is a favorite. All right.
Now, we got quite a few in this week.
Let's see here. Look at that.
Yeah.
No, I thought either.
Yes.
I didn't know if this was Atu with the its ring, or if it's Yuri and Sarah.
Atu's above us lately, so this would be either be the side of Yuri or even possibly, well, most likely Yuri. But Saru is also doing that now, where Yuri did that for most of last year. But now we do know that Saru is cutting into the side view of the sun as well. But I would say by the size of it and the angle of the round, we're probably staring. The reason there's a shaft going across straight is it's probably cutting through one of the thinner rings in Yuri.
Wow, that's really cool.
Because not all the rings are the same distance out at the face of Yuri. Some of Yuri's rings are actually kind of see-through, and that would also account for that shaft of light going to the far left.
Yeah,
if it was shining through one of the lesser rings.
And the photos don't do it justice. Like, there's no clouds in the sky here, and you can visibly see the
It's not
atmosphere.
flaring because it's getting cut off by a planet.
Else, it's very weird to look at, and you can tell
The only reason it's that big.
That's something else.
Oh, okay. My turn to get up and walk out of the chair. I'm going to walk around for just a sec. I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah.
You need to get up and stretch those legs every now and again.
You can really see the curve.
I
so
know.
well
I was like, I
right
couldn't
there.
believe it.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, like,
that glare is just very typical of a light pinch.
Yeah.
Which side of town do you live in, Christopher?
I live on the east side of town. It's like Sunrise Manor, Sunrise Mountain area.
Okay, I know where that was.
Like Charleston, like Nellis, kind of. But more like up towards the mountain.
Yeah, gotcha. Oh, look at that. Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
That is insane.
huge. It's
Yeah,
like
that's cut off.
gigantic.
There's a planet cutting off that light. And the cat was patiently waiting outside the door to be fed. I forgot to feed her dinner.
Oh, no, you didn't.
How dare
Yeah,
you, Sam?
Yeah, I'm like 3 hours late.
Oh.
And she was patiently waiting outside the door for me. She wasn't coming in here, which is great. I usually shoo her out of here. That way I'm not sneezing when I'm on the podcast.
Right.
We're going, I can't talk because I can't breathe.
Yeah.
I know. I finally have gotten over that allergies from the cat. Man, oh my gosh, it was weird. The second I would start falling asleep for bed, I couldn't breathe. I'm like, Benadryl, someone help me.
Yeah.
Are you getting used to it? Do you still have a cat?
I guess I'm getting used to it. But now she's got this boyfriend outside. He's so certain time at night, he shows up and she's freaking out.
You'll be
It's
a
fun.
grandpa. You have even more kitties to.
Good night, Irene.
Yes.
Good night.
Good night, Irene.
Good night.
Say hi to all your Floridian friends.
See you next time.
See you next week.
Yeah, just wait till she gets to be a mother, right? A mother kitty. Oh.
No more animals.
Congratulations. Yeah.
Right?
I was at the store today picking up the girls' podcast pizzas. They like, thank God they like frozen pizzas better than order out.
Yeah.
But the lady behind me in the checkout comes walking up with this big tub of cat litter and a whole bunch of kitten food, and she said, "Yeah, I found 3 kittens in my yard today." I was like, "Oh boy," seeing we're talking about cats.
You are, yeah.
Yeah. This is, of course, this could be a pinch from the wires, but I doubt it.
Right.
That is, God, that's an odd shape on that side. Yeah, look how hazy it is, too. Weird. Thank God we're not doing what we were doing a couple of months ago where everything was black and weird. Yeah, this is a cut off of the side of Uri, definitely.
Love that one.
And that the angle is showing you, the shaft lighting going to the side is showing you that literally we're only seeing half of the sun. The upper half is being flared through the atmosphere of the planet.
Did you see this one, Sam? You stepped away
Yes, I
for a
did.
minute. I don't know. It just that curve, so cool.
Yep, that's Uri.
Yeah, I gotta make a comparison with that one too.
And Uri is getting smaller, oddly. It is, because it's rising up, and it is getting smaller. Not by, like that picture that JD posted that showed this massive Uri, but in actuality, the movement has completely changed too over the last few years. They used to be smaller, and then they'd come in and get bigger and bigger and bigger, and then go over us and then away. And now they're just right in our faces. So it's a whole different ball game than it was even 3-4 years ago. Learning curve as we go here.
Here are some pictures from Tara. Tara sent me some pics. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, that is on that's sunset, of course. And I believe we're looking at the left-hand side of the sunset. I do not know. Hard call. But planets.
Right.
The real sky is kind of pinkish, light blue-green. And the upper area is planets, of course. Apparently, I wasn't out of this chair long enough, man. I'm achy.
Planets. No, I don't know, but it seems logical. I don't know.
Oh, yeah. I truly believe that part of what's going on with everybody's feet and the neuropathy and all of that, I think a lot of that is planetary. I really do.
Right.
There's an electrical, tingly, weird thing going on with our planet and our electricity and Mother Earth and all of that. There's a lot to that.
She said, "Oh yeah, it was today, 30th." Okay. Didn't notice that till now. That looks like long box cube on the right. I'll show you. Let's see here. Like, I don't know that angle though.
I don't see it, but
yeah. Well, we'll see. Maybe I'm wrong, but that rectangle straight look to the right.
There is a little line, straight lines there.
Let's see, where was another one? There was. Sorry. Well, never mind. I'll get back to it. I didn't mean to fly through those. But yeah, I mean, it just looks so straight. That's why.
Whose are these? Oh, Tara.
These are Tara's. In Texas. And it was not. I see Tara in Texas got this, and JD in Kansas got, a huge show. And here in the Oklahoma in the middle, it was nothing. I mean, we didn't have a cloud inside.
I think that illumination, if you go back to that picture, I think that illumination is not the sun. I think that is the asteroids. What we were talking about how the tan asteroid is going to start being illuminated. Because I think because I don't think that is the sun. I think what we're looking at here is Attu's moon, Nepesi, Uri, and even all the way down in the far, but where that illumination is the side of Uri and the asteroid group. And then the lead asteroid is above the tree on the right-hand side, dead center. That I can tell you is the lead asteroid. The rest of it is confusing. And I'm thinking the gray cloud is the bottom of Nepesi, misshapen, just to the right of the light pole. And then in the center middle is Attu and Attu's moon above. And then Uri and Saru on the far background left. My generic. And but I can tell you for a fact that the lead asteroid is just above the tree on the right middle.
I would not have thought about it not being our sun, but
Yeah, the angle's wrong.
Makes sense.
The
Yeah.
angle if that is that far sunset, it should be at the horizon line, and it's not. So that has to be an illuminated tan asteroid.
Okay.
Wow.
Yeah. 8:06 p.m.
Yeah, it should be. Look, the whole ground is dark, so it should be past sunset.
That's exactly what time it
illumination.
is
It's
right
gotta
now.
be. We were just
Wow.
talking
Yeah.
about this on the
It's
last
you.
show.
Almost.
I see what
Let's
you're
see what it
saying,
looks like.
Sam, and that.
It does look like the tan asteroid coming in from that angle, and we've got other pictures that match that. And we were just talking about it on the last show.
It kind of got me too. There, I was.
And we'll see more of it, and we should see. Then everybody will start screaming, "Oh, it's the second sun," and it'll be big. And our sun is actually small, like that earlier picture, and I do believe that was like sighting number 8 of the 2 suns separating apart, whereas the larger star is going to go to the right. And a month ago, we saw it underneath the larger star, which also made sense, but it was sort of on the right hand side. And the transition a month later, it could be exactly what we were looking at. Now, this I would say is the sun. Interesting.
Yeah.
Background noises. I want to know. I want to know what's going on.
I know. It's like, who is it? Yeah.
They're yelling at the cat or something. It's like, don't let the cat out. No. Are we having cat issues, Christopher?
I guess so. And I guess we have like no food in our house, so I guess we got to go to the grocery store. We just got paid today, so we only get paid
pick
like
me
once
up
a month. So
some. Go ahead.
yeah, we got to go get something to eat. So
Gotta have some Cheetos, man. Crunchy.
right? So,
Yeah, I don't eat
They're
Cheetos.
cat problems. So, but before I leave, yeah, there's like the whole west of ours, like not the west, but more like northwest is still lit up. It's really weird, and we had, I think sunset happens at like 7:30. So
Yeah.
I'll go take a
we've
look.
been
Real
having
quick.
a lot of that here lately too. Like, the sky's still illuminated in odd spots that shouldn't be illuminated after sunset. Like I could see if it was in the due west, but it's not. It's weird. So I don't. Very strange.
Right. What
Yeah.
direction is it lit up? What direction?
It's like lit up in the more like the northwest to north.
Right. I just looked out. It is just now sunset, and sun is down here, and the sky in the north is brighter than the west.
Yes. Sam.
And that is the bottom of Nibiru illuminated.
Okay. Wow.
That's why it's that bright. Because it is actually due north is way brighter lit than the west, which tells me it is past sunset.
Right. And it should.
So why would that light be in the north? It can't be
like that at all.
Right. It's the bottom of Nibiru being illuminated.
Wow. Okay. Hopefully I can get some pictures of it tonight. We'll see what happens. I'll try to take some pictures of it. I'll try to get some pictures of it right now.
Yeah.
Perfect. When
we'll
you
see
get
what
out.
happens. All right, you guys. You
Send
guys have
them
a
to
great
me.
night. I'll talk to you guys later.
Okay.
Careful.
Chris, have a good
Be
one.
careful
Okay.
with your journey.
See you later. Bye bye.
Grocery store journey.
They're always the best pictures when you're in the grocery store parking lot.
Yep.
You get some of the best
Parking lot
pictures.
3, Walmart 360.
Yeah. So I had a few more from Tara, and then we'll get to a video. But obviously, those little stripes, I love those. Lines like that. It's just so subtle, but strange.
It's always indicative of something.
Yeah. I thought
I
maybe
think I'm the
those.
farthest past west here, and then all of you guys is just now. It's still blue out, light out. It's not dark out yet, but it is past sunset, and it is brighter due north than in the west, which is weird.
I agree, Tara. I was looking at that too. How light the blue is down here.
Yeah.
And then dramatically, suddenly,
Yeah.
it's darker
That's right.
up there. Yeah, that's
Yeah, in 219, 220, when Nibbers started coming back our direction, literally outside at night here in Montana, 11:30, 12 o'clock, it was still light, and we didn't know why. I did, but my neighbors were going, "Oh my God, why is it still so light outside?" Oh, it must have something to do with the aurora borealis. I was like, "No, it's in what's that? Oh, nothing. My neighbors already think I'm crazy. Well, I am crazy, but my neighbors think I'm crazy as well.
Do you
Crazy
talk
neighbor
about
guy.
this stuff with your neighbors, Sam?
With one person, two people. Yeah, my immediate neighbors, the one across the street from me, and the one next door. Yeah, I've told them. The rest of them I don't really talk to very often. But
How do they react? I mean,
the professor across the street, they just moved in with a few years ago. They're great people. He was patient and he listened, and I could see his eyes roll and his attention span wane. And then I took and I pointed out to him. I said, "Yes, you're an academic, and I can understand where, you're kind of caught up in your world where you would believe what science teaches and doesn't teach, and you could think I'm a little bit nuts and go right ahead and laugh." But then I said, "Let me, in parting, I would point out to you that they don't gather up a 17-year-old kid from Montana, slap him with a 30-year non-disclosure agreement for being wrong." And you could see that he sort of shifted and went, "Okay." Then the tip of the head went, like, maybe you do have a point. That little jack of your head when you go, "Oh," that kind of, "Oh." So I don't think he believes me. My immediate next door neighbors, they kind of believe me, but I think they think I'm crazy too. So, but I've told them, and and they said they wanted to watch our show, and I do need to go over and ask them if they are watching our show, because he said he was interested in this kind of podcast thing. So. Okay. I don't know.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that people don't even try to see if this is real, because as I've said before, I dare anybody who actually tries to even disprove this.
Yeah, I spent years trying to disprove it too. I didn't want to know what I was seeing was real. I was going, nah. Oh, and then I kept seeing more of it.
That's the reason, Sam, why I got good at what that's the reason why most of us do this, and we've gotten good, is because you just have to prove it to yourself over and over, because you're like, I'm freaking crazy, right?
Yeah. Oh my God. There it is again. Am I nuts?
That's kind of my drive, Sam. Well, first of all, because it's just cool as hell to take a video of a planet. That is by far the coolest thing I've ever done in my life, right? But also the fact is that you just got to prove it to yourself over and over, to just remind yourself, I guess, that you're not crazy. And it's just, and also to try to prove it to other people. Like, look, I've proven this over and over. That's my drive, but people don't take the time, and I think that's all they would take, is just to take the time, even if you're completely in disbelief. If you would actually give this the time to actually see if it's real or not, you could
take about the same amount of time as to read about a 500-page novel.
Exactly. You're cheating yourself out of the most incredible thing to happen to us in modern day, and it frustrates me. Again, I was talking about that with Julia last night.
I've gone through that, 10 times.
It's frustrating.
I go through the cycles of being irritated, and then in trying to ignore it, and then being completely overzealous, enthusiastic about it. And I go back and forth and back and forth and back and forth all the time.
Yeah. That's exactly.
And we've gone through wave after wave of newbie. We went through, the first few years, it was just every new cycle of new folks that came on board with it. You'd have to go through the whole story all over again from scratch and started. And Rebecca, how many times did you have to do that? Thousands, right? Where you start with people from scratch. You start and you feed them the story and you bring them up to speed and you go, okay, come on here, I'll show you this.
No, all the time. But it's gotten better since I have made videos, so now I can just drop a link to a video and send them that direction versus having to just, type it
Right.
out over and over again. So
Yeah. Well, back in the days when I would hand out, 15 and 20 comparative pictures going down the feed, and then you wouldn't believe how many websites, Facebook websites, kicked me out for that. And oh God, I got thrown out of so many sites you wouldn't believe. And then I was in Facebook jail like 50 times.
most other Nibiru groups are intolerant to this information. Either, they will laugh, or if they hear or see your name or see your drawing, it's
Right.
not received well.
The other day on Nibiru Followers Anonymous, I did I went into the admin section and I checked to see if we were in any violations, and we have no violations on any of our sites.
Good.
Zippo 0. So
Perfect.
we're
Yep.
doing good. We're following our P's and Q's. And I've got thousands of membership requests, and it's really hard to get into Montana Skywatcher 1 and 2 right now. We've been having some issues because of bots from India and people from India. So I have been I'm only adding a couple a week. I apologize, but it's been hell. And still, when I add people, I still have to ask a few of them not to come back. And the hard way, I just boot them. And I kind of learned from Jesus about that mentality where sometimes you just have to boot people. Because I was always trying to bring everybody up. I was always trying to bring everybody in, and I was too nice, and then it ended up sometimes actually biting me in the ass. Pardon the expression. But, go ahead.
Yep. No, you're good. One of my
I tell them to go to your site. Go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous or Montana Skywatcher Anonymous. And I haven't added anybody on that our dual site. I leave that up to you. I do a little bit of admin in there, but not much.
on the new our site. Yeah, it's under control.
On our joint
it's a
site.
private site, and it's
Right.
everybody there is well behaved. So
And we and we are sort of we're not leaving Facebook, and we're not paying less attention to Facebook, but we are venturing out on YouTube. So
sure.
And that's why we go, hi YouTubers, how are you? And Facebook users and TikTok users.
Well, TikTok for only so long, and then
Yeah, and we'll see what happens. We're probably going to see some sort of an actual drastic change in many other sites as well. The rules, I think there might be some rules being attached here by Congress or the powers that be or themselves, because there's been a lot of Wild West going on here for the longest time. And what kills me is the Wild West that's going on in the media, in our what we used to respect as our news, which is drastically quickly leaving the reality of my respect. When did we all of a sudden think it was okay to do toxic journalism, and when did we think lies were acceptable? Because we see a lot of that going on right now in real, like just American news, and it's like, you got to be kidding me. And I'm upset with CBS. I'm upset with NBC. I'm upset with ABC. I'm upset with CNN. I'm upset with Fox. And when you you're being lied to directly, it sucks. And you feel like, what?
Sam,
You think I'm
they've learned
stupid and I don't know the
manipulate.
truth?
They've learned that they can manipulate people's opinion just by as simply as the right editing, and the right audience with the right amount of anger, and they've gotten really good at that.
It's
with
clickbait
propaganda.
journalism. It's you got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
It's about money. Now
Yeah,
that
but
the major.
I don't think that people realize the level of control that these people have learned to do with manipulating the media. You have to think the media
Okay,
is
either
owned
that
by
or
three
either
major
that or when we
companies.
turned around, IQ points suddenly dropped about in these journalistic people. What the hell happened? Yes, I'm in my 60s.
Well, Sam, do you know that most media is owned by like three corporations?
That's true.
Media,
Yeah,
news
yeah.
channels, everything is controlled by three companies
We
that
have
are
to
basically the
call
same
up
people.
Congress and our government.
Everything now, Sam, is controlled by very few people, and that's way too much power for some.
Okay, yeah,
This is the reason
we
why
have to
we
scream
had.
bullshit on the monopolies because of these
Yeah,
corporations.
I was just gonna go there. This is the reason why we've had monopoly laws for as long as we can remember. But if you start thinking just 15 years back, Sam, these trends of monopolizing everything. I mean, look at corporations like Amazon, corporations like these. They're absorbing everything.
Too big to fail company.
Yes,
and they won't prosecute. And they won't prosecute. You're right.
You have food companies that own the medicines. You have, and vice versa. It's just.
Well, then it boils down to us. We have to stop this. We have to not accept it any longer. We have to really. I mean, look, the corporations have all the damn money that we don't have, and now we are living out on the streets.
Lobbying, Sam, has been the biggest problem that we need to.
Oh yeah, bingo.
It's the lobbying. The lobbying has amassed way too much power, and we.
Our senators and our House of Representatives people don't even write bills anymore. They just let lobbyists write it, and then they take campaign donations in their place, and they spend their time doing that rather than making law. I mean, we have the number one worst do-nothing Congress in history, and we're paying them $190,000 plus a year, and they get insider trading, and it's proven. And damn it, when are we gonna? We gotta quit.
Yeah, in fact, there's on TikTok, there's this guy that I follow that he follows all the he follows all the politicians stocks, and they're killing it.
Yeah,
they are killing.
Yeah, they're making millions.
They are making millions.
I would talk more about
all of them. That's a problem, Sam. That's a problem. These people are passing laws that help their pockets, and that's all it is now. And I don't think people realize what an enormous problem that has become in America, everywhere, really. I mean, in America, especially.
If I didn't fear my front door being kicked in by the dudes that will jump out of the black SUVs, as much as I do, I would probably be a little more political on a different front. Except, I'm trying to focus on my job, and my job is, of course, to introduce people to the binary solar system. And because
kind of one of those things that it's impossible to mesh together without creating a lot of things.
They'd have a lot more ease taking me away because I am a government rated dissident, and therefore I'm 2 steps up the food chain compared to the average Joe Facebook. And I do think about that, and I do worry in between our shows, and that's why there's times I'm very the next day after this show, I go, oh God, I hope I didn't say the wrong thing, or oh God, I'm embarrassed because I did. And I'm trying to get this information out to you guys. I mean, there's so much more I don't talk about. And someday we'll have that conversation across the fire with a cup of coffee. The Montana campfire thing. And maybe someday, if we ever actually do get more known, then we'll have the opportunities to have people fly in for seminars again. They used to. I used to in the early years. I actually had groups of people fly in from other states, and we did public talks. But then some individuals showed up at these talks that I wasn't interested in seeing more of, and the men in black, shall we say. And so I stopped doing it.
No, you should have kept on, Sam.
Well, I got kids, and I didn't want them to not have a dad. If it was just me, I'd probably be up in the mountains right now. Who knows? Talking to you, Charlie in the Yellowstone 2012, the guy that eats pickles and has beer and visits the guy. when his kids are up camping, and he meets Charlie, the crazy guy who's announcing the destruction of the Earth as up in Yellowstone as it blows up from the movie 2012. Do you remember the scene?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I'd probably be Charlie.
I love that guy. I'm gonna end up being that guy, that crazy guy.
Talking
trying to get everybody
Starlink from my Winnebago.
Jeez, I think about that all the time. I'm like, are we gonna end up like?
Yeah, I have a big old,
Are we gonna end
have
up
a real,
like
1978 Winnebago.
Yeah, I've thought about that, but
it's beautiful, man. And just before he dies, and they're reporting, running off a star. If I could, I'd run off Starlink, but that's a handful of money I don't have. By the way, people, you can donate so I could get it, but and I'll take that rusty Winnebago as well. But yeah, send me your rusty Winnebago so I can go live. I would joke. My kids wouldn't want to live in one of they like their house too much. No, Dad, we can't live in a camper in the at what are those places called? The KOA. Yeah, no, Dad, we can't live in a camper at the KOA. I don't care what you say.
I don't know. I've considered retiring that way, honestly. Getting me just a little sleeper and just traveling the whole country.
Yeah, it's fun as long as
I can do what I do just in about every state. I can do what I do in every state. Wouldn't be that complicated to get things started in every state. Stay there a while and then,
Yeah, I can honestly tell you, I do not like how cold it gets in Montana now that I'm older. And I don't have any real wish to leave Montana, although, and this is why I say, aloha from tropical Montana, because I'm hopeful that with the climate change, we're actually going to warm up a little, although that would be bad for everybody's water, us included, because we do rely on our snow and we feed many states with our water and our electricity, hydroelectric.
For every action, there's a reaction, though,
Right. Yeah, well, we can't have everything.
You may warm up, but other places are going to be nice and lush and full of water. I mean, look at what's happening in the desert. They've never seen so much water.
Yeah. And not only that, God, who was it that got it really bad here a couple weeks ago? And then their water is not leaving. Was it Dubai? They got it. Yeah, their water wasn't leaving. It wasn't going anywhere. It was ponding everywhere. And so, all of that's going to change their entire climate. And look at the satellite footage of the desert regions like New Mexico and Arizona right now. They're greener than they used to be a few years ago. And there's a study topic for you internet scientists who want to go out and look something up. Look what's going on in the desert, the Gobi. By the way, we are getting a Sahara Desert sandstorm going all the way across to the Caribbean this week. So that should affect our sky colors for you folks down on the southern regions. Let me real fast go through this page of notes that I took this morning. The Kilauea volcano is active again. There's a new series of earthquakes going on, over 100 this weekend alone, in the southern summit and the eastern plain zone. My next notes was about the April tornadoes. Okay, the Salton Sea is active again. There's been intermittent goings on mid-ocean or mid-sea in the Sea of Cortez, the Gulf of California. New Jersey has now had, as of this morning, 158 quakes in that one spot that had the major earthquake at New Jersey. It was 158 this morning. Papua New Guinea is, of course, getting active as well, and New Zealand earthquake ratio is also on the uptick. Puerto Rico is just having non-stop shocks, and they're all anywhere 2.7, 2.8, 3s. Quite busy in Puerto Rico. We talked about the El Nino and the La Nina transition. We're going to have a really nasty hurricane season this year. There's going to be a series of wind things in the Caribbean as well. There is already a storm crossing from Africa along with this dust storm. The sea surface temperature anomalies are changing because of the La Nina, El Nino change, and that's already visible off the western shores of South America. And they're actually seeing cold spots already, which means that's a quick temperature change from the El Nino. That's when it's really hot at the equator in the ocean temperatures. And then La Nina kicks in, and that's when it goes cold. And then the colder deep sea water temperatures rise up, which also changes what they refer to as the trade winds. And that's where the trade winds move one direction during the hot part, and then they move another part during, and that's seasonal as well. So that, and the trade winds are headed back our way again, supposedly off the coast of Africa. Okay. That big blob in the southern Atlantic Ocean that showed up on that radar that everybody's been freaking out about. I did a little more in-depth checking, and there was absolutely no evidence of any interruption in the shipping lanes off the west coast of Africa. All normal. Nobody saw any waves, and I did a background look into that, and there were no reports of anything in the shipping lanes. So therefore, it was a computer-generated anomaly, so far as we know. The boats, even if it was a craft underwater that created.
But isn't there another one, Sam? I just seen that there was another very similar.
Yeah, it was a couple of days later, but that company is new. They are a new company. They just formed that web page.
Oh, they're already messing shit up. Okay.
Oh, and there are people out there that won't listen to it. They go, "Oh, we know it's a ship underwater." But see, and that's why I went in and I checked the shipping lanes.
No, there's times where things are just anomalies, that were just something, a malfunction.
Yeah, and it's generated by a computer. Now, if that was
you can't tag along something. You know,
if we saw that anomaly on a real radar, that'd be one thing. But that was a generated computer model. So anyway, Russia, China, northern India, and that whole area are all flooding. There's a huge flood in Kazakhstan, and there's huge flooding east of Moscow and everything, where there's a lot of people are under a lot of water. A lot of dams failed, etc. And that has to do with rain. Same thing with Pakistan and China and all of. They're just flooded out like crazy. Now, literally, we've been talking about China every week since December, and those poor folks. We really got to send our. Not only that, their economy is hell, and they've got a real problem with unemployment. Going into covering China. Let's see. I'm almost done to my thing here. Okay. Now tonight and tomorrow, there's going to be strong storms from Texas to Kansas. After about 1 a.m. tonight, there will be more chances of hail. Snow in the Pacific Northwest, northern Montana and Dakotas, and Seattle and Idaho and Oregon are going to start on Thursday. It's going to get cold again. Let's see. Low pressure systems in the Pacific Northwest. Yeah, that's it. Covered all of it.
Okay. Yeah,
Notepad goes into the box.
That is a lot of activity.
Right.
That is a lot of activity.
Speaking
That's just
of activity. Sorry, Jesus. I was going to say, I have a video of some current events. So let's take a look.
It's quickly becoming a disastrous month for
the Italian volcanoes are also really active.
A couple of weeks after July's record-breaking floods, both the United States and China have just been hit with devastating storms on the same weekend. In parts of China, videos show hailstones the size of grapefruits smashing.
We showed this last week.
Jesus. People run for their lives to try and make it under shelter in time. And that's not all, because just like the US right now, strong tornadoes have ripped through towns, destroying entire neighborhoods. Earlier this month, 3 people were sucked out of their apartments as they slept, and record-breaking floods displaced tens of thousands of people across several cities.
Can you turn that up just a hair?
And then at the same time in the US, the extremely dangerous tornadoes that battered Nebraska on Friday made their way to Oklahoma, and as you can see, it turned the town of Sulphur into something that looks like it should be out of a movie set. And as of
Oh yeah, Kenya is flooding. I didn't write that down. They have it bad.
They don't have enough problems in Kenya. Wow.
They have it really bad.
Jesus, look at that.
Look at the height of that.
Wow.
That's 6 feet of water in their street. And they don't have the resources to rescue people. I don't suppose that any of them would ever imagine they would have flooding in Kenya, other than nearby their major rivers. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but generically, isn't Kenya a semi-mountainous country that is not necessarily that wet?
Yeah, I think you're right, Sam. I think that is correct.
They're like arid tropical or something in the desert tropical with mountain ranges. Yeah, we're not in Kansas anymore, Toto. We're seeing worldwide drastic changes. All those people, over the years they say to us, well, if Nibber were here, wouldn't we have noticed it by now?
Right.
And we're noticing it.
It's because they don't even know what's really happening.
That's true. They don't
Most
really
likely.
even look for the information or the news. Yeah.
Right.
I've talked to people, they say, I don't even watch the news anymore. It's like, what?
Right.
Well, I mean, I could understand why they don't see mainstream news because that just sucks. All of it. I can't stomach it. But there's very important news happening, but you have to seek it out.
I used to rush home to be in time to catch the news years ago before,
Now
before
it's just
internet,
political
before cable.
garbage and propaganda and just nothing. There's nothing news, nothing really significant or important to humankind. Just
Yeah, now
crap.
that person had a tarp over their window, and that will not stop it from breaking. You need to have a big old comforter, a multiple folded, old handmade grandma quilt if you're going to protect your windshield. And hope your car doesn't wash away. That's silly. Are they driving? Or just there?
I think they were driving.
Wow.
Bad idea.
Yeah, bad idea.
People really underestimate the force that water has. Just 2 inches of water is enough to sweep you away. Just a few inches.
Now, even if you were to stand there and say that the planets aren't here, climate change is absolutely going on. And you have to ask what real climate change is. They're telling us it's CO2, but the levels of CO2, according to some scientists, are not that high. So you have to maybe think, well, why are they taxing us? Why? Because when there's a second star, all the planets heated up. All the planets tip their axes. Look it up. It's on the internet. You can find that information. When the second star got here in 2011, and in 2012 they did the backflow CMEs, where they joined and co-orbited for a while, and we do believe they are separating now. And we've been pointed in that direction for quite a few months. It was also expected. Because of the transition of the planets and the movements and the changes and the stuff we've been watching and our scientific, study of it. And I really think we are seeing the separation of the two suns. I might have to actually draw it in. That'd be a trip.
Yeah, that would. But right around that same time, Sam, you started seeing the poles on Saturn light up right around that same time.
Right. Right.
A lot of activity on the poles of Saturn.
Right. Yeah, all the planets started illuminating and having the North Pole and South Pole unusual, not normal illuminations. Yeah. And because that second star is a very large battery. Yeah. It's a positive charge, and all of the poles of the planets illuminated because the electricity in our solar systems, plural, enhanced and magnetospheres enhanced, and ionization and particulate and stellar material, all the static charge of the two solar systems crossing path. And we're also going through the galactic plane right now as well, where we're in the strong wave magnetic properties of the galaxy, where we're rising from the bottom plane of our galaxy to rise up to the top part of our galaxy, which we do every 300,000 years. And guess what? Isn't that about the time that we got taken over by a certain other faction that made man what man is? And maybe it's time that when we get on the top of this, we can break out in a favorable way for everyone, not violently, because the only way we're going to evolve is through diplomacy.
Yes, but I how would that happen without them losing their system that they depend and don't?
Well, the decree is that some of us get to evolve.
Yeah, well, that's what I mean. I mean, some of us, but what about
Yeah.
I mean, they still.
I don't get to make I want to be fair, but I don't make the rules. Remember, it's not good or evil. It's a factional agenda, and their system. We provide commodities for their economy.
Yeah, and that's
they
not
can't
something
lose
that
us.
I don't want to lose. I mean, why would anybody uplift their employees to end up being to end up not needing you anymore? I mean.
Well, we are self-replicating biotools already, so we are the robots that they would send here. We are, we're bio beings that they placed here to do this for them. So we have to be smart enough to earn our way out.
The sirens were going off, and then the guy came on the loudspeaker telling people.
And we can't piss off the boss. Mom and Dad are here, and now we have to clean up our bedroom.
But how about a mass awakening, Sam?
When has that ever been a thing?
Well, that would be a very nice thing.
How would that change things? I mean, yeah, I doubt that too, Sam. But
well,
what do they do? I mean, if everybody one day realize what we are,
we will have to grow internal DNA helix.
Imagine the implications then.
Well, even Nostradamus says that this is the year that we become extra sensory perception enhanced. This is the year where we start to feel our people around each other, and the aura of the world and our brother's keeper and all of that. We're going to transition. So let's look forward to that transition and hope that everyone has the opportunity, but we know not everyone will. There are some people that will not believe this no matter what. Sabrina, evil is the concept of Rome.
Unfortunately, Sam, we see that every day. And it doesn't matter what I show them. It doesn't matter. It's,
right.
And I've had some captures that are very undeniable. And,
I will agree with Sabrina. Greed is running our planet, not evil. Greed.
Greed. Yeah. Well, I mean,
breaking news, you guys.
I think you're right, greed, but I don't know. I do believe in evil. I don't think it's.
I'm not going to give it credit. I'm not even going to acknowledge.
I get that. I get that, but.
Our next story comes with a sinking feeling. It's about
I have met other beings, other races, and what man's perception of evil could be chalked up to any one of those. Were I ignorant? Were I prejudiced? Were I whatever? So, throwing that term "evil" out, which was created by Rome, that's sinking into the conditioning that we are all prisoner of. So I will say, not very kind individuals who are greedy.
That sounds about right.
Now, this is Gravitas, that news service I watch. They are very accurate. They do in-depth reporting. They do their homework. And I do watch India Gravitas.
Yeah, I watch
Sounds
that
like you
too.
still have ice.
I watch that myself too.
Sounds like you have ice in your cup there. And my Coke has got warm.
Yeah, no, I do. I definitely do. Then got me a Coke when I went on a little walk along.
2 mules in a barn, man. Ow. Hello, planets. Hello, age 63. I'm going to be 63 this year. Holy cow.
Goodness sakes.
Yeah, it scares the hell out of me, frankly.
63.
Oh, no.
Okay. I know we're like 8 years apart.
You know, now we'll say, the 60s are the new 40s. Yeah, right. You just say that to make yourself feel better. Yeah.
Yeah. I didn't tell anybody, but today's my birthday.
Well, happy birthday, gosh.
I know. It wasn't a big deal. I was
I
like,
saw something last time on one of your profiles, but I was like, I went on to your other ones and I was like, it didn't say anything, so I was like, I wonder
Well, yeah, giving out
I
that
know.
information
happy birthday.
online too is giving out private information is also sometimes uncomfortable.
Right, Facebook thinks it's a different day. I won't elaborate, but I
Oh,
did
that's
that
fine.
on
They're allowed to.
But
Right.
yeah.
right. But now you
Anyway,
told
thank
everybody.
you, Rodney. Thank you, guys. Thank you. Yeah, I know, but they won't remember by next April 30th. No.
Hey, did you have your colloidal silver today?
I did. It's in the other room, but yeah. The taste
Is Alan
is out
taking-
there.
Is Alan
uh-huh.
taking colloidal silver, and has he stopped
He
throwing
is.
up?
He has stopped throwing up. Yes.
Excellent.
Yes.
Excellent.
So I think his worst problem is the neuropathy overall of everything, because it's made it to where he can't get up and do what he wants to do.
Well, he has to get up and walk around. Has to.
He
Has
can't feel
to.
his feet. He can't feel his feet. He can't.
Wow.
He's walking on them, but he can't feel them.
Wow.
But they hurt. It's like they hurt, but yeah,
Feed that man more garlic. Get some garlic going. Heat up that system. Get that blood. Get his blood to heat up. Shallots, onions, garlic, colloidal silver. Maybe even get him.
That's just it. He's losing weight. He's not eating enough. It's just.
Yeah. Well, like I suggested to you, Jesus, maybe just get a copper wire loosely on each ankle. Just see if that will do anything to increase the body
You see
electricity.
how that's happening to a lot of people. I
I
get
have it going
mine. Luckily, I've managed to more or less stay immobile, but I do have my times where I'm immobilized for a week or two at a time.
Well, I noticed neuropathy in my feet right after COVID.
It is one of the most horrible things to lose your mobility. It sucks. It really, it's devastating because it just makes you feel so.
I think it's frankly one of the side effects of COVID. I really do. Because
I've never had COVID.
I had COVID before they knew what COVID was, and I had it.
I never got it. I never got it, and I am exposed like crazy to people.
Yeah,
man.
I
got
was
it.
sick for 3 months, and it got my lungs, and it got my hips, and it got my feet, and I hurt like somebody had beat the hell out of me, like a giant had taken me up, picked me up, and slammed me back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. And I thought, I was dying. Everything from my waist down hurt, like I almost wanted to cry. And ever since then, I have had sharp pains in my feet and ice cold feet. I can't get warm anymore. But that also could have to do with my thyroid cancer. Thank you, Fukushima. I got direct dose from Fukushima, by the way, people. Check into that. Stay away from black sands on the beach on any California, Canadian, Alaskan beach. If you see black sand on the beach, do not go near it. It is that radioactive. They are still pumping radioactive water into the ocean in Japan. Do not eat any fish from the Pacific Ocean, period. A few years ago, the National Oceanic Aeronautical Administration, NOAA, put out a worldwide notice not to consume fish from the Pacific Ocean. So then I noticed they didn't keep it up. They did it once, but they did actually publicly announce it. So watch what you're eating. Watch where you go at the seashore.
I bet, like if you went to a fast food restaurant and order a fish sandwich, it's probably from the Pacific Ocean.
Yeah,
well, if you order shrimp anymore, most of the shrimp comes from India.
I just know how they act. Anyway.
Yeah. Well,
I'm
you'd be amazed there are
I'm
people-
not huge on fish, thank God. I don't really care for it. So,
I'm the same way.
yeah, just
I
don't care.
rarely have fish.
I
Really.
used to eat a lot more. I don't now.
Once in a while, I'll have a fish stick or two, with
Oh,
some
I
tartar-
used to
with
live
some
on
tartar
lobster all the time.
But I prefer I don't like it too fresh. I feel it's a little gamey, if that's the right term. I'll just go with the breaded fish sticks. That's the closest I'll get to eating fish. Ever.
Oh man, that'll make you sick.
Yeah, with a little bit
Yeah.
of tartar sauce. Yeah.
Shiloh used to love.
I'm telling you, when I'm craving junk food, that's not bad junk food, but it is junk food, nevertheless.
Shiloh and I used to love fish sticks. She would have fish sticks, and so I one time I made fish sticks for her and me and Nova, and all three of us got sick. So we stopped eating fish sticks. All three of us that day, we were all sick for like 2 days afterwards, and we got food
you
poisoning
just
from fish
deep
sticks.
fry them really good,
Oh, okay. I don't have a deep fryer. We just bake everything.
Yeah, well, no. When it comes to that, I like to deep fry them because it'll just kill whatever stuff you don't want.
Nuke them till they glow. Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. But it's really rare. It's just when I get once in a blue moon.
Oh, people, how we grow our food and where we buy our food, and the corporations that produce our foods are not in our best interest. We have to redo our whole world. Grow your own food.
I eat the same thing every day, basically. I eat the same thing every day. I'm very meat, eggs, avocados, and cheese, mushrooms. Basically the same stuff. Anything that's low to zero carbs. Very boring kind of food, but it works. So,
Well, you're healthier, so
Yeah,
if it ain't
yeah.
broke, don't fix it.
exactly.
You're doing good.
Yeah.
We're all proud of you.
Yeah, whatever works for
Yes.
Yeah,
Sandy Cheeks. I love. I make a mean chicken in the air fryer. I love chicken in the air fryer.
I've never
So
used one, so
it's a good, healthier. You're not using oil, but it basically tastes like fried chicken. It's just so good. You season it right. I use this red seasoning. I throw it in the air fryer. Oh, delicious. My brother loves when I make that.
Our air fryer broke I think it was like the same day or the same week. My coffee maker broke. I think it was the same day, if I remember right. It was just like, that's impossible, but it happened.
Coffee and air fryer gone. Jeez.
So I guess it's a sign. I don't know. And I don't have a microwave. It busted like years ago. And it's really not healthy to use.
I really avoid the microwave as much as I possibly can.
Right.
They are banned in Europe.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're banned in Europe. They
much at all.
But I did buy a
you'd be
coffee
amazed
pot.
what's banned in Europe.
I'm not that much of a health nut to
Yeah.
not have a coffee pot. So anyway,
Yeah.
I can remember my dad spoon feeding me coffee. I was in a booster seat at this pancake house, as a 3-year-old maybe? I don't know, not very old. And I was begging for coffee, and he would spoon feed it to me. So I've been hooked ever since.
Jeez. Well,
Yeah, I used to be an espresso or a mocha or a cappuccino drinker regularly, and over the years I couldn't deal with caffeine too well, so I'm literally down to 1 cup a day. And even though I've got the espresso maker and all, I've got frozen beans in the freezer and everything and galore. I just make ground coffee anymore in my Mr. Coffee. Anyway.
That's same.
This looks like a base cloud, but it really isn't.
Okay. What would you say?
It really, well, normal clouds, but
Oh, okay. I see.
because of the sun. If the sun was cutting in and cutting out, well, then it would be planet moving across in front of it, but it's not.
Oh, those. Okay.
It is a rather interesting bottom
they're
illumination
really
going
low.
on here. And we have to start looking for the second sun. We really have to keep our eye for the second, our sun. to be somewhere on the bottom right or the bottom left, depending on, northern hemisphere versus equator versus southern hemisphere. We're going to have to keep an eye out for it. We know they're splitting up. And then I can't wait to see what the rest of the world is going to say about it. And all of those unfortunate folks out there. And yeah, look, you can see there's a movement on the right-hand side of the cut in here going on. Look at that. Look at that. That's the Saturn's yellow moon right there. Look how big that is. And then upper part is the side of Uri on the left. Cutting in. And that's why it's flaring.
When you say how big that is, I do see. Are you talking about to the right?
To the right. See the circle? You can, as right where you have it paused, you can see that big circle. It's about the size of a tennis ball on the right-hand side. And then you see the white lines. It's the Saturn's yellow moon ion tail on the bottom right there. Little wisps, just like the drawings.
I just wanted to clarify because I saw that
and
little
lead
clear
asteroid is the orange blur immediately to the right of the sun. There's a little orange blur on the right-hand side of the sun, half cut into the white, half cut into Saturn's yellow moon. But that's where lead asteroid is.
Oh, wow!
And that's why it's orange there.
What? It's perfectly round.
Yep.
Yep.
Because we know it's there.
And to Aaliyah says she's about to finish her college semester and can't wait to dedicate her school time now to study of the binary system.
Oh, wow.
Well, that's great.
Good.
If anything, we can help you with that. Please reach out to us. This is our favorite topic to talk about. So
that would be awesome.
That'd be great.
Really?
Yeah. Even the Greeks knew. It's recorded in Greek history even that the Greeks knew we had 2 stars. And that's just what blows me away is that, the information's been around, except that, the church, Rome, changed everything. And there was, once the Spanish Inquisition occurred, there was such a destruction of background information that was all deemed heretic. And I'm not allowed to give a number, but the Spanish Inquisition killed millions, and we'll leave it at that, of people. In an effort to drive out a specific bloodline as well as heretical scholars. And that's also when all of the the Moors and the Arabs and the Jews and the Christians all stopped talking. Was once the Spanish Inquisition occurred in 1440 something. And there were actually 2 Spanish Inquisitions. Because no one expects the Spanish Inquisition. That's an old Monty Python joke.
Oh.
Yeah. Go. Type in Monty Python Spanish Inquisition.
Okay.
On YouTube.
You're talking about that. Yeah, that movie, that comedy, right?
Yeah, Monty Python. Yeah, British
Right.
comedy. One of the best.
Yeah, but there's a certain movie that was Spanish. Anyway, I'll have to find it and send it to you.
Monty Python and the Holy Grail, Monty Python Life of Brian, Monty Python Jabberwocky, Monty Python whole series, Flying Circus.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they got tons in the Flying Circus, and I've watched those over and over again throughout most of my life. I love Monty Python. I lived in the Holy Hand Grenade of Antioch.
Never watched it.
Oh, that's in it's in the Holy Grail. They Brother Maynard, bring out the Holy Hand Grenade. I've got it memorized. Thou shalt count 1 through 3, not 5, not 4, but 3. And we shall lob us the hand grenade at our foe who is not within God's sight, so he may be smited.
Wow. You've seen that a few times.
Yes.
Let's see.
Excellent. Yeah.
I don't know if that's the same thing I'm thinking of.
Monty
I don't
Python
remember.
Holy Grail, Monty Python Jabberwocky, Monty Python Life of Brian, Monty Python Flying Circus, and I can go on and on. They've got
Yeah.
tons. Do you guys remember the Brian is sitting on the cross in a video that they're crucifying him at the end, and they're all sitting up there on the cross going, "Always look on the bright side of life."
That sounds familiar. Yep.
Yeah,
I'm looking at it. I'm like, I did not watch this.
That's the ending scene of The Life of Brian.
Is it one movie or is it a series?
Oh no, it's not a series. They put out quite a few movies, but the series was Monty Python and the Flying Circus.
Oh, okay.
That was a series, and that was before all the movies. Yeah, they came out with Monty Python and the Holy Grail. Jabberwocky may have been before the Holy Grail, but then Life of Brian came out last, and then they've got another movie or two. That's crazy stuff, and Monty Python was really good at crazy stuff. And then different actors went off, and they split off, like Fawlty Towers, and anyway. You have the itty bitty bunny rabbit. I almost soiled my armor. You had me so scared, and it turns out to be a foul, cruel beast. Anyway, we're seeing.
Oh, I'll have to check out some clips. Yeah. I'm
You have to
thinking of a
appreciate,
movie. But
you have to appreciate British humor, and I do. I watch a lot of British television, so a lot, too much, lots.
yeah.
Look at that. That's bottom planet illumination right there.
Yep.
And
Seriously,
probably,
watch.
yeah. See,
No,
that's-
I was just thinking about what you were
sun's gone
talking about. Oh
down.
my gosh, look at that. What?
Out. Was I patching out?
Oh yeah, you got quiet. I'm like, but look at that. He's quiet again. I mean, that's.
Oh, I wasn't saying anything. I was just hoping. I am stalling.
Okay. I was thinking Yuri. Is it Yuri? I bet making that happen. Maybe.
Yeah, it's probably. Yeah, you see the stripes.
It's ginormous.
Yeah, that's flaring
Uh-huh.
from being cut off. Yeah,
That's why it's so.
because our sun
huge.
is not that big.
And,
Yeah.
and why it was flashing is like something's grazing up against it by it. Here it comes. Look up behind it. See it moving. Oh my gosh.
Yeah.
And it's striped. Yeah.
And remember, they're between us and the sun, and so we are seeing the dark sides of them until they pass Earth. And like earlier in the program, we saw the facial illumination, perfect circle of Natu's moon. And then the bigger ones are between us and the sun, so we see the dark sides of them. And the side face illuminations when the light changes at different angles. I'm reading. I hope you have your towel. I'm sorry, I'm lost in the conversation. Oh, Hitchhiker's Guide. Okay. Yeah, I read that, God, when I was like 15. It's one of those books my dad handed me. Here, read this. We'll talk later.
You know what gets me is this blue. This is different kind of blue than our sky blue, and nobody bats an eye when this is going on. And I'm like, that's not our blue. Like, you understand that's not what our sky looks like. It's
Right. Our sky is the yellow part down there.
yeah, and
That's
nobody
our
bats an eye. I don't get it. You could even see the white illumination sometimes, like as you're seeing here from the sun illuminating it from the bottom. And
Yep.
nobody bats an eye. It's like, fine, white and blue, different skies are perfectly normal.
And the rotation and circulation of it.
That's
It's
right.
rotating.
That's right.
Light blue rotating. How interesting,
And that looks like Nepacity skies.
Yeah, green. Zap.
That Dubai, that had to have been Nepacity. It was so huge.
Yeah,
over
all
there.
that rain bombing that we got going on around the planet, I'm sure.
But that was insane. Just seeing
Look
that
at the illumination
big
above.
curve we were at. Yep.
Look at the illumination above.
Yeah. It is. Wow.
Green illumination. Yep, we're pilgrims in a strange land, on a foreign land, I think was the term. Wow, look at that brief red hue there and yellow. I think we just saw a sunrise, didn't we? 6:25 a.m. Yeah.
I think sunrises are my favorite. Even above a sunset, I think sunrises are just because it goes from dark to gradually bright, and it makes for great time lapses.
Oh yeah, right before sunrise, if you can get up and go outside and look in the northeast sky, you will see planets right before sunrise in the northeast sky.
Yeah.
Because of the angle of light. And you'll see the shine on, and as it rises, the angle of the shadowing changes, and it shows you the planet. It's really cool. If you sit out there and watch it before, it's worth setting the clock. And if you're up early anyway, go outside a half hour early before you leave to work or whatever.
Yeah. Tara, your friend is not correct. We've never seen different color densities in the sky. It's never happened. It's only happened within the last 14 whatever years. I don't know, what is it now? 2012.
Yeah,
it's only happened since 2012. We've never had this happen. But people have to reason with this. Somehow, because it's easier to reason with. Yeah. So yeah.
Yeah, you locked up there for a brief second. To me, I don't know if it was just me or you, but
really,
no. Well, I'm suspect anymore.
Well, it's easier to reason with something, even if it doesn't make sense. It's easier to reason with something than it is to deal with it. And that's what I get a lot from people. Like I could show them the craziest thing, and they'll always come up with something to reason with it, and that's fine. I think it's a coping mechanism,
Right. I think it scares people. I really do.
Yeah, absolutely. And people don't like change. People want to we refuse change, and that goes for all of us, some more than others, but we don't like change, and this would change everything. And people ain't comfortable with that. They'd rather just, as Tommy Lee Jones says on Men in Black, people think they got a good beat on things,
Well, you know what I do?
And they don't want to know.
I whip out, when they get really, really questioning, I whip out the 2011, 2012, 2013, 14 pictures of when the planets were small. And, I'm going to send you one, Rebecca, that we don't post very often. I got to go to Facebook. Hopefully I won't pitch out here. One of my favorite ones, and it's really easy to find, of early Nepacity, when we watched Nepacity coming in. And I got to find you. Okay, and now I got you on PM on Facebook. I will go to my picture file and get one of the earliest Nepacity shots that we have, where we knew Nepacity was a planet and not just a green asteroid, not the green Kachina or any of that crazy stuff. But anyway, I sent it to you, and you should have it, because it says sent, not sending. And you're on mute.
How'd that happen? All right.
Magic.
Hang on. I was choking a second ago, and I was like,
oh, that's probably why you got to turn it back on.
Trying to
yeah, I like my mute button too. I have been guilty of leaving it on as well in the past.
Yeah. It's like a fear. It was like start choking in front of everybody.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Right.
All right.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite early Nepacity pictures.
That
and
green,
I mean, you cannot argue with it at all.
Wow.
Whoa, look at that. That is major red asteroid. Holy cow, that's big.
Oh, is it? Okay. I wasn't sure
Yeah,
what
it's
that was.
coming right over the top of us. It's the only cloud in the sky, by the way. Hi, and welcome to the 180-day cycle. And see the discharging? That is the red asteroid going over the top of us. Really close.
That is so scary. Look at that. That's. Can you imagine what people would think if they knew what this was?
No shit.
Jesus.
Remember that? Remember that night I went live, Jesus.
I
It
do
was like that.
it's very similar to what you caught that.
Okay, remember what purple lightning means. It means it's way high upper atmosphere. Normal lightning is, if this was a low cloud, it would be normal white or yellow lightning. Purple lightning is from extreme atmospheric levels only. Shows you this is a close pass asteroid from the asteroid group. I know which one it is because I know the face of it. That's that little weird monkey face in the middle of it there. That's the red asteroid face on that right edge. And when they come in the 180-day cycle in a close pass, they discharge off Earth. They're that big.
Plus that behind it. Sorry, I'm still that blue behind it with the orange horizon. I see that when Atu is on the scene. And
Yeah, and remember these asteroids are right next to Atu.
Yeah, the baby blue. The baby blue.
Right, but it's this. Okay, it's either a deep blue and orange or purple and orange. But
And the normal sky is at the horizon.
that's your sign for
Yeah,
Atu.
that is your 180-day cycle close pass discharge scenario right there. And it's going to get worse. We're going to see an event. Now, it happened in San Francisco. It happened in South Dakota. It happened in Ohio. It happened in Canada. I'm sure it's happened around the world that we didn't get reportings from. But this is just me, remembering those mega discharge storms.
I going to tell Jesus. I was just now doing like a double look because I was thinking that was my video from the night I went live, in the parking lot. That's how much it looked like that right there. And it was lightning just like that.
And it repeats itself over and over.
I was like, that I immediately.
Yeah.
I even commented that night that we saw this.
To find it.
And there isn't another cloud in the sky.
I know. No, that's how it was too.
Yeah, you had basically
For
clear
me.
skies just in that one direction. You just had that funnel thing just.
I mean, this is
popping up.
almost a religious movement here, I mean, this is almost a religious moment where, my God, look at that. Look at that. That's the never-ending red Sonia lightning we talk about, which just keeps. That is a discharging asteroid right there.
Yeah. Yeah, because what I saw that I was on live on TikTok like an hour prior, and there was nothing else to talk about. The sky was completely clear, nothing was, and I was like, okay, guys, I'm gonna go, and I ran into the dollar store, and I come out, and what I saw was that, if I can find the video, I will show you.
And the
But it
spiral
was
asteroid will be doing that as well. We can see the close passes of the spiral asteroid that go all the way across the sky and actually do odd bank turns. And that will discharge this year as well, and it might be catastrophic as well. Do you have that picture ready? Because I imagine there's somebody out there hanging.
I
And
know.
When people don't believe, I dig out the 2012, 13, 14, 15 pictures where we got captures of the planets that are absolutely irrefutable, separate little circles of that planet, especially like the early Atu's moon overshots were just unbelievable, where you can actually see the craters in the moon. But this is my favorite Nepesity shot.
Sorry, it's.
Yeah,
I got my share of Atu's moons.
Oh God, I got tons of them.
Asteroid things, craters. It was the craziest thing, and I love this picture. That is a cool picture.
And the date on this is 2015. That green blob there is planet Nepesity. That big red blob behind the sun is planet Immeru. A big red gas giant so big it occupies, it's actually way far away. Way far away than the sun, but this is the standard red and our star, both in front of each other or joined. But this is the early onset of planet Nepesity. And of course, look, Mexico webcam that they took away from us.
Unfortunately, some of the coolest stuff was coming out of those webcams. It's such
Because
a
they're at the equator and we get a better shot.
It is such a bummer.
Well, this is why they had to make it go away.
I waited anxiously for those webcam videos to come out. I could not get enough of them because it was just like nothing. Like there was no views anywhere else that you were getting.
And see that green? That unmistakable Nepesity green.
Yeah. That green does not change. It's that same. The intensity changes depending on lighting and angle and all that, but it's the same green. The same green. As is the same purple with that too.
And it took till 2018 before it did a close pass. Because 2018 was the first onset of the close passes of Nepesity, which caused the rain bombs and the cyclone. And that's when NASA and all these and the National Weather Service started coming up with all those new names for everything. Oh, we have a whole bunch of new names for you guys.
It is the most epic close passing we've had to date. I don't think anything has come near that year.
Yeah, it was first sighted over the Gulf of Mexico, and then over Florida, and then over Texas, and then it went farther north, and now it's doing a run over the middle of, from Oregon all the way to Washington D.C. at that level. And last year it did a run at the end of the cycle over Canada, and I think that could have also been an asteroid discharge. But the whole of Canada lit on fire within a few hours, and it covered a region that there's no way that whole area could have lit on fire the way it did any other way than a close pass asteroid discharge. Because that fire couldn't have spread that quickly and as large as it did. Unbelievable fire they had up in Saskatchewan last year. And of course, that doesn't make the news either.
Yeah, not surprised.
Okay, I'm going to go get another Coke because I'm dry here.
Okay, Sam. I'm still getting over my... It wasn't even that bad of an attack. It just goes on and on like it was, but... Anyway. I'm going to play a little video. This is something I captured, I don't know, probably 2 years ago. Maybe it will say. Let's see. And then I'll get your video. Jesus. Wait, I think I already have it. I'll get it. Make sure I get it.
Okay.
Hang on a second. But Sam asked me to pick out one of my older videos, so that's what we're going to do here.
Yay. I'm back.
I know that we like to stay current, but there's some old stuff that needs to stay alive. That needs to be in rotation every so often because it's that good. I think as long as you make a point to say this is not new, this is not current, this is old, I think you're okay. But personally,
and not only that, it will add.
I like older stuff.
It will add to our level of science that we did study. Rebecca earned all of these videos, and she can describe exactly what they are. And this is base information going back years that other people need to learn.
That's right.
Sorry.
To show that we're not making this crap up. We aren't. Well, hell, here's a picture, 2015.
And that would be a hell of a coincidence, a 14-year coincidence, Sam, of just repeated anomalies.
Yeah. Oh God, can you imagine if we would have
hold up in any court, man?
Frankly, I think it would be harder to lie and talk out our ass than it would be to tell the truth.
Yeah. I like what you told one of your fans. Prove that it isn't happening. You want me to prove that it is? Why don't you prove that it isn't happening?
Yeah,
because there's so much more evidence for that. than the other way around.
Yeah, I realized that, and everybody goes, well, it couldn't possibly be happening. But then you go into Egyptology, you go into the Sumerians, you go into the Greeks, you go into the Chinese.
It is all over the place.
Yeah, it all matches.
Our history is just riddled with evidence, and once you start to put the pieces together,
the Hopi Indians knew about it.
I mean, this enormous picture of what is happening and what has happened in the past, and it's in a way it's satisfying because I mean some of it's scary to know that we've dealt with this over and over. Civilizations have came and gone, but it is good to understand our this place that we live in, and I think if we understood it and accepted it, maybe we could deal with it in a better way,
Yeah, if we did know we had another group of planets, just think how much easier it would be to accept extraterrestrials.
Yeah.
Because
how much easier it would be to build in a different way, Sam, too. Because right now, the way we build is not. We're not doing it accordingly. We should be building differently because our planet is so volatile and so, we have these periods of calm and then we have these periods of unrest. So I think if we would accept that, and accept it as in common knowledge and something that is taught to the masses, we would do everything completely different because we know that things happen and we can't guarantee tomorrow and we can't guarantee all these things. So I think we would change our way of thinking and
we have to
treating each other and our way of treating the planet as well.
Well, we have to stop respecting people that have money rather than intelligence.
Yeah.
We have to go back to start, trusting the scholars rather than the greedy rich. And we don't need that multi-million-dollar house with the bowling alley and the audio room and the sunken pool underneath the house and the 8-car garage. We don't need all of that. I mean, if you have that, you could turn that 8-car garage into 8 apartments for people to live in, and we build things that lasted longer rather than short decay. And look at the stonework that exists around the planet with these cyclopic stones that we can't even move. Those people built forever, and we should think about building a longer lasting legacy and stop killing each other. Jesus.
Yeah, we have to.
I'm still trying to get mine downloaded. I don't know what's going on.
This is about a week or two old. I kind of forgot I had it. Don't focus on that lens flare, guys. That's nothing. Better yet, look behind that lens flare. Look above the sun. What's clipping it off? And what's clipping it off to the lower right as well.
Yeah. That's the asteroids under Attu's moon. And up there, neat. Somewhere along the bigger white lens flare, right behind that is where the Texas cube would be. Right behind that lens flare.
So what is at the top left?
That's that's the lead path of the red asteroid and the spiral asteroid going vertical underneath Attu's moon.
Yeah, I've seen that a lot. I've seen that. I figured it was asteroids, I just didn't know which ones.
And then on the right hand side, of course, is the Saturn's yellow moon, and on the left is Uri.
Well, I don't know. I was thinking of Saturn's yellow moon for some
reason. See that weird square just above the sun?
I definitely do.
That would be your Texas cube.
Okay, so now I'm getting it. Okay, this is what I've been catching for the last week or two with Attu's moon and the vertical
and that black dot
facing. Yeah, okay, I get it now. Because it was above the sun, it really threw me off. I was thinking Saturn yellow moon because at one point it was right, clipping off the sun a little bit more standard. But
And the
you're right.
Norway spiral orb, or what we call the Empire orb,
Yep.
which is quite real, which is on the beginning of our startup of our show. You see a closer version of it.
That's right.
I have watched it by eye drop out of the clouds, and then the little blue light turned on me and looked at me, and I about pooed my pants. So we know it's real. We also know that it got here in 2009 through the Norway spiral, which is an edited version of anything we've ever found, because when the day we were watching it in 2009, there was a few people that were I was talking to. We were all watching it and watched the Norway spiral and watched that thing come out of it, and I knew immediately that it had to do with the Hadron Collider, and that's the biggest hint I'm going to give you on that one. And I got dust in my eye. Yay. Or cat hair, one of the two. I'm sitting here rubbing my eyes. Probably cat hair.
I'm going to show you. It's not. It's like downloading, not MP4 or whatever. I don't know. It needs to be converted or something. So I'll figure it out. But I do have some of these clips to show instead.
And Tara, I have a hard time with the smaller stuff myself. I think when I came to Montana Skywatchers, somebody told me think big, and I guess I took it to heart.
Sorry.
It's hard for me to see the small stuff, so I have a hard time with the smaller stuff, too. So I'm right there with you.
It is past sunset on that picture.
Hang on. Let me just. Sorry, That's loud.
Oh well.
They need to have a way to control that before you bring it up. You can't adjust it.
Yeah, I love it when you do layovers.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Me too. I think it makes it make sense.
Look at that illumination. It's past sunset, and yet you're seeing the body of an illuminated planet.
It is.
The bottom.
Yeah. Planet Butts, as Jillian would say.
Yeah. She always comes up with such good little terms.
Yeah.
That's why we have her.
And look at the two cloud layers going in the opposite direction, guys.
Yeah, that's always my favorite.
I mean, come
That's
on.
even how my kids described it.
Come on. We don't have two layers of atmosphere where one cloud goes on. No, we've never had that.
That is discharge off the asteroids.
That is crazy.
Planetary discharge. See it reaching around the face of the planet? That's why the planets don't crash into each other. And
but they definitely discharge something pretty.
My question is, how many thousands of miles long are those electrical bolts?
I got to experience one of those discharges, and they're heart stoppers, absolute heart stoppers.
Yeah, and Nepenthe has this really wide, intense single zap.
That is exactly the one that I saw.
And Attu's moon and the asteroid and Uri have multiple reach around where you can actually sometimes see the actual lightning go around the face of Attu and Attu's moon. We've got pictures of it going back many years. But yeah, Nepenthe has this intensely wide single Bachunk discharge where Uri and Attu behave differently. And that has to do with the asteroids below them. Sort of like a diode or a Tesla coil or something. Yep. We are this year we're already Colorado is in springtime right now, and they're already at the red flag warning for dry. Now that other one, some of these older ones are when the lead asteroid is crossing the sun, like that one. our sun, the sun behind it. Oh, I remember that. That was really cool that year that the sun did that. I think that was 2019. Yeah, that was when the lead asteroid was crossing the sun. You see, the yellow and the sun are different intensities. That's how you know one is a sun, one is an asteroid. Because they're not as bright. That's the big three. That's lead asteroid again. Lead asteroid again. Don't know about that one. That might be a camera double. Lead asteroid. Could be lead asteroid again. Size is different. That could be a camera double. That is not a camera double.
No, reflection on the water says it all.
Yeah, we have occasionally a picture or two that we should not necessarily use, but I'm guilty of it all the time.
But it is part of the learning process too,
Yeah.
And especially for new people here, it's good to see, good to
That's
show
just
them,
yellow moon.
what something looks like that isn't right. I learned tremendously from what not to, believe, what not to see, so I think so long as it's pointed out.
Yep. Necessity cutting off the sun. We went through, oh God, what, 2 years of that? I'm almost getting nostalgic for some of the older days.
I love the older days. I go through my old stuff when I got nothing else going on in the sky, and I always find something very nostalgic.
Okay, I'm resaving it, and maybe it will. I don't know. We'll see. I keep trying different things till it works.
Yes, these bell shapes or the hourglass shapes are the refraction of the sun on the bottom of the planet. That's overhead. That one was probably spiral asteroid going in front of the sun. Zorch.
It's coming from the bottom up, guys. That's
God, I just was sitting here thinking about the thousands of hours that we have spent working on this. I mean, unbelievable amounts of time that we have put towards this.
mountains of evidence. Mountains, literally mountains of evidence. Look at that curve. You see that curve, guys? Wow.
And the flashing has to do with the rotating planets, and they have an atmosphere, and sometimes it's a thick atmosphere and sometimes it's thin. That's why it flashes, because as the planet rotates, the amount of light that is breaking through the cutoff changes. And there's an older Atu moon.
That is cool.
And there the asteroids are vertical again. And now Atu is just behind, and then Uri's also in that mix behind it as well. Which is good, which is why there's a Uri cut in going here on this bottom cloud thing. Carol Ann loves her old pics too. Yep. She's got a lot of them. If I recall correctly, Carol Ann has been saving tons of pictures. She has pictures that only I have, and then she's got a collection too. Hiccups again.
And her memory on them is really sharp. Really, I mean, she can just go right to it.
He's a hardworking citizen scientist.
Yes. Really?
Valued longtime friend.
Really?
I actually have a crick in my neck from leaning forward to the microphone.
Oh no! Right.
Well, it's sitting beside me, so I keep tipping my head to the side, and it's like, my neck's getting stiff. Need to move my chair.
Yeah, it's not good for you to, you know.
I like that sometimes because I like you showing multiple angles so people can see that there's a roundness there.
Oh, I was talking about Salmon, his neck, hunching over on the. That's what, yeah.
He was talking about having that because he always says that when he sees a side of you that he's got to.
Oh yeah. Oh, that one. Oh yeah. Everywhere out, somewhere across YouTube land, everybody's got their head tipped. Yeah.
Okay. I think
A really good one today. I had to do that with, and I was like, I'm not even going to do this any longer. My head hurts. I should have saved it, but I didn't. I'm getting a little more picky over the years, because I have so many pictures on this computer. I've kind of stopped saving as many as I used to. What about parking lot 360? Yeah, I love it when you do layovers.
Cool.
Oh. But those be planets, people. And yeah, they are hard to see. They are. But when you see that big rounded circle edge, that absolute defined rounded edge, you can't argue with it. And if you watch it and you watch the light change and that whole light starts rounding the face of the planet and you see it over a transition, you go, oh my God, that is round, and it is a 3D thing. Oh boy.
Yeah. Oh, well,
That was
Yeah, we are flying above the clouds here, and everything above the above clouds here is not our solar system. It's not our clouds. I saw when I actually wrote it down. I don't even know where that note is. It's probably in the living room. But I saw a video where with people out of a plane, and the camera was on the outside of the plane. That's why I could use it, because you can't use shots coming from inside the plane because you always get a glass double. But the main thing about that is if you're flying above the clouds.
Well, but I think the glass doubles only matter if you're disputing small stuff.
Yeah, true.
If it's like an enormous planet, I don't think really. I'm not advising to go ahead and do that. If you could avoid it, please avoid it. But there's sometimes where it doesn't make. It's undisputable whether it's glass or not through glass. But if you're gonna dispute small lit up things, I agree. It definitely is gonna complicate things.
I actually had somebody this week irritatingly type to me, well, why would you discount my picture just because I took a photograph through my windshield? And I went, I'm not trying to down you, A. And then I said, well, why don't you pull your car over and then get out and take the capture? That way you're not crashing your car. And I hope she didn't take that as being rude, but don't film and drive. And if you're going to do it, be like Rebecca and put your hand up out of the sunroof.
This is when I do, I
look at that bottom of that planet right there.
This is a handheld camera. This is what I do, and I'll just drive.
No, I get what I get. I'm not even looking at what I'm getting.
Yeah.
If I.
And I do it when I'm not driving that fast.
But yeah.
But let's advise against it because it's
dark blue is planet, white and light blue is normal sky.
Yep.
Yeah, that's so obvious there. Look at that.
Repetitive pattern, repetitive every day.
Yeah.
And we see it over and over, and it
Look
gets
at
bigger
that
and bigger.
curve. Look at how it bulges up, guys. A 90 degrees angle. Sky
That's
doesn't
the
do that.
Yellow Moon
Sky does not
with
do that, guys.
Nibiru. Nibiru is behind that. Retura Tulsa.
Yeah, this is out north.
See, that's why those storms go around you. You're in a hilly area to the north of Tulsa. That's why the storms go around you.
Right. This is a tall hill. This is probably the tallest part of Tulsa right here in this area. Yeah.
That's why they went around you, because I was watching it on radar and I was going, oh, and then it went around you. And it's like, oh, cool.
It was coming right for us, too. So I was kind of surprised.
I was going to call you, but I didn't want to bother you at that hour,
I was up. I was up.
I was more concerned. Are you safe? And then I thought, no, I'll leave her alone. And,
Well, thanks. Yeah, I was up.
Now remember, tonight is going to be hail for you and Texas, and it's after 1 o'clock. It's supposed to really pick up. How that happens at nighttime, I don't know. But then, like you said, you do have 80-degree temperature, and that will on nighttime thunderstorms.
Right.
I was saying to myself, well, I hope the guy on the left stops.
Right.
I'm like in the car with you there. Yeah, look at that. God.
I do this so much. I wonder what the people in the car next to me always think.
Nobody else does this. So. Just me and you, Jesus.
Yeah, I don't get people stopping and talking to me much anymore when I do the Walmart 360. I'll stand there for, I'll stand there for a good 10, 15 minutes at a time, because it is such a good wide open area that you do get the opportunity to view. And here in Lolo, my whole southeastern view is blocked by a mountain. So I go into town and I get a better view.
God, but it blows me away how obvious, but also at the same time not obvious it is. Like,
it's obvious because we've stared at it for a decade.
Yeah,
bud.
Yes, exactly. But I mean, if you didn't know, it'd be really easy to just walk past that and not even notice
that. How do you argue with that?
That not so much. That right there is a little more obvious. But sometimes it's so obvious, and then you think about it, I was like, well, it's just so subtle sometimes. I love that one.
Yeah, I'm amazed.
Cool time lapse. That was a cool time lapse. I wonder, do you still have that time lapse, Rebecca? That was a hell of a cool time lapse.
Time lapse.
Yeah, there was a time lapse to that one picture.
Oh yeah, I do.
You remember that time lapse?
Yeah, I'll get it.
Cool time lapse.
How do you argue with that? How do you not see that?
Yeah.
That's from Third Eye, that time lapse you're talking about.
I believe you're right. You're right. That's what it was. I love that one.
Now that right there is one of those rare occasions where the asteroids are orbiting on the right-hand side. That's why it has that weird shape. And these are vertical partially on the left. Another Mexican sky camera. Yep. Repetitive pattern.
Downward pointed effect of Attu's moon. Oh, if I love this one. Wow. That is a cool picture.
Tipped axis nepacity.
Yes. Wow.
And then she's in the middle, so her axis is flat. And of course, this is older drawing from 2021. That's a pretty drawing. Although I'm not thrilled about the little lightning bolts that I drew in after the fact with paint, but that was to emphasize the fact of the 180-day cycle, because it wasn't going on in December, but yet we were having discharging.
That's crazy.
Oh, I see. Right. Yeah. I like it.
That's why I drew it in after the fact.
It fits. Here's this one Jesus was.
Yeah, this one. Jesus, that is.
The only
That's
thing.
the little shield right there. That's the little clam or the crab shell or the warrior shield or the faceplate of his Saturn yellow moon. Right there, we're seeing a complete circle of it.
See, I thought it was Isatum at this time. This was like 2021, so I was still unsure. So that's my only regret is that I put
Well, if
Isatum.
it's that old, it could easily be a Saturn. You're right. You're right.
Okay,
You are
I
correct.
wasn't sure. But yeah. But look at that. It's just moving right
If
by.
this is 2021. This is Nibiru.
Look at that. Look at that. I love that.
Nibiru and
I
Saturn,
was
yeah.
really green still, and you know, really.
And that dark blue that just looks almost like just like this blob of blue that you could just touch. It's crazy. That is so
Yeah.
crazy. It's weird how they get darker and darker as they come close to us.
That means that white nib in the center of that circle is the Saturn's yellow moon. That tiny. Back in 2021, which is just post Dr. Phil Day. When we first started watching it was 2/19, 2021. And then Saturn's yellow moon was getting much bigger. But yeah, that circle is the Saturn, and the little blip is the Saturn's yellow moon. And Saturn is the big brown dark thing. But
So
makes
Third
a
Eye
weird
has
faceplate
been
thing.
watching for a long time then.
Yeah, right. Because we became acquainted, a few months before this video, and it was something he shared, and I asked him if I could use it.
excellent captures.
So, yes.
Especially back then.
Did he understand what this was when you?
I don't think at all. No.
Heck, I think I barely understood
But
what we were seeing at that time, even though I was drawing it in.
He does believe, we're seeing the planets. So.
Oh, jeez. This is what I love, how people are connected
Wow.
to this without even really knowing. This is why I think there is a thing as some people are just predispositioned to see this because without really understanding. I mean, look what a perfect video he took without really knowing what he was looking for.
Yes.
Well, there is a spiritual connection to this. This is part of what we're supposed to know.
That's exactly what I'm saying because we did the same thing. We did this for years. I did this for 2 years before I understood what it was.
Yes,
You know?
yes.
Yes. So there's got to be something more than just I was open-minded. There has to be some kind of connection.
Yeah, there's a real calling. If you're supposed to know about it, you will. The people that are on this journey with us here are supposed to be here. This is a new awakening. We have to wake up to the fact that we're a smaller part of a bigger whole, and then a bigger whole of a even larger whole. And there's many races out there and many galaxies.
It's just the craziest thing. All of this is just the craziest thing. It just certainly will make you look at life in a way different way. And this is one of my favorites, personal ones.
Yeah, this is Jesus's video.
Is
That's so
that,
cool.
that those illuminations. I miss those purple illuminations.
I'm reminded of the time we discovered that Atu had a moon. Oh wow, it's a moon! Look at that! Yeah. And then we, started getting captures of it from Japan and around the world, and I was just so excited. Like, oh my God, Atu has a white moon! Look at that! And then we started seeing the close overhead passes of it, and it was, still the size of a tennis ball versus, a beach ball for Atu behind it. And then we started seeing the craters and everything. Oh my God! In cameras around the world. And a lot of people gave us a lot of guff over that too. But a lot of, and I still have a good portion of those pictures. Why I'm going to pay for this show. My neck is. I got a crick neck.
Oh.
It's
No,
okay. I moved.
Yeah, just those are the worst to overcome sometimes, is pinch nerves.
Yeah, it's like my second or third vertebrae right at the top of my head. It's like, This too shall pass. Yeah, I guess there's only one way to get the word out, and that's one word at a time. Can't scream it any louder. And I love that you have all of these marked.
Yes. I meant to do one for each planet. I just never got all of them made. But
Yeah, me, I live in cap locks all the
Yes.
time where you use, smaller case letters, and I always look at that. Oh, okay. Rebecca did that one.
Yeah.
Of course, I don't mistake your work for mine at all. I always remember everything.
That is a
I remember pictures taken 10 years ago. And I love it when people repost old pictures, and then they redate them and go, oh, well, this happened when. And I'm going, no, that happened in 2018, and I remember, in August. I can prove it.
Jeez.
Yeah, Atu and Atu's Moon are to this day. I love this color. That was back in 2019 when everything was purple. And if you look at the microclouds there, and right where it says Atu's Moon, see those bubbly Mamantis, and they're so small, just like the drawing right there.
It's a hell of a match there.
When you see it in your head. Yeah, back in the days when lead object or lead asteroid was coming in and scaring the hell out of us too. God, it got so big a couple of times on a couple of different cycle runs from one year to the next. I thought for sure that the damn thing would, discharge and bounce off Earth or cause some major, mountain to move or something. And still might. We don't know. I don't think it's going to be majorly catastrophic, but we can always hope that it's not.
Would it stand to reason, Sam, that each cycle could be different or less destructive than the previous one? As I mean,
Well,
I know the system is pretty stable, but is it? Do you think that every cycle it's more stable, or is it just random?
You mean overall cycle? You mean passing cycle, like what we have now,
passing.
or the last? Or
no, the 3,000 year cycle. Do you think it's more stable as each cycle goes, or is
I think it's generically stable because it's not a paradoxal cycle, because otherwise it would have ended. It would have ended a million years ago.
Yeah, no,
I
I get that, but what I mean is that do you feel like every passing could be different, or?
There's entirely a possibility. Remember the game, the spirograph, where you draw with a pen and it goes around in this circle plastic thing, and you end up coming up with a rosacea flower. There could be a Fibonacci sequence variant to the orbitation between the two stars and their two solar systems, but I don't think it's paradoxical or catastrophic where they crash and destroy each other. But I think there might be a variation in, we look back in Noah's Ark and the flood, and then the last cycle that we went through climate change, but we didn't have the biblical, but did we or didn't we have the biblical flooding? We don't know. Melting of the ice ages, blah, blah, blah. There's no way to judge that, but yeah, there could be different variants. We are told that there are going to be things different this time by the Pleiadian, so that's entirely possible. Yes, 8 cycles may be rough, or 7 or odd, or this one, that one, or every third one might be really catastrophic, nasty. I don't know. There's no way. I mean, if we had a book going back 300,000 years, we could tell, but we don't. We don't have any of that information. We'd have to look.
Well, there's gotta be somebody. There's gotta be somebody out there who does, right? I mean, somebody's gotta.
Stone that got, let's go underneath the feet of the Sphinx. Maybe maybe it's written down in there.
There's gotta be what I mean. There's gotta be like a bloodline that survives this, right? Because they know and maybe plan ahead. The people that really know what's happening.
Yeah. Well, maybe
I would imagine that it's information that's been passed down and down and down, and it's very
well. You'd have to go to the Ethiopian Bible in Africa. Ethiopia is the only country that was never colonized by the British or the Dutch or the French or the Spanish, and they have a banned Bible. It might be in there. There's also the North Africa Jews who have their own version of their Bible as well. And they live in Liberia or something, up in northern, right across the Mediterranean from France. And they claim to have the Ark of the Covenant as well, so they won't show anyone. And they're a wonderful group of very, very, very religious folks and great people. I'm sure it's written somewhere.
The way I kind of picture it in my head, and maybe this is far fetched, I don't know, but there's got to be a group of whether it's a bloodline of a family bloodline or something where they do know this information and it's been passed on and guarded, right?
Templar Knight.
There's got to be those up there somewhere that are beyond politics, beyond.
Yeah, so if you are out there and you know this and you're listening, mail us a letter. We'd love to read the material. We won't tell anybody what we can't tell them, but we'd like to know.
I would love to join that club.
Drop us a line. Let us know.
Can you imagine the information and the knowledge that group of people must have? They are.
Oh God. The question is, if you did have it, could you deal with it?
That's exactly probably why they guard it, Sam. Because could you imagine? I mean, in a way, like truth. I'm all for truth, but at the same time, could we have a society that functions normally if we would?
Well, I know what I know is already confusing as hell as it is, and it's also stressful.
No, it is, and that's what I mean. If the masses would know this information, that every so often we have this destruction and all this, do you think we'd be able to function normally as society? You think we'd be able to, because ignorance is bliss. It definitely is bliss.
Well, I go immediately back to, my brain hits the caves, underground cities of Cappadocia, which is modern day Turkey right now. There are hundreds of miles of underground cities down there, and you don't carve holes in rock for mile after mile after mile for no reason. They went hiding down there, I think, the last cycle because it was so damn hot and climate change and everything else that they had to hide. I don't know, but that's an assumption. I believe we're going to see a very, very, very hot summer, and maybe and we don't know where that sun's going to go. And if the two suns are separating, then how close is that second exiting star going to pass to Earth, and how is it going to affect us? And our temperatures, are we going to be in boil off worse than we already are? Is our atmosphere going to protect us? Is our magnetosphere going to protect us? What, and this is where my fearful, my scientific brain wants to come to a safe summation, but I'm a little leery. I don't think we're as safe as we think we are. I hate to say that, but I don't think we are as safe as we'd like to be. That I can tell you for sure.
We like to think everything is okay, but I think if life has shown us is that we're not in control as much as we think,
Yeah. And I just hope and pray it's not as catastrophic as it could be. And and I'm hoping for the best. And like I said earlier, I hope that that mothership comes down and saves a few of us. Not that that's going to happen, because I know it won't until later. Intervention won't happen until after there are far fewer of us, and I was directly told that.
As for Ricole, I don't know if I'm saying that right, but I agree. I think unfortunately, people's true colors will show, in worst case scenarios. This is why we want to spread this information for people to know, because people in a panic are not very friendly people. It gets ugly.
Yeah, we don't want feudalistic societies developed. We want like-minded people to take care of each other rather than destroy each other, or usurp the food for the strong and kill the weak. We don't want any of that. We want people to have a fair-minded people, good people. We want those people to do well. And the bad people, well, we want them to do well as well. We hope they learn a good lesson. And I don't wish the death or destruction of anyone, even if they are jerks. But yeah, we could be Mad Max. We could be feudalistic, just like the medieval period of time, where there has to be kings and vassals and knights and serfs and people. It's all speculation. I really hate to go there, but I know we're in deep shit. That I know. Look at our crops. Watch this year. We're going to see food shortages around the world. There will sadly be many, many starving children around this planet this year. And that is horrible. And I hope the people who don't have rain get some. And I hope the people that have too much rain get less. I hope people can grow their food, feed their kids, get smarter, be happy together, join a village, concerned families. Stop fighting each other. Stop blowing the shit out of each other all over this planet. Stop bombing Gaza. I mean, Jesus. It's just Israel. God, they're supposed to be religious and good people and everything. Now they're bombing the crap out of somebody else with different colored skin. Not cool. Anyway,
34,000 people I was seeing the other day so far.
Yeah, careful on giving numbers out. Facebook will drop you on that one.
Yeah,
I one time mentioned the number of people that were killed in World War II.
It's in the thousands, in the high thousands. But it's insane. It's insane what's happening.
Yeah, I was talking about the number of Jews that died in the death camps one time on Facebook, and I was a month in Facebook jail for it. And I have a right to, because I'm directly related, because my father was in a concentration camp, or he was in a slave labor camp. There's a difference. And my dad was in a slave labor camp, so I felt that I was, informed on the subject. And I mentioned the number of people that had been gassed, and I spent a month in Facebook jail just over that one sentence that I typed. So there's definitely a faction out there to stop that information, either for good or for worse. I can't attribute their background reasons for doing it, but I spent a month in Facebook jail just one time mentioning the number.
I mean, it's a sensitive topic.
Yeah, it's a sad topic. I mean, my God, a lot of people died in both World War I and World War II, and that was spooky. It still is. Absolutely unforgivable, inexcusable to this day. So let's stop doing that to each other, guys. And let's stop the inner city violence too while we're at it. Stop shooting each other and stealing from each other. Anyway, I'm getting political again. Oh my God.
Well,
no political.
We agree. I mean, I don't want to say it's like out of our control. It does, but it does feel like we just,
Oh, we need to nudge a level of control and understanding. And if you bring the topic to bear and it is on people's minds, well, maybe, over time we're going to change a little bit.
Right. But I do see things changing. I mean, just by watching people on TikTok, and maybe that's why they're going after it. Maybe that's the real reason why, because people really are catching on to Hollywood. They're just done. They're fed up with it all.
Well, we are arguing with the moral value currently in 2024. We're arguing with the moral value of our older society. Compared to the 1950s even. And unfortunately, there's, we're in the pendulum swing of going batshit crazy to one end. And yet on the other end of the spectrum, the LGBTQ community has finally gotten a reality voice where, people are allowed to be themselves and feel the way they want to feel and all of that. It's not for me, but I mean, if that's what they want to do, that's okay. I'm a normal, just me. I like ladies, and that's all the way it is. And so if they,
this is what I say. I tell people I'm pro happy, whatever that means for you.
Yeah, there you go. That's good saying.
Yeah.
I may steal that from you.
Yeah.
Me too.
Or borrow, but that's better. I'll borrow it from you.
Hey. Steal away. It applies for everything.
I am not a person that steals, and I'm a terrible liar.
I was gonna point out Third Eye is here. Hi, Third Eye.
Hey, Third Eye. Nice work. Thank you.
Yeah, and he was just commenting on that video we were watching of I Sat Him.
Oh, seeing that comment,
and he said that he was aware at that time, if I'm reading it right, that he was seeing something that he called as a moonoid. So he believed it was a moon at that time when he was filming it.
That's a pretty good.
I believe that's what he's saying. Yeah.
Good one.
And he was expecting these planets since he was 12 years old. So
there are a lot of people out there that probably are highly aware of our information and yet absolutely don't even comment. There are people that are smarter than I am in that definition, to the point where they know stuff and they just go, I'm not going to get involved, and yet I'm gonna keep eating all of this up, yum yum yum, but I'm not gonna comment. And kudos to you. I know we have a lot of secret scientists out there too, so and more power to you.
Cool. I'm glad you're here, Third Eye. You got to see it with us.
There's a lot of quiet members that just kind of hang out in the background, and it's understandable because this is a very taboo subject, and not everybody wants to be seen in that light, which is it's understandable. I mean, it's again not for me. I can't sit on the sidelines, at least. And I just couldn't. I had to come out public with this, no matter what the consequences of it. But I get, some people's careers are in.
Exactly. I was just going there.
Some people's, livelihoods are in jeopardy. I get that, and it's unfortunate that we live in a world where truth has the power to, ruin your life, and that's horrible.
I imagine we've seen that in a lot of different instances throughout the last 50 years, even, where people knew something about something, from wars to politics to you name it, manufacturing, whatever, where there was something where they just didn't dare comment on because it would mean a change to their financial or their political or their relationships or their living status and employment, whatever.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's lots of people, and it's a tough way. It really is.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we have to make a living, and sometimes that means towing the line for some people.
25 years ago, I wouldn't have told you that I met ET face to face, not publicly. And I'm doing it now because, it's happened actually more than 3 times, but and I got really vocal after the last time I got my face slammed into the keyboard here in this room. And that was only just a few years ago, and it was really bloody. That was a nightmare. And I often think about that again. It's like it could happen again. And I'm a little bit occasionally irritatingly afraid of it. I don't like knowing that they don't need doors, and more. That's another story you can go back on. I've told the story before, but anyway, I think I'm probably a little bit more militant about talking about it now, especially since the faceplant on the keyboard. Going, yeah, I'm going to admit that they're there because they're there, and they're here, and they're. Sometimes I wonder if they're listening. Hi, guys, up there in your spacecraft.
I'm sure they pop in and out.
Yeah, and everybody, Nibiru and Saru, how are you doing? I hope you're enjoying YouTube also.
I mean, somebody's got to garble you out whenever you're talking to
Yeah,
us.
push that button. He says too much. There we go.
And hello, Curtis. Nice to have you on board.
Right. Nice to see you, Curtis. From Ireland. So it's early morning for Ireland, I'm sure. Yeah.
How come you guys are getting feed before me?
Well,
That just popped up after you guys already read it.
Well, your internet's slow, Sam.
Huh.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes,
That's true.
we got a heads up.
Hey, I got an email today when I turned on my computer that was dated on the 22nd. And it went bling on my computer right after, and today is the 30th. So it took 8 days to get to me. So, yeah. Tell me my news feed is 5 days old. We were talking about that before where somebody's giving warnings about the solar flares that are coming, Solar flares will be here tomorrow, and meanwhile I get the post and it's 5 days old. Like, gee, thanks.
Well, that's how it happens with your feed, Sam. Anytime that I get a notification from you, and lately seems to be happening with Rebecca too, it'll says Sam just posted, and then I'll go into it, and it's 12 hours old, at least.
Yep.
Yep. Sometimes 2 days, and I'm like, you just posted, you gave me the notification now, and I go in, and it's freaking 2 days old. I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah. So that's why I chuckled. I get an email, or a Facebook PM private message, and it's 8 days old. It's like, wow. Because I heard the notification bell go off that I just got it. So I went over there and clicked on it, and it's like, yeah, and it was dated the 22nd. Like, oh, okay.
And Laura, I mean, if you're a quiet member, that's fine. You're here. I think you're doing better. You're ahead of the curve already, so that's fine. If you ever feel ready to come out publicly or do whatever, that's fine too. I think you're learning, and I think that's better than most people are doing. So
I was gonna say I am a quiet member across, the internet in general. You don't see me commenting in other groups hardly ever. So
yeah, I've noticed. I like, and I'll make a short comment, but for the most part, yeah, it's kind of.
I'm just
I'm bombing everybody with a monthly site drawing and music.
Yeah.
I wish that Sam would stop sending me all that music all the time. What's wrong with him? I just get in gear and I start sending everybody music because I've been sitting in front of the computer for far too long, and I'm off into Lulu land,
Mm-hmm. It's refreshing.
But it's a comfort thing. There's groups where I'm very comfortable, like Nibiru Falls Anonymous, Montana Sky Watchers. I'm very comfortable to post whatever and say whatever, and then there's some where I'm just not. Some are just not really, it's Sky groups, but really they're not really.
Right, I have learned not to comment in some cases. Yeah,
so I'll post there, but I don't. I pretty much keep my mouth shut, and even when the comments come in, because usually the comments are pretty bad, I'll just let it be. I won't even bother commenting or arguing back, whatever. But I do plant the seeds, and I think that's the best I can do.
Right.
Whoever will pick up the crumbs will pick them up. If not, well, that's fine.
I have a question for Tara. because she's new. She started here a few 5, 10 shows ago. How are we doing? And if you, I don't know how much comment you're allowed to type, because I can't, because they won't even let me in. How do we come off? Who are we to you? How do we appear to you? What kind of show are we putting on to you, please? If you don't mind. And if you'd rather not comment, say so. I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm just trying to, get your new person point of view.
That's a good question, and it's a good question, and it's also
Yeah, well, we see it from our point of view. We've been doing this for so long. This is normal. But, since she's a new person and she's on board with us and she's kind and polite and nice, I just, and if you want to be brutal, go ahead. I don't insult easy. So let us know. What are we? What have we become? Where are we going with this? What do you see?
well, friends. That's good.
Do
That's a
do
good
do
start.
do 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 do.
No pressure.
Jeopardy song.
No pressure, but when I came across you, Sam, I knew that whatever it is that you were talking about, you believed it, and that's why I was instantly hooked on just listening to you.
Thank you.
I feel that you have that. I feel that you have that effect on a lot of people. That honesty. I think
nice.
I don't believe people are good liars. I think for the most part we know when we hear the truth, and I think that's one of the most important things for me is hearing the honesty and truth in somebody's voice without having to really try. I think it's a beautiful thing, and it's something to be valued.
Why, thank you, sir. I am honored.
It's true. But I
Yeah.
remember when I started hearing your videos. I mean, this is 2014. I remember where I lived and all of that. And I did not have any idea what you were talking about. I mean, none. But I just liked listening to you talk. And like Jesus just said, I could tell, at least to you, it meant something. I could tell it was like you were really passionate about it, So it wasn't like you were
I would say
scripted.
overzealously insane, but
Yeah.
I'm like, oh my God, you guys, you gonna see this? Oh my God, yeah,
Yeah.
300
Well,
miles an hour.
it's exciting to see somebody passionate about something, especially when you're trying to find truth about something, and then you come around this person who's just talking and with such passion about something and such honesty. It's like an attraction to that. You can't help but be attracted. And just like I want to listen to more. Like I want to hear what this man has to say.
Oh my God, that red planet and the little yellow moon, and then Atu and its white moon, and Uri and its stripes, and its millions of asteroids underneath. I mean, it's just absolutely phenomenally cool. I mean, ugh. And then the 2 stars. Oh, that one I still have to remind myself is going on. And yet it can't function without it. The whole binary solar system, 2 stars, 2 sets of planets. And it's far-fetched as all hell, but if you go back in history, the Hopi Indians knew about it, the Greeks knew about it, the Egyptians knew about it, the Sumerians knew about it. I mean, my God. And I don't see it as that far of a reach. I really don't. And yet everybody else goes, nah,
But see,
not
that's
possible.
what drives me crazy. That this stuff is not that crazy. Planets. Isn't it more crazy to think that nothing happens outside of our skies? That's crazy.
Yeah.
That's
It's more
crazy.
crazy to believe that we're
Like hundreds of nothing happens out there. Just your occasional, shooting star. That's crazy to me. Like that's just crazy.
and we're
There's
the
a
only
whole other.
species out there. Yeah, right.
Yeah, there's just no
Vastly
way.
insane.
That alone to me is crazy. But when you mention this stuff, which to me is very plausible and very, very normal, Yeah, and well, maybe normal is a big word, but it's not far fetched at all. That there's other planets, that there's asteroids, that there's other stuff out there.
Yeah, it makes
I
more
don't see
sense that way than not.
Yeah, that makes way more sense to me than nothing happens outside of this what we can see. That's just that's crazy to me. And Tara, thank you for your answers. Your very honest answers. They're very, very kind of you, and glad to have you on board. And if you do have any more questions, we're always here to answer them. So, yeah.
Well, I'm reading her comments here because my scroll, it wasn't working. It's like, oh, I got a whole bunch to catch up on here. Okay, I was sort of looking for a little bit more, but as far as a show, as far as a podcast, do we come off as professional? Do we come off as, well, we are a bunch of friends that are talking, or is there any way we could do it better? Is do we make mistakes? What, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I was just trying to.
I think we've shown improvement over, where we started. Over 57 shows. I feel like we, gain a little bit each show. Yeah.
And they're easier to listen to now that I always listen to them. I listen to all of them, even if it takes me weeks, but I do listen to all of them. I see that we kind of allow each other to talk and finish before somebody else interjects. So I think that part we've really gotten good at that. Much better at it too. So
and Laura.
And also we're I think, and I love this, is that we don't script this. None of this is scripted. This is just right off the dome, as they say. We're here just talking whatever comes to our mind. I know, Rebecca, you prep some with the videos and whatever you show, but it's not like something we don't start writing and we're going to talk. No, it's not scripted at all. It just comes off.
I start 2 days ahead of time and collect material, but
Yeah, well, of course, and I gather a material too, videos that I want to play, that kind of stuff. But what I mean, like when we're talking, it's just we're talking like we're having a conversation with each other, and I think people like that. I would like to think that people like that because it comes off more natural than something scripted, which unfortunately there's so much of it now. That's I see videos on TikTok of people doing stuff, and it's cute, right? Somebody helps somebody, whatever, but it's all scripted. It's all replayed, and it's such a bummer to see that. Like, I hate that. I hate seeing a video where somebody does something good for somebody, but it's not a real video. It's fake, and I don't know, something about it just kind of rubs me the wrong way when people do that. So, I like to think the naturally is kind of a good thing, doesn't always come off perfect, but at least it's not pre-planned or premeditated or anything. It's just comes off as it comes. So
yeah, we've even sort of kind of tried to occasionally set something up, but we never really stick to it. But because we got all of us talking, and so we don't really follow a plan.
We have a general idea of what's going to happen.
Yeah.
We're going to talk planets, current events,
right? Share what we found this week,
and play some videos for you guys, and then answer questions and talk. That's pretty much the plan when we get on here. So yeah, hopefully we don't seem too lost. I don't think so. We talk about this a lot, whether it's in the groups or whatever. But I look forward to this because I don't get to talk about this anywhere else, and I don't necessarily feel normal around other people. Why feel normal? I just feel like everybody else is crazy, I guess. But
well, every time I'm driving into town,
in a place where I can talk about this and not feel out of place, and I love that. It's something that this is a very special place for me, because it's a place where I get to talk about it. My favorite topic in the world, and not feel weird about it. Like misunderstood. Ain't nothing worse than being misunderstood, and I get it. It's part of this that you have to accept that you're gonna be misunderstood, but it's still nice to be in a safe place where people are at least open enough to listen to you, before they write you off as crazy. So that's really nice.
I want to point it out when I'm driving and I go into the truck stop or whatever, and I'm looking at the planet or I'm looking at the asteroids, and they're plain as day, and I walk in there and go, I want to tell people, but then I walk in and I don't say anything, and then I walk out and look at it again. But I even have a few friends that are they're not really friends, they're just acquaintances at the store clerks. But every once in a while, I want to just drag them out into the parking lot and go, look at that. And I don't do it. I used to. I don't do it anymore.
You used to. Yeah, I just want to pull people by the ears and say, look, man.
Look at that. Look at that.
Can you please just look at that. Yeah.
I kind of unloaded on a neighbor. Like she was kind of new for me, a new neighbor. And ever since then, she's not even looked my way, let alone, I mean, she will not give the opportunity, for me to talk to her, so she just ignores me now.
There's that crazy Nibiru lady.
I started talking about aliens, and that was really what did it. That's what did it. I know it was the alien talk, so.
Well, you can tell them, you absolutely know that they are real. And boy.
Yeah, right.
I would think the alien part is a little more acceptable for your average person than planets. One of my friends, I showed him one of my videos with the striped lead object, right? And she was perfectly fine thinking that it was alien, that it was something alien, but she would not accept the fact that it was an asteroid. Or even a moon, right? Or
there are some new scientists embarking on the James Webb telescope information that they're getting in. They actually have got pictures of planets with city lights on them.
I was seeing an article about that.
So let's just hope that James Webb kicks the door open, and then we can all run through.
Well, I'm sure it'll kick it open, Sam. Will they share what their findings? Is another question. That's true.
Good point.
Can you imagine what they're already seeing?
JRE. Curtis Boyd says, Sam, have you ever tried to get onto the JRE? I don't know what that is.
What is the JRE? I don't know.
We have tried. Oh God, everything I try doesn't work very long. I had Skype for a while, but it doesn't work anymore. I can't open emails. I can't sign up for anything because supposedly my email address doesn't exist, and yet this is what I'm working on. And I couldn't get Amazon to take me. I couldn't get anybody to accept my email address, and I even created other ones, but then that didn't work for long either. So I'm kind of shadow banned, and frankly, we're very lucky that I'm here talking in the manner that I have been. The Radio Wasteland programs we couldn't even do over the computer; we had to do on the telephone. And Chauncey, the host, would actually, on many occasions, have to call me multiple times just to get through. Most of the time, he was told my phone number was disconnected. Now, when people in Europe try to call me generically, 95% of those people cannot contact me because they're told that my number is disconnected. And an example is Jillian is one of the few people from Scotland who has ever been able to ring through from Europe. And I've had many people try, and they all tell me, no, the phone tells me that your phone number has been disconnected. And I've had the same phone number for 22 years. It's a landline.
You definitely
Anyway.
have issues with your phone.
Yeah, we're messed with, and we're, our phone calls are hung up on regularly when we are talking on the phone to many other people, and they do far too often to be by chance. And then, like on the shows here, when I do actually break into slightly controversial, almost classified information, which I do try to avoid, we have experienced where my internet feed is warbled out, seemingly on purpose.
Yeah, you turn into a robot.
The
robot thing.
And that's why, I have the still picture up because we're trying to go around it, and this with the microphone works, but they do not work together. And which everybody has. Everybody gets to use it. Why can't I? Oh, excuse me. Right.
You're right, Carol. I think she's talking about the Joe Rogan experience.
Yeah. What do you think of Joe Rogan, Sam?
I've watched a couple of his videos where I was interested, and he's a little bit. Let's just say I haven't fallen in love with the guy. He's a little bit internet quirky for me, and maybe I've not watched him enough. But I know who he is. That says a lot right there.
Okay.
Like Paul Beagley, for instance. Andy sends me his stuff all the time, and I just shake my head. And I'll actually watch a few minutes of, because Andy will give me a time mark. I'll watch when it says this, and I'll go watch it.
Occasionally, he has interesting stuff, but the guy's just annoying. He's just
And he jumped on the dollar. He jumped on the religious dollar well after I was on the scene, and I actually reached out to him a couple of times and sent him an email or two back then, and never. I don't know whatever happened to Marshall Masters. They spent 3 years looking at the same volcano, and I kind of chuckled over that one. And then we went through the Money Boys and Suspicious Observer, and I got to meet Ben, and we've been around before everybody, so maybe I'm on that list too.
I will say one thing though about Joe Rogan. I think the guy is genuine. I don't think he's one of those that's bought by whatever his show wants him to do, and I think that's why people kind of like him, because he's genuine. He is a genuine. Like I feel like his opinion isn't influenced by anybody but himself. So in that aspect, I like Joe Rogan, and I have seen some interviews with him, especially the one with Graham Hancock.
Right, that's
one of the best interviews I've ever seen, especially from Joe Rogan. But it was just such a great interview.
That was why I watched it, was because Graham was on his show.
That whole episode was just like, it was like 3 hours, I think, but it's like I just ate it up. The whole episode was just so good and interesting. But in that aspect is what I like about him, is that he's genuine. At least he comes off genuine to me. That's good, because he's subjective, and
I wish we had his views. His view count would be nice.
Yeah, absolutely. Could you imagine what that would do to this? That would jumpstart this information.
Well, what gets all the views is the fart spray YouTube channels and the Pocky One Chip Challenge.
Yep.
Yeah, I like watching those. I like watching people burn their face off and dance around like caged animals. I still laugh. I don't know why.
I find it hilarious when people eat chili and they have no idea what they're getting themselves into.
Yeah, me, I can do 3 tablespoons of Tabasco sauce, no problem. I'll break a sweat and I'll be hot, but I'll go, ooh, I like it, And I can do jalapenos, and I've had a ghost pepper before, and I've had what is that other one that I ate?
Try habanero.
The habanero. I ate an entire habanero once. I'll never do it again.
Yeah. That'll get you. I love cooking with them. They're
Habanero.
I love.
I'm going to also remind people about the Irish people on the Try channel. I love watching them. The Irish people try American this. The Irish people try hot sauce. It's on the Try channel, and they're a good bunch of folks. And I've actually gotten endeared to their regulars, their panel members that they subject to all kinds of taste tests from cheap whiskey to expensive worldwide whiskeys. And also remember we talked about the what was that one show where they were eating hot sauce with different guests. You looked it up, and I can't think of the name of it. Hot shot or one. Okay, anyway, there was that show, and I watch those regularly. But yeah, hopefully, we too are YouTubers, and we lost Rebecca someplace.
Yeah, I think she's probably doing her thing.
Well, she hit the wrong button again, which happens, or she had to go out because she jammed. She does lock up regularly.
Yeah. Oh.
And yeah, there's no mystery hail going to hit her yet. It'll be in an hour or two. Well, no, actually about an hour until the weather is supposed to turn in her area.
Yeah, I think Oklahoma's a place to pay attention to. They've been getting hit.
Oh boy,
hard out there. Hopefully,
well, a lot of the big part of it is that the jet stream is now putting moisture over the Gulf of Mexico from Mexico off the Pacific Ocean, and it never used to do that. And so now there's a whole new moisture feed of combative, warm, moist air running into the northern hemisphere circular low patterns, and they're jamming together right over the top of Texas and Oklahoma. And that's cycling out all that weather that literally the other day it ran all the way up to Minnesota and Canada and Wisconsin and Michigan. And that's the weather that I've never, ever seen before. I've never seen it go from the Gulf of Mexico to Minnesota. Never. Not once. And now it's doing it regularly, and we're going to see that happen again tonight in a moisture dispersal pattern. And it's a really strong, predominant upward underlining off of sea level coming up and through Texas and Louisiana, and it's just skirting straight north and then banking east. And I've never seen that before. Of course, it never used to go over the Mexican Rockies either. So, and the Pacific weather would go the other direction, and it would go under Hawaii. And now it's going at the troposphere, at the equator. It's coming the other direction, and I recently I've been looking at the middle section of the equator, and I'll even jump there real fast right now on the null school Earth, just to refresh my brain. And there's a whole center area at the equator that is not got jet stream. And oh, by the way, still the jet stream, coming to think of it, I hadn't mentioned this in a long time. The jet stream on both hemispheres is going the same direction, and it never used to do that. The southern hemisphere jet stream went one way, the northern hemisphere jet stream went the other way.
Always been like that.
And it's just like if you flush a toilet in the northern hemisphere, it goes one direction, and in South America, you flush the toilet, and the water spins the other way. But right now, our jet streams on northern hemisphere and southern hemisphere are going the same way. Never, ever seen that before. And that started happening, I think, 2019-ish, somewhere around there. And prior to that, it wasn't doing that. And so now, we have a whole new worldwide weather pattern. And I think it has a lot to do with the tip. Earth is tipped, which is why, the sky looks, the stars are in weird places. And I haven't even seen the Big Dipper in quite a while, so I don't even know where it is right now. Even the movement of the Big Dipper
has always been the one I would go outside to see, and I haven't seen it. I haven't really. I don't know if it's not been obvious enough, I guess. That I
haven't really even seen stars in a long time.
And And Laura, you're right. All we can do is put the truth out there. Whoever picks it up. It's really not our responsibility. Goes as far as just laying the crumbs down, and if people take the information, good. If not,
Yeah, we are here to inform.
yeah, you could lead a horse to water, as they say, but it's up to them if they drink. So, yeah.
God, I hope we have some. I hope some event or some admission or some opening comes to where people get this information and just jump on board with it. And I don't want to be the only purveyor here, but I mean, I'd love it if we were. But I just wish one way or another, we got to up our view count. And if you guys all share at least one copy with, a couple of friends out there, that'll help. And we got to get Rebecca's view counts up on YouTube, Nibiru Followers Anonymous on YouTube, and go in there and watch stuff to the end. Even if you have to skip through the middle of it, I think it counts if you watch it to the end. I don't know how the algorithm works, but we got to get her count up. And I'm hopeful that she becomes monetized for this. I'm not interested in. I'm interested in the money, but I can't because there's no way for me to collect unless people mail me donations. Because I can't even do PayPal or anything like that. I did get an amount on PayPal that I was never able to collect. They didn't want to send it to me. I don't know why. But anyway.
Well, I'm sure you know why. I mean,
yeah.
I don't want to. Again, I don't want to go there. But I mean, come on.
Well, I don't want to scream conspiracy theory all the time.
Let's call a spade.
Yeah. So this is a different. We were talking about that earlier as well, and why Facebook does what. This is a sensitive topic. Whether or not we're being shut down or not, this actually could affect some people for the wrong, and they could get upset about this. And I could see why some of this is being blocked. But generically, I think that the topic is too damn important to weigh that as a whole.
I have weighed out that option many times, and the other day, I showed my brother some stuff, and he saw the whole binary system thing. He came across one of my posts about the binary system, and he's like, "Well, you never told me it was a binary." I'm like, dude, I don't push this information on him. On my brother any more than because he already has told me he doesn't believe. But also I stopped Sam because I'm not sure that he can handle it. And I know it's not my right to take that away from him, but I did try. But at the same time, I do get why some of this is hidden, because a lot of people can't handle it. But who the hell gave you or anybody the right to keep this from people?
Right.
I don't think we have that right, and it's wrong. Will it ruin people's quality of life and whatever? It's the truth. Regardless, it's the truth, and I think everybody wants the truth, and they have the right to have that truth. Regardless of what the outcome of that truth is, we all have the right, because we all live here, and this affects all of us. To say it's not going to affect some people if I don't tell them, that's just unfair, and I don't have the right to do that. And,
well, I think we should all choose to move this forward in the positive manner. We do have the choice to make our life and the people around us better, or we have the choice to make people suffer, and none of that's cool. But we have this information. We have to share it regardless of the outcome.
Yeah. And the day will come where me and my brother will have to talk about this a little more in depth. Maybe then he'll be more receptive to it. But right now he's just not. He's not. And that's fine. He's not there yet. But I think the day will come where he's going to have no choice but to listen to me and to trust me and to maybe get acquainted with the Amaro system.
Well, you'll be standing there having a barbecue one day and you go, look at that right there. And it'll just bang.
Yeah. The day will come, so I'm not rushing. for him, for him to make that leap. But I know the day will come where he's going to have questions, and I'm the only one that's going to have the answers for him. And I think we all are going to play that role with somebody around our circle, to some extent. Some people are going to look to us for understanding, because a lot of people are going to be completely confused, and then all of a sudden, we're not going to be that crazy to some people,
Yeah, when it falls into place, it will, and we've worked all of the, well, not all of them, we've worked a huge amount of the information out that you couldn't gather in 6 months, a year, 5 years. We've got, over a decade of combined. Now, there are people that'll get it in a smaller time period, but yeah, let's just hope that does move forward. I spin in circles in my brain trying to figure out what it's going to take for us to get 100,000 views or a million views. Although Rebecca has informed me that I've been looked up over 5.5 million times by certain different websites and stuff. So I only see it from my point of view. Perhaps it's much larger than I'm even aware of. I'm hoping.
Yeah.
And Rebecca wandered away again. I think she can still hear me. Let's whisper secrets behind her back.
Dennis Glass, thank you. That's very nice of you to say that, and we're happy to have you on board here. Audrey, we are still live. Welcome back.
Yeah. Still breathing.
Well, the power went off a few minutes or a couple of minutes. I don't know, not that long.
I saw you go
anyway,
dark.
Yeah, so it started lightning outside. So I was making sure my cats were in. I think I got a cat.
Remember, I said right around 1 o'clock it was going to kick up.
Yeah, it just started.
It's 9 minutes too in your area.
Yeah, right.
Yep.
So
right around 1 a.m. and those
you're right on
storms.
time. Yeah, right when it went dark is when it hit.
Those thunder cells are going to start producing gorilla-sized hail.
Oh my God.
Yeah. I wonder why they've gone to that term, gorilla-sized hail.
Hey, Jerry.
It's hail that's got all kinds of jaggedy points on it and look like,
Yeah, I don't need that in my life. I don't need that.
Oh, and the worst thing about it is we just now started tornado season.
Yeah.
Now it's May 1st where you are. It's still 11:52 here, but you're in May 1st. You are in the beginning of the tornado season. Here we go.
Oh boy.
Oh my God, yeah. And Ohio seems to be in a lot of trouble lately, and it is affecting Pennsylvania as well, and all that hook curve, and it's running up through western Tennessee and et cetera, South Carolina, North Carolina, in some cases, and then Florida's getting a lot of trouble too from the moisture. But there, like I said, there's already a cell working its way westward, coming off the coast of Africa right now, as we speak, along with a very nice big Sahara red dust storm that should be hitting probably Cuba and Puerto Rico right about now. And I bet you anything Florida has some really unbelievably southern red sunsets as well, which is a change because the Sahara desert dust storms were actually heading into Germany about a week or 2 or 3 ago, and then into the Mediterranean just the other day. And they're having those big orange storms in the Mediterranean. And so good old Sahara in Africa is pumping out dust for everybody, because it's going around the world. And that's not normal. It is, but it isn't.
That's what it looks like outside.
Spooky. Yep.
So, you know.
Wow.
And rain. Wow, that is busy.
Yeah, I really think you should pay attention to your forecast these days, Rebecca, and your skies.
Right. I know. And I just saw tonight.
I mean, knock on wood. But I think it's a good year for you to really pay attention.
I know. My favorite weatherman is like resigning or something. He's not going to be here anymore. So.
No, right.
I don't know. So darn it.
Well, there's always Ryan Hall, y'all, or
That's true. Time for
Mac
somebody
Pelosi, and those are the two good guys that are running on the internet right now. But if you lose your power, then you lose watching, unless your phone cell tower, and that's always a problem too. Is when you lose your cell tower, you got no phone, and these storms may be removing a few of those, and this year.
I did not know what. I really didn't know what was going on. It got dark. But the computer stayed on, but for a moment.
Yeah,
not for long.
yeah, we were still going. We saw your room. We saw you move and leave, and then you came back. And then we were whispering and wondering if you could hear us through your headphones.
I couldn't. No.
Yes, Sam was talking crap.
I went. I pulled YouTube up on my phone to see if I could still see you guys, and you two were still sitting there talking, and I was like, huh. It was just me.
Oh, she almost caught me then. Yeah.
That's what I got. That's the message I.
You're not connected. Yeah.
Yeah. So I was just booted.
Hey, that should be my little sign for me and how I deal with society.
Unplugged.
You're not connected. No, I am not. I'm sorry. I think different than people. I'm that crazy guy that comes off like, what in the hell is wrong with that man?
Right. So.
Yeah, I walk up to store clerks and say, well, at least she said, oh, it's nice weather out today, and I noticed it's snowing. I went, yeah, at least we're not Oklahoma. And she went, what? What do you mean? I went, you didn't hear about the tornadoes in Oklahoma this week? Oh no. I'm like, okay. Have a nice day. Thank you.
Yeah, that's what we're dealing with, Sam. We're dealing with. And also, I think the news has made it to where nobody could stand watching it anymore. So nobody's really paying attention. Nobody wants to watch political garbage and celebrity so-called news. And I think there's so many people that I know that have been completely ignoring the news. And the thing is that
a bunch of officers got killed this week in different states. A lot of unfortunate deaths in police officers this last month. And then all those scams and all of that, and where people are losing all their money to scammers. Scary. I'm a little bit annoyed at the world that we're living in. I really am.
It's hard.
I'm also thankful it's not happening to me, but that's not a cool way to say that either. Yeah, people, come on, planet Earth. Our message is it's time to realize that we are not alone, and we better. Mom and Dad are here, and we better clean up our room because our room has got that plate, that pork chop dinner you had 3 weeks ago that you slid under your bed. Not a good thing. I actually had a roommate that used to do stuff like that. Scared the shit out of me. He's like, oh my God, Ugh. First, I can't believe you're doing that to my plate. Second of all, what's growing under you're going to invite friends to live under your bed. Anyway, I used to be a mega clean freak, and then I had kids. So they beat me down a little bit. Now I'm a little bit more tolerant of it. But before, I was, bleach everything. Because, bartending, you bleach everything.
Right.
How many of us are humans and how many of us are sub-creatures? That's a question I ask. How many people really actually think and how many people just exist? Gary.
Okay.
All right.
What do you think? What do you think it is, Sam? What do you think the ratio is?
Well, an example was I was talking to somebody recently, a friend of ours, and I'll just not mention them by name. But anyway, a friend of ours recently, and they said, "Well, I should have learned botany, and so I could grow better crops now in my garden." And I said, "Well, what's stopping you from doing it now?" And it was like, well, I had my time in school, so therefore I'm done learning. And I was like, what? Whoa, what's stopping you from learning now? There's no stopping you. If you have something you're interested in, by God, go learn it. Right now, I mean, it's available. You can get it for free.
I know, now's the time.
Here we're handing out free binary solar system lessons and astrophysics for free. So you can go out and learn. If you're interested, go learn. Nothing is, and you can be, Christ, I've learned more out of school than I did in school.
Ain't that the truth?
Right.
I don't know what I'd do if I wasn't learning. It'd be boring. It would be boring. I see stuff on space all the time, science and technology. I'm in there grabbing it. I'm watching it.
I don't know why some people would look at it like that. Just because they reach 18,
people believe that they can't change, and anyone can change. Tomorrow you can change. All my life sucks. I'm not educated. Well, wait a minute. A, make your life stop sucking, and B, go educate yourself. And it's on the internet now, and it's all free. So.
I'm a perfect example of how you can change your life if you really want to. It's not easy. It's very uncomfortable. But I'll tell you, it'll change your life. If you're stuck in that rut and you want something different, just do it. Stop waiting. That's my only regret, is not doing it earlier.
Sooner.
Good night, Carol Ann.
Carol Ann, good night. Yeah, good night, Carol.
Well, we are at 6 hours.
Yeah.
I know.
I'm running out of steam here too, so.
Yeah. Well, we can wind down.
Well, we don't have any more material, really, do we?
No, not really.
Yeah, there you go.
We covered pretty much everything.
Oh, Audrey, I'm sorry it's 8 a.m. there for you, unless that's within your normal schedule. And yes, good night.
Oh, good night, guys. So, we'll probably be wrapping it up here too. So.
And I get to go play Star Wars.
Star Wars, yes, Star Wars time.
Gotta go, shoot robots and stormtroopers, and my PlayStation 2 that I'm still amazed is still working. I got that in the 90s.
That thing is probably worth a lot of money. It's probably vintage by now, Sam.
Yes.
Hey, I still have Nintendo and Nintendo 64.
I love Nintendo. The only video games that I still like to play is I'll go to my friend Rachel's house and we'll play Mario Brothers.
I like Mario Kart.
I
like Mario Kart very much, and we still play Mario Kart every once in a while. And it's currently not hooked up; it's in a box on the shelf. But we do have Mario Kart and
the Nintendo 64. That was the best one.
Zelda, Legends of Zelda. I loved that one. That was awesome.
I was never able to get into Zelda. I never really tried it. Did you ever play Contra? Did you ever play Contra, Sam?
Yeah.
That was a good game. I love that game. I must have logged in so many hours on that game.
Yes, I played that, and oh my God, all those old games. I caught myself looking at all my DVDs. I have 3 entire bookcases full of DVDs.
More vintage stuff.
Yeah, you call it vintage. Me, I call it just my collection, and I'm not even into the Blu-rays at all.
I grew up with that stuff. I'm just kind of, getting crap. But I grew up with VCRs and cassette players and all that stuff.
Yeah, well, I had 8-track tape players in the car.
You're on your own there, man.
Teletype and all of that, My first computer was the teletype at school in the 70s in Minnesota. So yes, I am really showing. I'm old. Christ, I aged doing this for you guys. I started out doing this in my 50s, and
You were
and
49.
now I'm
You must have been 49, Sam, right?
yeah,
You
yeah,
was
yeah,
49
yeah.
when you started all this.
Yep,
Yeah.
yep. And my kids were in diapers, and now they're teenagers, and Nova's 17. So, and when we started doing all of this stuff with God, I can't even believe that I've spent that time doing this, and it seems so much shorter than that, and all this information seems so much more compact. But literally 2011, when the two stars, the second star came above the northern hemisphere horizon, and the sun started to rise in the northeast sky. Excuse me, why didn't anybody catch that part? I mean, way back when, and they're not even talking about it. And if you go to Nibiru Followers Anonymous, and you click on, I noticed you changed to purple. I like the color change on
Oh yeah.
on the main logo. And if you go below your listing on the feed on what YouTube is feeding on the smart TV, there's a whole bunch of other older videos where they kind of touch on the Nibiru thing, which is where I saw a couple of those big mistake things, why NASA does this and that, and is NASA hiding the two suns? There's a video called, you can type that in, is NASA hiding two suns? It's on YouTube, and that's 6 years old, so you'll know that's the right one to watch. There's all kinds of side information where they're just scraping on the lies and then instantly debunking them. It's kind of a sad thing, but it's amazing that we actually did spend 14 years doing this. Wow. Understanding the Sky series all the way through Radio Wasteland and all the way to Nibiru Followers Anonymous and Montana Sky Watchers, etc. Okay. I'm out of breath there. Okay. Yeah, we should wrap it up.
Yeah, I think this is a good point. But it was a good show. It was a good show. It was therapy as usual for me. So, yeah, I think it was good. We had a good audience. Everybody was our typical crowd here, and then a few extras. That was nice to see. So.
Great people, all of them. And we're going to be in May tomorrow. And then we got to start our next month's thing and all the wonderful stuff everybody's going to send in on Skywatcher and on Nibiru Followers, etc. Yeah, so we got a lot to look forward to. And today is, God, I can never remember if it's Tuesday or Saturday anymore. Today is Tuesday, right? Yes.
About it, yeah.
So we will see you on Saturday. And please, like, subscribe, and go tomorrow. Even if click on Rebecca's site on YouTube and watch the first 5 minutes, and then scroll back to the end of the show or something to see if you can get a view count. And then share at least a couple of copies to a few of your friends, and you can tell them it's okay to laugh, but this is for educational and entertainment purposes. So, and no hamsters were killed in the making of this video.
Yeah, not at all.
And that's an old hamster joke that we have going back to.
They all had lots of fun. They all had lots of fun, and were volunteers. So
yeah. And one day we'll get out our aluminum foil hats. I'm joking because I'll never do that. And Rebecca and I have both earned our poop hats on trolling sites out there.
Right.
There's some beautiful pictures of us with little poop hats.
I haven't seen Rebecca's. I've yet to run.
Oh yeah, they got Rebecca, they got Lucinda, they got me, of course. They've done I don't know how many with me. My favorite one to this day is they took the Understanding the Sky series when I was still in the shot where you would actually see me. I stopped putting myself on those videos for that reason, that they were taking still captures, and then they were photoshopping my picture. And they've got me one with me raising my hands and my eyes rolled up in the back of my head, and it says "I eat crayons." So And
I
that goes to the
have seen
joke.
one of those. I have seen one of those. Have you photoshopped?
Because everybody harassed me that my crayon drawings could be drawn by a 5-year-old, and then I have to tell people, excuse me, I don't use crayons. I use colored pencils unless I run out of red. And I have been known to steal a red crayon from my kids in the past, but I don't use crayons. I use very nice European colored pencils. They're far better than the American ones, I promise you. And I'm loving them. Thank you, Jillian. And thank you, Mark. Anyway, so
Yeah.
night, everyone. It's been a pleasure.
It's been a pleasure, guys.
Talk to Curtis, talk to everybody, and I
Right.
think I've run out of things to say.
Yep, me too.
No way. No.
Yeah, you're right.
No.
You're right.
That
Way.
first Sam.
Yeah.
I'll be talking to myself for the next hour, still thinking I'm in the show. I did that the other day. Remember the night we did that 10-hour show?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think I was talking to my pillow, clicking on my mouse pillow all night long.
Right.
I don't think I ever got off the stage. As my mom would always say, okay, Sam, time to get off the stage. All my life she said that to me. Get off the stage, Sam. Okay.
Okay. You're just born on stage, I guess.
Yeah, I'm out there.
Yeah.
She also called me Mr. Know-It-All because A, I did, and B, she hated it.
Aw.
Anyway,
Yeah.
I don't know if
Yeah.
she hated it. It was a compliment and an insult. So
Yeah, some parents are good at those.
oh well, I had the standard. Now my mother has Jewish blood in her from her side of the family, and Dutch parents. My children, they don't love me. I could be laying in the street dead for 3 days, but no one would ever notice, And that was my mom.
That was my mom too. That was my mom too.
For the psychological, comments, not talking to anyone, just trying to get sympathy, Oh, no one loves me anymore, I could lay here and die, but nobody cares, that thing. That's
If
hilarious.
you ain't gonna call me when I'm alive, don't cry for me when I'm gone. My mom used to say that all the time. If I took too long to call her, that's what she would tell me. Or she would tell my mother-in-law, my ex-mother-in-law. I don't know what's wrong with these guys. They just ignore me. I guess that they're gonna want to call me when I'm dead. But what for then?
Yeah.
Jeez, that's funny. But all right, guys, y'all have a good night. Joey,
Okay.
All right. Yeah.
always
We'll
nice to hang out with you
go
guys.
ahead and wrap it up then. And yeah, we'll be back Saturday at 2:00 Central.
Yep.
So perfect. All right, guys. Well, thanks.
Like,
Thanks
subscribe,
to you.
and
Thanks
notification
to you
button.
guys. Yeah.
Share,
It's been fun.
share.
Please share. All right. Take care. Bye-bye. Bye, Jesus.